Chapter 1. The accountant arrived, while Xianxia was still learning what her hands looked like. 17 years old. Calluses in the wrong places. Not the palms of someone who worked with tools, but the fingertips of someone who had gripped jade chi stones until the skin hardened and the stones didn't respond anyway. The expulsion notice was on the desk. She had read it 4 times in the 2 minutes since waking in this body, and each time she read it the same sentence jumped out. 3 consecutive failed tribulations, constituting irrecoverable psychological instability. Irrecoverable. In her previous life, she had spent 11 years as a psychologist. She had read that word in case notes more times than she could count, and every time it appeared she had made the same annotation in the margin. Who decided this? The knock at the workroom door was precisely professional, not aggressive, not apologetic. The knock of someone who expected no resistance. Disciple Shun? The door opened. A man in gray administrative robes stepped in, an inventory brush already in his hand. He had the specific manner of someone performing an unpleasant task efficiently. I am Archivist Fun. On behalf of the Thornmist Sect's Resource Commission, I am here to complete the reassignment inventory for your workroom. This should not take long. He looked at her. She was sitting at the desk, both hands flat on the surface, looking at them. Disciple Shun, he said again. If you would step aside, 1 moment, she said. He paused. She was running a diagnostic. Not out loud. In her head, with the speed of 11 years of professional habit. 3 failed tribulations. The previous inhabitant of this body had tried 3 times to push through the tribulation stage, and failed all 3 times. The official record called it psychological instability. In her former vocabulary, that translated to a clinical presentation with specific, treatable features. Not random weakness. A pattern. The question was what kind of pattern? She had her first data point in the expulsion notice itself. Excessive fixation on negative outcome scenarios, resulting in recursive psychological loop during tribulation space. That was textbook catastrophizing. The sufferer runs worst-case projections faster than they can process them, each projection feeding the next, until the whole system locks. She had treated that. She had treated it hundreds of times. I need 72 hours, she said. Archivist Finn blinked. I'm sorry. Before you complete the inventory, I need 72 hours. She looked up from her hands. I will reattempt the tribulation at the end of that period. If I fail, you can inventory the workroom. If I succeed, the expulsion is void. The archivist had obviously been expecting tears, or silence, or a formal request for appeal through proper channels. Something he had a response prepared for. He did not have a response prepared for this. The commission has already filed. I understand the commission has filed. I am not disputing the filing. She kept her voice level, the tone she used with patients who needed a calm reference point. I am making a verifiable claim. I will pass the tribulation within 72 hours. If I do, you have nothing to inventory. If I don't, you've lost 3 days. She tilted her head. That seems like a reasonable risk to assess. He looked at her for a long moment. He wrote something in his ledger. Then he said, 72 hours from this moment. Closed the ledger and left. She had never actually done this. Negotiated her own stakes from inside a strange body on no sleep with an expulsion notice on the desk. But the underlying logic was the same as the work she knew. Before she could treat anyone, she had to understand what she was treating. And before she could understand anyone else, she had to finish understanding herself. She cleared the desk. She spent the first day in inventory. The workroom held the evidence of 3 failed attempts. Chi stones, cultivation manuals, a tattered copy of the sect's standard tribulation preparation guide with margin notes that became increasingly frantic toward the back. What if I can't? What if this is the real limit? What if Finn reports before I can? There it was. The exact moment the catastrophizing loop had locked in. She found 3 separate entries in the notebook's final pages, each describing the tribulation space in terms of what could go wrong, what had gone wrong, what would go wrong next time. She put the notebook aside and sat in the center of the floor. In her previous life, she had learned early that the worst clinical error was treating the presentation rather than the cause. The previous Xianxia hadn't failed because she was weak. She had failed because she had never been taught to distinguish between a fear that was a warning and a fear that was a recursive error. Every time the tribulation manifestation appeared, some form of her own deepest anxiety given shape and chi, she had tried to fight it. Fighting it had only confirmed the fear's premise. The fear said you are inadequate, and fighting made her feel inadequate. The correct response to a recursive error was not to fight it. It was to interrupt the loop. She spent the first day identifying every catastrophizing pattern in the workroom's notebook. She classified them the way she would have in her old office. Future-oriented, self-referential, black and white framing, low evidence base. She wrote each one on a separate slip of paper and placed them on the desk in rows. Then she spent the second day processing them. Not fighting, not suppressing, asking, one at a time, what is the realistic outcome? What evidence supports this fear? What would I tell a patient sitting in front of me right now? The answers came slowly, but they came. By the end of the second day, the chi in her cultivation channels, which had been moving in the cramped, held breath pattern she recognized as chronic anxiety suppression, had loosened. Not resolved. Loosened. Enough. On the third morning, she entered the tribulation. It came as it always came for this body, a space of gray light, a manifestation of the deepest fear dressed in familiar shapes. She watched it arrive and felt the familiar pressure to run, to fight, to try harder. She sat down instead. The manifestation stopped. She said to it the same thing she said at the start of every intake session. Let's try something. She didn't fight it. She looked at it. She named what it was representing. Inadequacy, fear of permanent failure, the specific shame of falling short in front of others, and she acknowledged each one without agreeing with it. Asterisk yes, this is the fear. No, the fear is not the fact. Asterisk the tribulation space shook once, deeply, like a bell struck at a frequency the room was designed for. Then it cleared. She opened her eyes in the workroom. The chi in her channels was moving differently. Not the held breath pattern, not cramped. Something that had been locked for as long as this body had existed felt like it had been set down. She was sweating. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she pressed them flat on the desk to still them. The light through the workroom window had moved 3 hours forward from when she'd sat down. She wrote in the notebook, under all the catastrophizing entries, asterisk past. Method, interrupt the loop. Do not fight the manifestation. Address the underlying belief. Asterisk she had barely finished writing when she heard a knock at the door. Not archivist fun. A different knock. Deliberate. Slower. The knock of someone who expected to wait. Come in, she said. Chapter 2. The person who entered was not the accountant. He was old. Not elderly, but old in the way that meant he had seen enough to stop being surprised by most things. White hair, worn to the shoulders, kept back simply. He moved carefully, not with age-related slowness, but with the precision of someone who had learned to use the exact amount of energy a task required, and not 1 unit more. His cultivation robes bore the sect elder's sigil in silver thread at the collar. She knew, from the previous inhabitant's memory, who this was, Elder Gu Tianxin, the sect's most senior practicing elder, considered by the cultivation community to be the most thorough and least political of the sect's leadership. Also considered, in quieter circles, to be a disappointment, an elder who had not advanced in 20 years, whose cultivation sat at a tier he should have long surpassed. He came in, looked at her, and looked at the desk. The archivist, he said, came to me this morning in a state of significant confusion. He said he had tried to file your expulsion inventory, and you had told him you would pass the tribulation in 72 hours. I did pass it, she said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I know. I felt it from the elder's hall. He sat down in the secondary chair without being invited. Not rudely, just practically. The tribulation chi discharge when a practitioner advances has a specific signature. Yours, this morning, had a quality I have not felt in some time. He looked at her directly. What did you do differently? She tilted her head. She went quiet for exactly 3 seconds. What do you know about cognitive restructuring? She asked. He looked at her. Nothing, he said. That's fine. I'll explain in terms that map to cultivation theory. She pulled the notebook across the desk and showed him the rows of entries. The previous attempts failed because the approach treated the tribulation manifestation as an enemy. When you fight a manifestation of fear, you confirm its premise. The fear says you're inadequate. Fighting means you're trying not to be, which means the fear defines the terms. The more you fight, the more power you give it. He was listening in the way that good listeners listened, not waiting for his turn to speak, but actually taking in the information. The correct approach, she continued, is not to fight the manifestation. It is to address the underlying belief that the manifestation represents. Fear of inadequacy. Fear of permanent failure. When you look at the fear directly, when you name it, examine its evidence base, and distinguish between the fear and the fact, the manifestation has nothing left to work with. He was quiet. I have been a cultivator for 53 years, he said eventually. I have read every text the sect possesses on heart demon management. None of them describe the approach you just described. I know, she said. The standard texts treat it as a combat problem. It isn't. It's a psychological problem. They're different. He studied her with the expression of someone who had stopped expecting to hear things that required genuine consideration. What is your name? Xianxia. The disciple who failed 3 tribulations. The disciple who recently passed one. She kept her voice neutral. Those are both accurate descriptions. A very small change occurred in his expression. Not quite a smile. Something more considered than that. I have carried a heart demon blockage for 20 years, he said. Every method I have attempted has compacted it further. He paused. Whatever you did in the past 3 days, is it teachable? She looked at him. She thought about what she was being asked, whether she could help someone she had never met, with a blockage she had not assessed. Using a methodology, she was still reconstructing from professional memory in a new world. Let me ask you some questions first, she said. What is the blockage associated with? He was quiet for a long moment. Grief, he said. An old grief. My cultivation partner died 12 years into our joint practice. Every conventional approach says to process grief as a tribulation and move through it. I moved through the tribulations. The grief remained. She picked up her brush. When did you last let yourself remember her without trying to advance past the memory? He looked at her hands, then at the desk, then at her. I don't know, he said. Perhaps never. She set the brush down. Let's try something. 2 hours later, Elder Gu Tianxin sat in the same chair, looking at his own hands with the specific expression of someone who had just encountered something in themselves that they had packed away so long ago they had stopped knowing it was there. He had not wept. He was not the weeping type, and she had not expected him to be. But something in his chi circulation, she could feel it through the ambient field of the workroom, had loosened the way hers had on the morning of the tribulation. A held note finally allowed to resolve. She was writing in her notebook. She paused and felt something she hadn't expected, a fragment of experience that was not hers. It moved through her chi network briefly, the way a scent passes through a room and is gone. The emotional texture of a memory belonging to someone she had never met. Older than Elder Gu's grief. From a practitioner whose chi signature she did not recognize. She filed it under unexplained, revisit later. The intake in front of her was more pressing. The blockage, she said. Describe what you feel in your chi channels now versus when you arrived. He considered. There is movement. In a meridian branch that has not moved in some time. He looked at her. That is an understatement. It has not moved in 20 years. That's consistent with what I expected. She wrote it down. The grief was acting as a structural blockage because you had been treating it as an obstacle rather than as information. Grief is the chi's signal that something mattered. When you acknowledge what mattered, the signal can complete its function and the blockage resolves. He was quiet for a long moment. Then the chi in the workroom shifted. She felt it before she saw the physical evidence, a sudden quality of pressure, like a room rebalancing after a window opens. His cultivation chi, which had been sitting at its current tier with the stillness of water that had stopped flowing, moved. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, he looked at her with the expression of someone who had just been handed a piece of information that reorganized several decades of assumptions. I advanced, he said. I know, she said. She wrote it down. That's consistent with the blockage having been load-bearing for your cultivation ceiling. He stood. He stood the way a person stands who is using a body that has just changed its own internal architecture and is still calibrating. At the door, he stopped. The archivist, he said. I will speak to him. She nodded. He left. She sat in the workroom with her notebook and wrote. Case 1. 20-year grief blockage, structural. Method. Acknowledgement of loss as meaningful rather than obstacle to process. Result. Blockage cleared. Advancement occurred. Time elapsed. 2 hours. Then she wrote below it. Note. Absorbed trace residue from clearing. Included one memory fragment from unknown third-party practitioner. Unknown mechanism. File for later investigation. She underlined the last sentence. Outside, she heard feet moving quickly toward the elders' hall. Word traveled in cultivation sects the way it always traveled in small professional communities, faster than anyone said it would, and with more detail than anyone intended to share. Chapter 3. They came 3 at a time, which was not the number she had expected. She had assumed 1 or 2. People who had heard the rumor and decided the cost of being associated with an expelled disciple's experiment was lower than the cost of staying stuck. She had not assumed 3 arriving before the afternoon meal, with the specific body language of people who had been talking to each other about whether to come and had decided to arrive together for social cover. She let them in and assessed each in turn while she prepared tea she had borrowed from the sect pantry. The habit of first impressions was as automatic as breathing after 11 years. The heavy-set man in his 40s whose cultivation chi pattern was compressed tight around his chest. Almost certainly shame-based blockage. The young woman whose hands moved constantly, touching the edge of her sleeve, the rim of her cup, the table. Anxiety presentation, likely fear of failure. And the older practitioner in the back, who had come with the others but was watching rather than participating, with the expression of someone who had not yet decided whether they were here. She put the tea down. She tilted her head. Let me be specific about what I'm offering. she said, before any of them spoke. I am not a certified alchemy practitioner. I am not a tribulation master. I have no formal designation in the sect's methodology framework. What I have is a diagnostic approach that identified the cause of my own 3 failed tribulations and resolved them in 72 hours. She picked up her brush. I would like to understand your situations and see if the same approach applies. If it does, I'll tell you what I think the problem is and what might address it. If it doesn't, I'll tell you that too. The young woman with the anxious hands said, That's very straightforward. I find that vague offers waste everyone's time, Shin said. What is your blockage? The session that followed took 4 hours for all 3. She ran them sequentially. She did not yet have a method for groups and kept careful records in her notebook. By the end, she had 2 findings she was confident in and 1 she was not. The heavy-set man's blockage, shame about a cultivation setback 3 years prior that his sect peers knew about, which had produced a self-monitoring pattern so intense it prevented the relaxed chi flow that advancement required. Treatable. She had a preliminary approach and booked a follow-up session. The young woman. Fear of failing her family's cultivation expectations, manifesting as perfectionism in her tribulation preparation that left no room for organic process. Also treatable. Different approach. Not acknowledgement of loss, but restructuring of what success actually required. The older practitioner in the back, who finally introduced himself as Elder Mao Jingwen. He had come, he said, not because he had a blockage, but because he wanted to watch her work. He was one of Elder Wen Russian's secondary disciples. He had been sent to observe. She wrote this down in her notebook as a separate entry. Asterisk third-party observation. When Russian aware of my practice. Asterisk she noted the date and time. Did Senior Wen ask you to report back on what you saw? She said. Mao Jingwen looked faintly uncomfortable. He asked me to evaluate whether the methods were sound. That's reasonable, she said. What will you report? He considered. That you ask a great many questions. Yes, she said. That's how diagnosis works. He left shortly after. The other 2 booked their follow-up sessions and went. She sat alone with her notebook and reviewed what she had observed. The practice was accumulating cases faster than she had a framework for. She needed a system, not just a treatment approach, but a documentation approach. What type of blockage, what caused it, what approach addressed it, what the outcome was. The data would tell her things that individual cases couldn't. She was not practicing in isolation anymore. She was collecting evidence. She was halfway through drafting an intake form template when the knock came that she had been expecting since Mao Jingwen left. Firm. Even. The knock of a man who considered his time valuable. Come in, she said. Chapter 4 Elder Wen Russian was not what she had expected from the memory fragments the previous inhabitant had left her. In Shun Weiqi's old memories, Wen Russian was associated with a kind of ambient dread, the feeling of being assessed and found insufficient. He occupied the role in her predecessor's psychology that a harsh teacher often occupied, present in every failure as a hypothetical observer. He was the one whose standards she had never met. In person, he was a lean man in his 60s who moved with the economy of someone who had spent decades in formal cultivation practice and saw no reason to waste motion on anything that wasn't cultivation. He wore his sect elder robes the way practitioners wore armor, not decoratively, but as a statement of function. His chi signature was the highest she had encountered since arriving in this world, steady, deep, and very sure of its own organization. He sat down across from her without being invited, which was the same thing Elder Gu had done and which she was beginning to understand was simply how senior cultivators entered conversations they considered important. Elder Gu told me what you did, he said. He told me he spoke to the archivist, she said. I didn't know he'd spoken to you as well. He didn't. Wen's voice was precise and uninflected, not warm, not cold, but exact, in the way of someone who chose words like instruments. His chi signature when he passed me in the hall told me. He has not moved his cultivation in 20 years. I know what his chi signature feels like. This morning it was different. He looked at her. Explain what you did. She explained. The same explanation she had given Elder Gu, adjusted for what she now knew about Wen's framework, less intuitive description, more structural language. She used the term chi circulation rather than emotion where possible. She described the blockage as a loop in the cultivation pathway rather than an unprocessed feeling. He listened without interrupting, which she appreciated. When she finished, he was quiet for a long moment. You are arguing, he said, that the tribulation is not an obstacle to overcome but a symptom to diagnose. Yes, and that the correct approach is not to develop the will to fight through the symptom but to address its cause. Yes, I have been teaching cultivation for 25 years, Wen said. The foundation of my methodology is that cultivation demands genuine struggle. That the practitioner who forces themselves through difficulty develops a capacity for endurance that becomes the substrate of higher cultivation. That comfort and ease do not produce great cultivators. He looked at her steadily. Your approach removes the struggle. You are proposing to make the hardest part of cultivation, the tribulation, into a conversation. I am proposing to treat a clinical presentation correctly, she said. I am not arguing that struggle has no value. I am arguing that when the obstacle is a psychological loop rather than a genuine test of will, fighting the loop makes it worse, not better. She tilted her head. What is the failure rate for your method? He paused. Among my direct disciples, the tribulation passage rate is approximately 60%. Elder Gu and I did not record his precise rate, she said. But my own case yesterday was the first success from a point of 3 failures, and the blockage, once identified, cleared in 72 hours. She picked up her pen. I don't have a statistically significant sample. I have 3 days of evidence. But the mechanism is sound, and the mechanism predicts what I observed. She looked up. If you have a theory for why the mechanism shouldn't work, I'd like to hear it. One was quiet. He studied her with the expression of someone who had been asked a technical question and was deciding whether to engage with it or dismiss it. Disciples who clear their heart demons through conversation, he said finally, have not developed the resilience that fighting them produces. They will encounter the next obstacle without the internal capacity to push through it. That's a falsifiable claim, she said. If you follow the practitioners I treat longitudinally, you could measure whether their subsequent cultivation is weaker than your own students. I would find that data useful. She paused. I would also find your records from the past 3 years useful for comparison, if you'd be willing to share them. He stood. It was not an angry standing, more the movement of a person who had received more from a conversation than he had planned and needed to reassess. I will not share my records, he said, and I will be filing a formal review with the sect council regarding your activity here. That's reasonable, she said. I'd expect nothing less from someone taking this seriously. He stopped at the door. He looked back at her, and she could see him deciding whether to say something else. He decided not to. He left. She wrote in her notebook, *when Russian, files formal review. Core objection. Struggle has intrinsic developmental value. Removing it produces weaker practitioners. This is a testable claim. Begin tracking longitudinal outcomes from first day. She drew a line under it. Note. He did not address the failure rate question directly. She set down the brush and looked at her intake form draft. She needed a longitudinal tracking system. She had 4 cases now and the beginnings of what would become an ongoing practice if the formal review didn't shut it down. The right response to a formal review was not to hide. It was to document so thoroughly that the documentation made the case. She started designing the tracking form. Outside, the afternoon light was moving across the floor of the workroom, and somewhere in the sect, Elder When Russian was writing a complaint, and this was fine, because complaints were dated too. Chapter 5. The formal review was scheduled for the 47th day. She knew this because Elder Gu told her. With the specific quiet of someone delivering information, he was also monitoring. That Patriarch Rong Haisian had received When Russian's filing and had directed the review to begin in a week, allowing both parties time to compile supporting documentation. What form does the supporting documentation take? She asked. Case records, methodology descriptions, outcome evidence, Gu said. Whatever you believe demonstrates the validity or invalidity of your practice. She had been keeping records since the first session. She had 8 cases now, 7 completed, 1 ongoing, with intake documentation, session notes, and follow-up assessments. She spent 3 days organizing them into a formal presentation document. Qian Mingzhu, who had been doing sect maintenance work in the hallway outside her workroom since the 2nd day and had eventually knocked and asked if she needed administrative help, organized the pages with an attention to detail that was better than Shin's own. How did you end up doing maintenance work? Shin asked, the 3rd time Qian arrived with organized files. I failed my cultivation awakening, Qian said. She did not say it with bitterness. She said it with the specific neutrality of someone who had processed the fact and set it down somewhere organized. 2 years ago, the sect assigns practitioners who fail awakening to support roles. What did you think about it? I thought it was the right decision, Qian said. I can't cultivate. I can organize. She set the files on the desk and looked at them critically. Though I notice you've been using 2 different dating systems in your intake notes, which will make longitudinal tracking inconsistent. Shin looked at the files. She had been using the sect's lunar calendar in the early cases and her own running numerical system in the later ones, out of old professional habit. Fix it, she said. Qian fixed it. On the 47th day, Shun brought her documentation to the review. When Russian brought his, a formal written argument citing 25 years of cultivation theory, and 3 specific texts from the sect's methodology canon. He argued methodically and without personal hostility. He made 2 claims: that her method violated the established principle of tribulation as developmental challenge, and that she had no certification or institutional standing to practice cultivation methodology on sect members. The patriarch asked her to respond. She said, "I have 8 completed cases with documentation. I have outcome records showing that 7 of the 8 passed the tribulation stage following our sessions, 6 of whom had previously failed 2 or more times under conventional methods." She put the documentation on the table. The methodology text Senior Wen cites described tribulation as requiring struggle because struggle produces resilience. I agree that struggle produces resilience in cases where the obstacle is an external challenge. I am arguing that a psychological loop, a cognitive pattern that prevents the practitioner from processing the tribulation accurately, is not an external challenge. It is a clinical presentation. Treating it as a combat problem makes it worse. Treating it as a diagnostic problem resolves it. She looked at the patriarch. The evidence is in the cases. Both Senior Wen's objection and my claims are testable. The way to test them is to track the practitioners I treat and see whether they perform worse subsequently. Patriarch Rong Haisian was a man who had been running a cultivation sect for 30 years and had therefore spent 30 years listening to people argue about methodology. He had the expression of someone who had heard most of the arguments before and was attending carefully to the specific features of this one that were new. He did not rule immediately. He said, "I will observe further." For 60 days. He looked at both of them. Disciple Shin's operation will be classified as sect-sponsored experimental cultivation research during this period. Senior Wen's review is noted and will be reconsidered at the end of the 60 days. When Russian accepted this with the composure of a man who had not gotten what he wanted and had decided to accept the delay rather than escalate, he left without speaking to her. Outside the review chamber, Elder Gu fell into step beside her. 60 days, he said. That is enough time. For what? For you to produce enough evidence that the review at the end of it goes differently. She thought about this. He's not wrong, she said. When Russian, the claim that removing struggle makes practitioners weaker. It could be true. I don't have the longitudinal data to disprove it yet. Gu was quiet for a moment. Is that worrying you? No. She picked up her pace slightly. It's motivating me. I need more cases, longer follow-up timelines, and a comparison cohort. She looked at him. Who are Wen's disciples who have the most recent tribulation completion records? Gu told her. She wrote the names down. She had 60 days. She would use 60 days the way she had always used a limited resource, by identifying the highest value actions available and doing those first, in order, with careful documentation of the results. The hallway outside the chamber was quiet. Through the windows, the sect grounds showed a group of disciples in outdoor cultivation practice, seated in concentric circles, breathing in controlled intervals. One of them, she could see from here, was straining. The correct response, in her methodology, was not to strain harder. She noted this observation and walked back to her workroom, where Qian Mingzhu was waiting with a revised intake form and the look of someone who had spent the last 3 hours finding a better system. How did it go? Qian asked. We have 60 days, Shin said. Qian turned to a new page in her notebook. Then we should start. Chapter 6. The 3 disciples arrived on the 4th morning of the 60-day period. She had been expecting representatives from Wen Russian's faction. His filing had been formal enough that he would want to show he was pursuing it through proper channels rather than simply opposing her personally. What she had not expected was that the 3 would arrive during a session. She was mid-conversation with her 8th case, a young practitioner named Chui Pei, 19, who had failed his foundation tribulation and whose chi pattern showed a specific grief about his father's death the year prior that conventional cultivation had told him to process as a motivator rather than a loss, when the knock came. Not a request. An arrival. She held up one finger to Chui Pei. He stopped talking. Come in, she said. The 3 entered with the practiced ease of people who expected space to open for them. They were Wen's intermediate disciples. All male. All at core integration tier or above. All wearing their cultivation sashes with the specific neatness of people whose master had trained them to present well in formal situations. The one in the front was the tallest. He introduced himself as senior disciple Mao Hailong. He had a chi signature that was organized with the efficiency of willpower suppression training. Nothing loose, nothing unmanaged. We understand, Mao said, looking at Chui Pei and at the session notebook open on the desk, that you are conducting cultivation sessions with sect members. I am, she said. Please come back in an hour. This is a formal challenge review, Mao said. On behalf of Elder Wen Russian, we are questioning the outcomes you have reported. I heard you. She picked up her brush and made a note in Shui Pei's case file. This patient is in the middle of a session. Come back in an hour. The three exchanged glances. The specific social pressure of interruption as challenge wasn't working. If you're confident in your methods, Mao said, this shouldn't. I am confident in my methods, she said. I am also confident that interrupting a session mid-process is harmful to the patient and constitutes poor methodology. Come back in an hour. She turned back to Shui Pei, who was watching the three disciples with the expression of someone who had arrived here as a patient and was now, unexpectedly, a participant in something larger. She said quietly, "Where were we?" He told her. The three disciples waited in the hall. She heard them through the thin workroom walls, not words, but the specific ambient quality of people deciding how to reframe a situation they hadn't controlled the way they expected. After an hour, she finished Shui Pei's session, noted the outcomes, and opened the door. They came in. Mao Hailong laid out the formal challenge in organized points. The cases she had reported were uncertified methodology. The outcomes could not be independently verified, and the practitioners she claimed had advanced might have done so through their own cultivation practice rather than anything she had done. She said, all 3 points are testable. Pick a case. They picked one at random from her documentation. A practitioner named Elder Baoshuren, Foundation Reading Tier, 3-year blockage cleared in the first week of her practice. Mao's challenge. They would locate Elder Baoshuren and confirm whether she had actually advanced. She has, Shen said. But I'd recommend confirming it directly. I'll come with you. They went to Elder Baoshuren's workroom. Elder Bao was 61, slightly surprised by the arrival of 4 people at her door, but willing. Mao asked whether she had advanced recently. She said yes, and at the interrogation of, through what means, she said, the disciple Shen Weiqi ran a session with me that identified why my previous approaches had not worked. I advanced the following week. Mao looked at her Qi signature, which was measurably at a higher tier than any sect record showed she had been at previously, and was quiet. One of the disciples behind him, the shorter one, looked uncomfortable. The specific discomfort of someone who had expected to find fraud and had found something different. You wanted to observe a prospective case, Shen said to Mao. I have a new patient scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Practitioner Su Wendan failed tribulation twice under Senior Wen's method. Come and observe. The session will be documented, and you can evaluate the methodology in real time. Mao said, Senior Wen will want to know the outcome first. Senior Wen is welcome to attend, she said. I would prefer to have as many observers as possible for a prospective case. More witnesses, better evidence. When Russian did not attend, he sent Mao Hailong and the 2 others. The session with Su Wendan lasted 3 hours. Shun ran it the way she ran every session. Intake assessment first, identification of the primary blockage pattern, then guided processing. Su Wendan's blockage was fear of inadequacy in its most classical form. A practitioner who had been told repeatedly that her cultivation potential was above average and had consequently built an identity around the expectation of excellence, which meant every tribulation failure confirmed a catastrophically specific worst-case scenario, that she was, in fact, less than she had been told to believe she was. The 3 disciples watched her work. She narrated nothing. She simply worked, and they took notes. At the end of the session, Su Wendan's qi circulation had shifted. The blockage was not gone. One session rarely eliminated a multi-year pattern, but it had loosened enough for Su to describe, for the first time, a clear articulation of what the fear actually was, which was progress. Mao Hailong wrote in his notes for several minutes. Then he said, she did not advance. No, Shen agreed. One session for a multi-year blockage would be unusual. The follow-up session is in 2 weeks. You're welcome to observe that as well. Mao left with his notes and his colleagues. The shorter disciple paused at the door. What you said to her, he said, meaning Su Wendan. When she described the fear, you said it was the fear of being ordinary. He stopped. Is that a common presentation? Very common, she said. Among practitioners who were told early that they had special potential. He was quiet for a moment. Then he left. She wrote in her notes, *3rd observer. Personal resonance with the presentation. Potential future referral. *the following morning, when Russian filed a formal challenge with the Patriarch's office documenting that his disciples had observed the session and found it inconclusive. Shun filed a counter-document noting that the session was prospective, ongoing, and subject to follow-up assessment in 2 weeks, and that the filing of an inconclusive report before the outcome was known was premature. The Patriarch received both documents and added them to the 60-day review file. Chapter 7. The advancement came while she was writing. She had stayed late. 3 cases in 1 day, which was her current capacity without compromising documentation quality. and the third had been a complex one involving a shame pattern that had calcified over decades. She was on the third page of the case summary when her chi channels shifted without warning. Not a violent shift, more like a tide going out and then coming in differently. The same channels, the same current, but clarified, simplified. Something that had been filtered through her own limited perception of what she was sensing suddenly resolved into a sharper picture. She sat very still. She looked at the case notes in front of her, and for the first time, she could see the session not just as a conversation she remembered, but as a pattern in the chi record the patient had left in the room. The shame response, the specific age at which it had calcified, the cultivation setback that had triggered it, the way the patient's own coping mechanism had reinforced the pattern over 30 years. It was in the chi residue the same way a scar was in tissue, formed, healed, but still carrying the story of the original damage. Foundation reading. The second tier. The cost was immediate and physical. A headache behind her eyes, the specific pressure of a perceptual system adjusting to increased input. The room felt louder somehow, not in sound, but in the ambient chi information that was now reaching her with more detail than before. She pressed her fingertips to her temples and breathed slowly. She wrote in her notebook, Foundation reading advancement. New capability. Chi scar history visible. Formation timeline. Reinforcing factors. Coping mechanism layering. Cost. Perceptual overload while adjusting. Duration unknown. She looked around the workroom. The residue from today's 3 sessions was still ambient, visible now in a way it hadn't been before. She could see the shape of the day's work in the room, the specific quality of what each practitioner had been carrying. Then she heard the knock. Qian Mingzhu was 17. She had been doing sect maintenance work, cleaning, organizing, carrying, since her failed cultivation awakening 2 years prior. She had been present in the hallway outside Shin's workroom with increasing frequency over the past 3 weeks, and she had knocked precisely once before, to offer to fix the calendar inconsistency in the intake notes. That had been 8 days ago. Tonight she knocked again and waited with the specific patience of someone who had spent 2 years being told to wait. Come in, Shin said. She came in and looked at Shun. Then she looked at the room. You advanced, she said. How did you know? Your chi signature changed. It's louder. She paused. That's probably not the right word. It's a reasonable word. Shin gestured at the secondary chair. Sit down. Qian sat. She sat the way she always sat, straight, with the specific neatness of someone who had learned not to take up more space than was offered. She put a small stack of reorganized case files on the desk without comment. I want to observe a session, Qian said. Not as a patient. As an observer. I want to understand the methodology well enough to manage cases that don't require your direct involvement. Shin looked at her. Why? Because you have 8 cases and growing capacity needs, and you are doing the case management yourself, which means you're spending approximately 40% of your session time on organizational tasks that don't require your specific skill. She looked at the files she had set down. I reorganized the existing intake system. If you look at the indexing, it's faster to retrieve follow-up cases now. Shin looked at the files. The indexing was better than her own. When did you do this? The last 3 evenings. Qian's tone was matter-of-fact. I don't sleep well. I find organizational tasks useful for evenings. You've been coming here for 3 weeks, Shin said. Why now? I wanted to understand what you were doing before I offered to help with it, Qian said. In case it turned out to be something I shouldn't be part of. She looked at Shin steadily. It turned out to be something I should be part of. Shin studied her. 17. No cultivation ability. Excellent organizational instinct, and the specific quality of observation that came from someone who had spent 2 years being ignored in rooms where things were decided. Useful. Genuinely useful. You can observe tomorrow's session, she said. First one starts at the 2nd hour. Bring your own notebook. Qian stood. She was already at the door before Shun said. You are aware this is experimental classification. It has institutional risk. I'm currently categorized as maintenance staff, Qian said. The institutional risk to me is minimal. She paused. I'm more concerned about the headache you have behind your eyes. Drink water before the next session. She left. Shin wrote in her notebook. Qian Mingzhu. Observational capacity above average. Take her on. Chapter 8. The first external case arrived on the 31st day. She heard about it from Elder Gu before the patient arrived. A practitioner from the Clearwater clan, named Practitioner Feng Jiuyo, had traveled 3 days to reach the Thornmist sect specifically to request a session with Xin Weiqi. The Clearwater clan had a long-running, low-grade territorial dispute with one of the families allied to the Thornmist sect. The politics of the arrival were not simple. The commission will object, Gu said. He was standing at the workroom door in his elder's robes, with the expression of someone who had already mapped 3 moves ahead and was informing her of the terrain. An external practitioner, from a family with a contentious history with our allies, treated by an experimental operation under provisional classification. They will use this as grounds to file a complaint against the research classification itself. What will happen to practitioner Feng Jiuyo if I refuse the case? He will return to the Clearwater clan without treatment. What is his presenting situation? Gu was quiet for a moment. 6-year blockage. Core integration threshold. His clan's cultivation elder believes it is psychological in origin and has been attempting conventional processing for 4 years. No improvement. 6 years. Core integration threshold. She thought about what 6 years of cultivation blockage felt like, spread across the Qi channel records she had been reading since the Foundation advancement. The specific quality of a practitioner who had been stuck while watching peers advance, absorbing the cumulative shame of the comparison. She said, "Send him in." Feng Jiuyo was 43 and had the specific bearing of someone who had spent 6 years being told his problem was solvable by trying harder. He sat in the intake chair with the controlled stillness of a practitioner who had learned not to visibly express the frustration he was carrying. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. What has each previous practitioner told you is the cause of the blockage? She asked. He listed them. She wrote each down. 7 different explanations over 6 years, from 7 different cultivation practitioners. None of them wrong exactly, but none of them touching the actual pattern she could see in his Qi scar history now that she had Foundation reading. The scar was from a specific event, a cultivation assessment, 8 years prior, in which he had been publicly placed in the lowest tier of his peer cohort. Not because his cultivation was weak, because his assessment response under observation had triggered an anxiety loop that suppressed his actual Qi output, producing results 30% below his private practice baseline. He had known he was performing poorly. He had not been able to stop performing poorly. And the humiliation of knowing the gap between what he could do and what he had shown had been sitting in his Qi network ever since, getting compacted each time he tried to push through the threshold. Performance anxiety. Straightforward presentation. She had seen it 100 times. Before we begin, she said, I want to tell you what I see in your Qi pattern. You can decide whether to continue after that. She told him what she saw. He sat very still through the explanation. When she finished, he said, the assessment was at the Jade Wind Summit. 8 years ago. Yes. How did you know it was an assessment? The Qi scar has the texture of a watched moment. There is a specific quality to performance anxiety versus other presentations. It has an external witness component. She picked up her brush. You've been managing this alone for 8 years. The 6-year blockage is the accumulation of trying to push through the threshold while the anxiety about the threshold is still active. Every attempt confirms the anxiety's premise. He was quiet for a long time. My clan elder told me, he said finally, that if I mentioned the Jade Wind assessment one more time, he would stop funding my cultivation resources. That's an interesting response to a 6-year blockage, she said. He believed I was using it as an excuse. Were you? Another silence. No, he said. I never knew how to explain that I was telling the truth about it, and it wasn't an excuse, and both of those things could be true at the same time. They can be, she said. Let's try something. The session ran 5 hours. By the end, Feng Jiuyo's Qi circulation had loosened measurably, not to the point of threshold crossing, which would require a follow-up session and probably 2 weeks of integration practice, but to the point where the blockage had lost its structural integrity. It was a starting point, a real one. He left with a follow-up appointment scheduled and the specific expression of someone who had been carrying a weight for 6 years and had, for the first time, had it described accurately. Qian Mingzhu, who had observed the session from the secondary chair with her notebook, had written 11 pages of notes and was reviewing them when Xin set down her own brush. The external politics, Qian said, without looking up. Elder Gu was right. The commission will file. Yes. What are you going to do about it? Nothing proactive. Document the case outcome. If the commission files, Elder Gu manages the filing. That's why we needed an institutional cover. She picked up the case file. What were you noting? The moment when he stopped using formal address and started using his clan elder's name without the title, Qian said. That was the moment the processing started. The formal address was a protective layer. When the layer came down, yes, Xin said. That's a useful observation. She added a note to the case file, asterisk observer, Qian Mingzhu. Pattern, formal address drop as progress marker. Track in subsequent cases. Asterisk the knock at the door that evening was Elder Gu. The commission has filed, he said. I know, she said. What did they file? A formal inquiry into whether the experimental classification permits treatment of practitioners from politically sensitive family affiliations. He sat down in the elder's chair with the calm of someone who had been navigating institutional politics for 50 years. Patriarch Roan will add it to the review file. Does it threaten the 60-day period? No. It complicates it. He looked at her. You knew this would happen. I knew it was a possibility when I accepted the case. She looked at the case file. 6-year blockage. Core integration threshold. No other option working. He traveled 3 days. She set the file down. The politics don't change those facts. Gu studied her for a moment. No, he said. They don't. He stood. I will manage the commission filing. Chapter 9. The 60-day review arrived on a gray morning in the 4th month, with rain on the workroom window and 15 completed case files organized by Qian Mingzhu into a formal documentation package that was cleaner than anything Shun had produced on her own. She reviewed it the night before. 14 of 15 cases showed measurable advancement or significant blockage reduction. One was ongoing. Feng Jiuyo, scheduled for his 2nd session the following week. She had notes from 3 independent observers, Elder Gu for 2 cases, Mao Hailong for 1, and Qian Mingzhu for 8. She had adverse outcome documentation for 1 case. A practitioner whose processing had produced a temporary qi instability that resolved without treatment in 3 days, but had been frightening. She had included the adverse outcome documentation because the documentation was supposed to be complete. Qian Mingzhu, reviewing the package the same evening, had said, the adverse outcome documentation might give one Russian a point to argue. He'd have a better point if I left it out, and he found it later, Shin said. Either the record is honest, or it isn't. Qian had added a summary page to the adverse outcome section explaining the resolution and the protocol adjustment she had made afterward. The review chamber held the patriarch, 3 elders including Gu Tianxin, and one Russian with 2 of his senior disciples. Mao Hailong was one of them. The same Mao who had observed the prospective session and had taken extensive notes. Shun presented first. 15 cases. 14 outcomes. 1 adverse event, documented in full, resolved without permanent harm, protocol adjusted. 14 advancement confirmations from practitioners willing to be assessed publicly. When presented second, his argument had refined in 60 days. She was not wrong that her method produced advancement, he said, but advancement was a short-term metric. The real question was whether practitioners who cleared their heart demons through conversation, without the crucible of fighting through them, would be capable of handling the next crisis. He proposed a 3-month follow-up assessment for all 14 advanced practitioners, a formal evaluation of their subsequent cultivation stability. She said, I agree. I proposed something similar to you in our first meeting. He looked at her. I'd also propose, she said, that the 3-month assessment include a comparison cohort, practitioners who advanced through your methodology, followed for the same period. If your hypothesis is correct, the data will show it. When looked at the patriarch, that would require my cooperation in providing records. Yes, she said. I'm asking whether you'd be willing to provide them. The room was very quiet. When looked at her for a long moment with the expression of a man who had come prepared to argue and had been asked to collaborate instead. I will consider it, he said. Patriarch Rong Haixian looked at the documentation package Qian Mingzhu had prepared. He read the adverse outcome section. He read the resolution notes. He set it down. Experimental classification extended, he said. Annual review instead of 60-day. Shen Weiqi's operation is formally designated as a sect research project into cultivation psychology methodology. He looked at one. Senior Wen's concern about longitudinal outcomes is noted and will be addressed through follow-up assessment of all cases. He looked at Shun. Any adverse outcomes are to be reported within 24 hours. Any cases involving politically sensitive affiliations are to be disclosed to Elder Gu before the session, not after. Understood, she said. The Commission's filing regarding the Clearwater case is dismissed. Research projects operate under different affiliation protocols than certified practitioners. He closed the file. We are done. Outside the review chamber, when Russian walked past her without speaking, Mao Hailong, behind him, paused. The adverse outcome documentation, Mao said. You included it. Yes. He looked at her with the specific expression of someone recalibrating. Elder One would have used that. I know, she said. That's why I documented it accurately and explained what I changed afterward. If the record is honest, the adverse event is a data point that led to a protocol improvement. If I had hidden it, it would be a vulnerability. She looked at him. How did the prospective session's follow-up go? Su Wendan. He looked mildly startled. He had expected her to move on. She advanced, he said. Last week, the second session cleared the remaining blockage. He paused. I included it in my report to Senior One. And he read it, Mao said. He did not comment. He walked after his master. She went back to the workroom. Qian Mingzhu had already started the next intake form. Annual review, Qian said. Annual review, Shin confirmed. I'll set up a calendar. She was already doing it, which was the specific quality Shin had observed in her from the first organized file. She did not wait for instruction on the next obvious step. She moved to it. Shin picked up her notebook. Outside, the rain had stopped. The afternoon cases would start in 2 hours. She had work to do. Chapter 10. The request came from 3 directions at once, which was usually a sign that something had traveled faster than it was supposed to. Elder Gu brought it first, on the 3rd day after the extended classification was confirmed, a formal inquiry from a merchant family in the regional capital, asking whether Xianxia would see a private case. The patriarch of the family had been stuck at foundation reading tier for 6 years. They had tried 3 certified cultivation consultants. The inquiry was phrased carefully, with appropriate formality, and enclosed a resource allocation that was more than she currently spent on the practice in a month. Qian Mingzhu brought it second, from a different angle. She had found, in her management of the intake queue, that 2 practitioners on the list had listed the same regional capital as their home address. Both had arrived after the Clearwater case had circulated, apparently through cultivation community channels she had not been tracking. Word was traveling. The 3rd arrived in writing, directly addressed to her, a letter from a practitioner she did not know, introducing himself as a colleague of Feng Jiuyo from the Clearwater clan, describing a 7-year blockage and asking with very little formality whether she would be willing to consider a case that came with significant political complications. She spread all 3 on the desk and looked at them. You're not going to take all 3, Qian said. She was not asking. She was observing. I'm going to assess all 3, Shin said. Triage by urgency, not by resources or politics. The merchant patriarch's family included a resource offer, Qian said. I saw it. The resource offer is relevant because you currently fund the practice from the sect's experimental allocation, which has limits, and a larger resource base would allow. I know. She looked at the 3 letters in front of her. The urgency ranking. The Clearwater colleague has a 7-year blockage, which is the longest duration. The merchant patriarch has 6 years. The 2 Q practitioners are unassessed, but likely shorter duration given they have not listed urgent presentations. She picked up her brush. Schedule a preliminary assessment for the Clearwater contact first. Then the merchant patriarch. The Q practitioners go into the standard triage order. The Clearwater contact has political complications, Qian said. Yes. Elder Gu will need to know before the session. Yes. I'll tell him, Qian said, which was the first time she had taken an action on behalf of the practice without being asked to. Shin looked up. Qian was writing notes. She did not seem to notice that she had just made an independent decision. Qian, Shin said. Yes. Well done. A pause. Qian wrote another line in her notebook. I'll update the intake calendar. The merchant patriarch's case was the most politically complex she had managed. His name was Elder Hua Rensheng, 61 years old. Foundation reading tier, where he had been sitting for 6 years. The family's cultivation interests were intertwined with regional supply chains, sect alliances, and 3 ongoing business partnerships with families who had, in Qian's background research, varying degrees of friction with the Thornmist sect. She met him in the workroom. He arrived with an attendant who stood in the hall, and he sat in the intake chair with the specific quality of a man who had been in business negotiations for 40 years and was treating this as one. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. What is the most important outcome of today's meeting for you? She asked. He looked mildly surprised. I expected you to start with my cultivation history. I will get to the cultivation history, she said. I asked what you want from today's meeting. He considered. To know whether you can actually do what people are saying you can do, he said. And if you can, to understand the cost. Honest answer, she said. Write this down as the intake. She looked at Qian, who had her notebook open. The cost is, sessions take between 2 and 6 hours, depending on the blockage's complexity. Multiple sessions may be required. There are no guarantees. I have 1 documented adverse outcome in 15 cases, which is in the record if you want to read it. She looked at Hua directly. I do not take fees contingent on outcome. The resource allocation you offered covers ongoing practice costs. It is separate from the question of whether I take the case. He looked at her for a moment. My cultivation elder told me, he said, that you ask questions other practitioners don't. I've heard that before, she said. What type of questions does he mean? That you ask what people are afraid of. He looked at his hands. Not in the sense of, not as a weakness. As if knowing is relevant to the problem. It is relevant to the problem, she said. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I'm afraid that if I don't advance in this tier, the clan's cultivation status will affect my grandson's inheritance negotiations. There are 3 families watching. He said it with the directness of a businessman stating relevant market conditions. I am afraid that my inability to advance is now not just personal. It has become leverage. She wrote it down. When did the blockage form? 6 years ago, he said. After he stopped. After what? He looked at her. The assessment he had come in to conduct, the business meeting quality of it, was still in the room, but something in it had shifted. After I made a decision, he said, that I have not been certain was correct. She set down her brush. Tell me about the decision. He told her. It took 2 hours. By the end, the room felt different. The specific quality of a space where something true had been said for the first time in 6 years. She did not clear the blockage that day. She gathered the information, because the blockage was more complex than it had appeared in the first assessment, and Juan needed to sit with the articulation before the next session could build on it. He left with a follow-up appointment and the expression of a man who had said something he had not been planning to say. She wrote in the case file, *case 16. Hua Rensheng, 61, foundation reading, 6-year blockage. Primary pattern, decision guilt, compounded by social stakes that have made the blockage visible rather than private. Second session in 2 weeks. Qian put the file in the case archive and said, he told someone what the decision was. He did, Shin said. That's the first time he said it out loud. Yes. How do you know? The specific quality of something said for the first time, Shin said. It has a texture, different from something repeated. She closed her notebook. That's just listening. Outside the workroom window, the afternoon cultivation exercises were finishing. Tomorrow she had 3 sessions scheduled and a follow-up assessment for Fengjiu. The practice was growing past what she had planned, in directions she had not anticipated, and the evidence was accumulating in the case files that Qian Mingzhu kept with a precision that was already better than her own. The 60-day review was behind her. The annual one was ahead. She had work to do. If this story is pulling you in, subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. Leave a like and let us know in the comments. Which case would you want Shin to take? The next session begins now. Chapter 11. Bao Yichin was not easy to find. He occupied the sect library's secondary archive, not the main collection with its organized shelves and visiting practitioners, but the room behind it, which held the materials the main collection had been unable to classify. The door was unmarked. The room smelled of paper and something older than paper, the specific dry dust quality of materials that had been sitting undisturbed for decades. She found him on the 17th day of the extended classification period. Following a reference in one of her case documentation sources that had cited an archive, he was listed as managing. He was 64, small, with the specific distracted quality of someone whose attention was always partly somewhere else. He had been in the secondary archive for 31 years. The sect leadership had stopped asking him to attend formal events approximately 29 years ago. He looked at her when she came in, then at the case notebook she was carrying. You're the one treating the heart demons, he said. Yes. Elder Gu told me. He turned back to the shelves. He said you ask unusual questions. I asked diagnostic questions, she said. Baolausher, I'm looking for historical references to heart demon processing methods. Anything pre-conventional era, anything that doesn't fit the current methodology framework. He was quiet for a moment. He pulled a document from the shelf without appearing to look for it. The specific movement of someone who had organized by a system no one else understood. Most of what we have is either standard methodology or fragments. The fragments have been misdated, mislabeled, or labeled legendary accounts and shelved. He looked at the document he had pulled. I've been annotating them for 30 years. No one is asked to see the annotations. She felt the specific sharpening of professional attention, the same feeling she had in sessions when a patient said something that reframed the entire presentation. May I see them? He handed her the document. It was a sect library manual from approximately 300 years prior, with 3 separate sets of marginal annotations in different inks, the original, then 2 subsequent readers. The most recent annotations were from Bao himself, dated and careful. The manual described a practitioner titled the Heart Mirror Sovereign, who was recorded as having entered the battlefield during the Thornfall Continental War and cleared the heart demons of several hundred cultivators simultaneously. The account described the sovereign as moving through the field not in combat, but in quiet conversation, stopping at each affected practitioner, spending between 10 minutes and 2 hours with each, after which the practitioner was described as returning to functional cultivation. The first annotator had written, clearly legendary, no single practitioner could maintain this capacity over multiple days. The second annotator had written, secondary sourcing only. No direct witness accounts. Disregard, Bao's annotation, in his precise, careful hand. 7 independent chronicles reference this event. 2 name the location. 3 confirm the timeline. This is not a legend. It is a poorly sourced fact. The practitioner existed. What they did has not been explained. Asterisk. She looked up. How long have you known about this? I identified the cross-source corroboration 20 years ago, he said. I filed a research inquiry with the sect leadership. It was returned as outside the scope of current methodology development. He looked at the shelf. I filed it under pending. She photographed the annotations in her memory the way she photographed everything important. She copied the key details into her notebook word for word. I'd like to come back, she said. The archive is always open, he said. People just don't come. He turned back to the shelf. The sovereign's name, incidentally, is in the Thornfall records, if you know where to look. I can pull them when you return. She wrote. Asterisk seed 2. Heart mirror sovereign. 7 source corroboration. Method matches current approach. Historical precedent exists. Not legend. Follow up. Asterisk she underlined the last 2 words. She filed it and returned to the practice. Tomorrow when Russian's essay would be published in the sect's formal methodology bulletin, and she needed to plan her response. Wen's essay was 4 pages, careful and specific. She read it twice before reacting. His argument, psychological clearing, the removal of heart demons through external conversation rather than internal struggle, produced practitioners who had not developed the resistance to internal adversity that cultivation required. He used an analogy. A cultivator who passed their tribulation with an expert's assistance was like a seedling grown in controlled conditions. Transplanted into real cultivation conditions, it would fail at the first genuine challenge. It was the best version of the argument she had encountered. She set it down and thought about what it would take to disprove it. The data she needed was longitudinal. She had 15 completed cases. Now, with the extended period, 17, but the most recent were less than 3 months old. She could not disprove the argument today. What she could do was make it visible. She wrote a formal response and published it through the sect's same bulletin. She did not argue against one's claim. She noted that the claim was testable, described what evidence would be required to test it, and then requested access to his 3-year outcome records for comparison purposes. She closed with, Senior Wen's essay argues that my clients will be weaker in subsequent challenges than practitioners who cleared their heart demons through conventional methods. I invite him to test any of the 17 practitioners I have treated in a formal assessment. If his hypothesis is correct, the data will show it. She gave copies to Qian Mingzhu for the archive. Wen declined the record exchange in writing. He said the records were practitioner confidential. She published her own 17 case outcomes the same day. Qian Mingzhu, reading the exchange from beginning to end, said, he refused the comparison you offered. Yes. That's also data. Yes, Shen said. People read it. Chapter 12 Practitioner Su Wendan agreed to be tested publicly on the 14th day after the essay. She was 37, core integration tier. She had failed her tribulation twice under Wen Russian's direct teaching before coming to Shun's practice 9 weeks prior. Her clearing session had taken 4 hours. She had advanced to the core integration threshold within 2 weeks and crossed it 3 weeks after that. The formal assessment was run by 2 neutral sect elders, not Gu, who recused himself as a potential partisan, and not Wen's disciples, who were obviously interested parties. 2 mid-tier elders from the sect's Internal Affairs Committee, who evaluated cultivation tier and stability using standard measurement protocols. Shen did not attend. Su Wendan did not ask her to. The results arrived in writing the next morning. Su Wendan's cultivation tier was confirmed at core integration, with stability metrics above the median for that tier. No deficiencies. No anomalies. The assessment found no evidence of the structural weakness Wen's essay had predicted. Shen wrote this in the case file and in the practice's formal outcome record. Wen Russian did not comment publicly. He did not need to. The assessment had not disproved his argument, which concerned long-term outcomes, not immediate advancement. He was correct that a single assessment at week 9 told a limited story. She understood this. She was also building the longitudinal record he didn't want to give her. The shorter disciple came on the 19th day. She recognized him from the session observation, one of the 3 who had arrived to challenge her outcomes. The one who had paused at the door afterward and asked about the fear of being ordinary. He had not been back since. He arrived in the late afternoon, after the formal session hours, when she was reviewing case notes. He knocked quietly, not the firm, professional knock of an official inquiry. More tentative. Come in, she said. He came in. He stood just inside the door and said, I am not here as a representative of Elder Wen's review. I know, she said. Sit down. He sat. He looked at his hands. He was 25, she estimated, younger than she had realized during the observation. His chi signature had the specific organized quality of Wen's training, but with something compressed underneath it that was not part of the training. Not added by it. something that had been there before and had been compressed around. I want to ask about a case assessment, he said. Not on behalf of Elder One. For myself. What is your name? Disciple Mao Qinghe. Not the same Mao Hailong who had led the formal challenge. The shorter one. Tell me what the presenting situation is, she said. He told her. It took some time. He had been trained under Wen Russian for 4 years, after a strong early cultivation assessment had placed him in Wen's primary cohort. The training was demanding. Wen's methodology required practitioners to identify every fear, doubt, and inadequacy and to push through them by force of will, treating the internal obstacles as opponents to be defeated. Mao Qinghe had done this successfully in every formal assessment. His technique metrics were good. His private cultivation practice had been stuck for 8 months. The sticking point, she said. What do you feel when you approach the tribulation in your private practice? He was quiet for a long time. That if I fail, he said, it will confirm that I was never as good as the assessment said. That I was placed in Senior Wen's primary cohort based on a result that was an accident. He looked at the desk. Senior Wen teaches that this kind of doubt is the heart demon. That the correct response is to refuse it, push through it, and demonstrate through action that the doubt is wrong. And when you try that, the doubt gets louder, he said. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. That's interesting, she said. What does the doubt say specifically? When it gets loud. He told her what it said. She listened. The session took 3 hours. When she finished, she wrote in the case file, *case 18. Mao Qinghe, 25, Thorn Mist sect disciple. Primary pattern, performance anxiety compounded by iatrogenic shame amplification. The conventional fighting the demon approach has been reinforcing the shame spiral rather than clearing it. Mechanism, every attempt to overcome the doubt through willpower generates a new data point for, tried hard and still struggled, which the doubt incorporates as evidence. Treatment, interrupt the evidence-building loop, address the underlying assessment anxiety directly. She wrote iatrogenic and did not add a notation explaining it, because the case file was confidential and the notation was accurate. Below that she wrote, do not name the teaching method as a cause in session. Address the presentation, not the source. She had not. She had treated the pattern without framing it as a consequence of Wen's approach. Mao Qinghe left with a follow-up session booked. At the door, if Senior Wen asks whether I came here, what you tell him is your decision, she said. Case records are confidential to you and me. He nodded and left. She told Qian, if Elder Wen requests information about this case, the response is that case records are confidential under sect research classification. Is that going to cause problems? Qian asked. Probably, Shin said. That's fine. The confidentiality is more important than the problems. Chapter 13 Mao Qinghe's advancement happened in the second session, 3 weeks later. She had expected it might take 4. His pattern was not the most complex she had treated, but the iatrogenic component, the way Wen's methodology had been compounding rather than clearing the shame, meant the first session had been partially undoing damage before building the actual treatment. The second session worked with the foundation the first had established. When it cleared, Mao Qinghe sat in the session chair with the expression she had come to recognize, the specific stillness of someone whose qi architecture had just reorganized. Not dramatic. More like a room whose furniture had been moved to where it was always supposed to be. He said, I need to think about what I just said. Take time, she said. I haven't thought about the original assessment that way before. He looked at his hands. I've been treating it as something to prove or disprove. I hadn't considered that proving or disproving it was the wrong frame. The assessment was a measurement of your qi output on a specific day under specific conditions, she said. It is not a verdict on what you are capable of. She picked up her brush. Both things can be true. The measurement was high, and the measurement was partial. Neither makes it a lie. He advanced within the week. She documented it. The complication arrived 3 days after his advancement, in the form of Elder Wen Russian at her workroom door. He did not knock. He opened the door, the specific prerogative of seniority in a sect context, and stood in the doorway with the expression of a man who had been managing a disciplined reaction to something for 3 days and had arrived at the point where management had reached its limit. One of my disciples, he said, has advanced. Several of your disciples have advanced recently, she said. Cultivation practice tends to produce advancement. This specific disciple's advancement is notable. He came in. He did not sit. His cultivation metrics have been static for 8 months. He visited your practice without my knowledge. He advanced within a week of the visit. He looked at her. I want to know what you discussed. Case records are confidential, she said. He is my disciple. He is your disciple and my patient, she said. The two relationships have different confidentiality standards. The patient relationship takes precedence in case content. He was very still. She could see him deciding whether to escalate. I would like to know, he said, whether what you discussed touched on my teaching methodology. She tilted her head. She went quiet for exactly 3 seconds. What are you afraid that we discussed? She said. He looked at her with the expression of someone who had been expecting a deflection and had received instead a specific question that he had not prepared for. He did not answer. He left. She wrote in her notebook, asterisk when Russian at door. Did not receive case records. Will file with Patriarch. Note, his reaction confirms the iatrogenic component. He knows his methodology compresses certain presentations. He wants to know whether I named it. I did not name it. The case record is accurate and confidential. Asterisk. She added, asterisk his question about what we discussed was a diagnostic presentation. He is afraid I said something that will be used against his practice. That fear is not irrational. It is based on an accurate read of the situation. Asterisk, she underlined the last sentence. Do not underestimate him. Chapter 14. When Russian filed his appeal for the case record the same afternoon. The filing went to Patriarch Rong Haixin through the sect's administrative protocol, properly documented. He was within his rights to file. The case involved one of his direct disciples, and the argument for sect leadership oversight of disciple welfare was not unreasonable. The Patriarch reviewed it that evening and returned a ruling the next morning. She heard about the ruling from Elder Gu, who came to the workroom with the expression of someone delivering unexpectedly good news. Case records under the sect research classification are confidential to the patient and the treating practitioner, Gu said. Senior Wen's appeal is denied. On what basis? She asked. The Patriarch ruled that the sect research classification carries the same confidentiality protections as the sect's medical records protocols. He looked faintly satisfied. I may have suggested the parallel during his deliberations. She looked at him. You advocated. I provided relevant precedent, he said, which I happen to know well, having been on the medical records committee for 11 years. He sat down. One will accept the ruling. He disagrees with it, but he works within institutional frameworks. I know, she said. That's why I work within institutional frameworks too. The ruling had a secondary effect she had not anticipated. 3 more of Wen Russian's disciples came to the practice within the following 2 weeks. None of them said they were coming because of Mao Qinghe's advancement. None of them referenced Wen's teaching directly. All 3 had the specific presentation she had come to recognize in practitioners trained under willpower suppression approaches. A surface competence that was genuinely earned, and underneath it a compressed pattern that the surface competence had been built to avoid acknowledging. She documented each case carefully. She did not name Wen's methodology as a causal factor in any of them, because the cases were about the patients in front of her, not about proving a methodological point. But she noted, in her private research record, a separate document from the patient case files, asterisk pattern observation. Practitioners trained under willpower suppression methodologies show elevated rates of iatrogenic shame amplification when the original blockage is fear of inadequacy type. The mechanism is consistent. The instruction to overcome fear through force of will generates additional evidence for the shame spiral when the attempt does not immediately succeed. This is a predictable outcome of applying a willpower framework to a shame presentation. This observation should not be published until the longitudinal data is adequate. Asterisk, she underlined the last sentence. Then she put the document away and went to the next session. Qian Mingzhu found the problem on the 23rd day. She knocked and came in and set the intake calendar on the desk. You have 26 cases in the active file, she said. I know, Shin said. Your session capacity is 3 cases per day at standard duration. Qian pointed to the calendar. You are currently scheduled for 4 per day for the next 3 weeks and 5 per day in the 4th week. Shin looked at the calendar. She had been adding cases as they arrived without updating the practical capacity calculation. I have been taking cases as they came in, she said. I know. Qian's voice was neutral, but the specific quality of the neutrality indicated this was not the first time she had considered saying this. The 4th week schedule is not feasible at documentation quality. I reviewed your session notes from the past 2 days. The notes are shorter than your established baseline. You are compressing documentation to fit the schedule. Shin looked at the session notes Qian had set beside the calendar. She was right. The last 2 days' notes were thinner, the specific thinness of notes written while already thinking about the next session. What do you recommend? Shin said. Qian had clearly been waiting for this question. Triage the active case list by urgency and tier. Move the non-urgent cases to the extended wait list. Cap active cases at 20. Accept no new cases until the active list falls below 15. She looked at the calendar. This will require contacting 6 current patients to extend their timelines. They'll have questions. I'll manage the contact, Qian said. I can explain the waitlist protocol. You'll need to sign the notification form. She paused. I've already drafted it. Shen looked at her. 17 years old. She had drafted the notification form before being asked. Qian, she said, are you practicing case management, or are you telling me what to do? A pause. Both, Qian said. Is that a problem? Shen looked at the calendar. She looked at the thin session notes. No, she said. It's useful. She picked up her brush. Show me the draft. She signed it. Qian sent the notifications. 6 patients were moved to the extended waitlist with an explanation and an estimated timeline. One of the 6 sent back a message offering triple resources to maintain priority status. Shen returned the resources with a note. Asterisk priority is determined by clinical urgency, not resource allocation. Your estimated timeline is accurate. Asterisk she added the exchange to the case file as a policy precedent. Chapter 15 The 3 requests from the regional capital arrived on the same day, which was unusual enough that she sat with them for an hour before deciding how to respond. The first was a formal inquiry from the Jasper Wind sect, the regional's dominant cultivation institution, asking whether she would accept a referral from one of their senior practitioners. The referral was described as an acute tribulation disruption case, with a note that the practitioner had attempted conventional clearing twice, without success. The second was from a cultivation merchant family unrelated to Elder Hua. Different business, different sect affiliation, similar profile. Senior family member stuck at a cultivation threshold, conventional methods unsuccessful, recently heard of her work from an unspecified source. The third was from a young practitioner who identified themselves as writing without family support or resource backing, with a 6-year blockage and no capacity to offer resources in exchange, asking whether she would consider a scholarship case. She read all 3. She looked at her intake calendar, which Qian had already reorganized to cap at 20 active cases. She was at 19. 1 space. Qian said from the secondary desk. She had read the letters while Shun was reading them. I know. The Jasper Wind referral comes with the most institutional benefit. A relationship with the Jasper Wind sect would, I'm aware of the institutional calculus, Shin said. The scholarship case has the longest blockage duration and no alternative options, Qian said. She said it as a factual observation, not an argument. Shin looked at the third letter. 6 years. No resources. Had written without any expectation of leverage. She said, schedule the scholarship case. Qian made a note. I'll send a referral acknowledgement to the Jasper Wind sect explaining current capacity and offering a waitlist position. Tell them the estimated wait and offer to provide documentation of current outcomes for their consideration. Qian wrote this down. Then she said, the merchant family? Waitlist. Same timeline as everyone else. They'll be unhappy. They can be unhappy on the waitlist, Shin said. The system matters more than any case. She had said this before. Qian wrote it down anyway. The scholarship case was a young woman named Lu Fangyin, 22, at Foundation reading tier. She arrived on a rest day, the only appointment slot available, wearing sex-standard robes that had been repaired several times and carrying a travel bag that looked lighter than it should be for a 3-day journey. She sat in the intake chair and looked at her hands. You wrote, Shin said, that you have no resources to offer. I don't, Lu said. I can offer to help with maintenance work or archival work, or, that isn't necessary, Shin said. Tell me about the blockage. Lu looked up. She had the expression of someone who had been braced for conditions that hadn't arrived. 6 years, she said. I was at a border settlement cultivation post. There was an incident, a cultivation-level conflict that I was not prepared for. 3 practitioners I was posted with. I don't know how much detail you need. As much or as little as you choose to share, Shin said. What matters is that you have a starting point. Lu chose to share all of it. The words came out in a specific pattern she recognized. Not fluently, not as a prepared narrative, but haltingly, and then faster, and then halting again. The rhythm of someone who had held something for a very long time and had never been invited to put it down. She did not interrupt. She listened. 2 hours later, Lu Fangyin's chi pattern had shifted measurably. Not resolved. A 6-year grief and survivor shame complex would take more than 1 session. But the quality of the shift told her the work had reached something real. At the end, Lu said, That's not the whole session, is it? No, Shin said. We've done the intake. The sessions begin next week. Lu looked at her for a moment. Why did you take my case? She tilted her head. 6-year blockage. No other options. She picked up her brush. That seems sufficient. Lu left. Qian came in with the administrative forms for Lu's case file and the day session notes to review. She put them on the desk. Then she said, You could have taken the Jasper Wind case. I know, Shin said. The institutional benefit will come when it comes. She opened the Lu Fangyan case file and began writing the intake summary. The Jasper Wind sect has resources. Lu Fangyan has a 6-year blockage and 3 days of travel to get here. She did not look up. The system is supposed to address the need, not the leverage. Qian was quiet for a moment. Then she added a note of her own to the calendar. Asterisk Lu Fangyan, scholarship case. No resource exchange. Priority. Clinical urgency. Asterisk she put the calendar away and went back to the intake queue. Outside, in the late afternoon, the practice held 20 active cases, 1 annotated archive reference filed under pending, and a note in Shun Weiqi's personal research record that she would not look at again for several months, when the pieces of it would begin to matter more than they did today. The work continued. Chapter 16. The regional capital was 3 days from the Thornmist sect by standard cultivation travel, which meant that word of the practice had traveled at least that far before the formal inquiries arrived. She had understood, abstractly, that Elder Hua Rinqing's family had regional connections and that the Clearwater case had circulated through practitioner networks. She had not calculated how quickly it would move at the scale of a capital city's cultivation community, where several hundred practitioners of various tiers had relationships with each other and shared information through pathways that the sect's formal channels didn't track. The 3 cases Qian surfaced from the regional capital queue were different from the sect's internal cases in one specific way. They all came with context. Practitioners in the capital knew who else had been treated. They had evaluated those outcomes before reaching out. They were, in a sense, pre-assessed. They had run a comparative analysis before writing. She set aside 2 for the extended waitlist and accepted the 3rd immediately. The case she accepted was a merchant elder named Kong Yingda, 64. He had, the inquiry noted, consulted with the most expensive certified cultivation therapist in the regional capital and 4 additional practitioners over an 8-year period. Every consultation had produced the same conclusion. The blockage was psychological in origin and would require internal willpower work to resolve. Every subsequent willpower exercise had made it worse. The detail that made her accept the case without assessment was not the 8 years or the failed consultations. It was a single line at the bottom of the inquiry. Asterisk my practitioner told me the demon I am fighting is my anger. I believe they are correct about the anger. I am not certain they are correct that I should fight it. Asterisk she wrote back. Asterisk come when you are able. The anger may not be what needs addressing first. Asterisk Kong Yingda arrived 2 weeks later, having traveled 3 days from the capital with an attendant who stayed in the sect's guest quarters. He was a large man, physically, built in the way of someone who had spent decades in business negotiation and had used his physical presence as an instrument of professional confidence. He sat in the intake chair with the specific quality of a man who knew how to take up exactly the right amount of space. He looked around the workroom, the simple desk, the case notebooks, the secondary chair where Qian Mingzhu was present with her documentation materials. You're younger than I expected, he said. I've heard that before, she said. Tell me about the anger. He told her. The anger was real, fully, completely, unambiguously real. He had been cheated in a business arrangement 20 years prior by a partner who had subsequently achieved significant regional political standing. The arrangement had cost him a substantial portion of his cultivation resources at a critical tier. He had rebuilt. He had succeeded. He was, by any external measure, not significantly damaged by what had happened. The anger had not cared about the external measure. What was under the anger, which took 2 hours of careful intake conversation to reach, was not, as the previous practitioners had suggested, something he needed to overcome. It was an unresolved question, whether the rebuilding had been worth it, or whether he had rebuilt in a direction that had moved away from something he actually valued. The betrayal hadn't just cost resources. It had changed the choices he'd made afterward, and some of those choices he had been sitting with for 20 years as unexamined decisions. The 8-year blockage, she said at the end of the session. It didn't start as anger. He looked at her. No, he said. It started as a question I didn't know how to ask. She wrote in the case file. Asterisk primary pattern. Complicated grief about a path not taken. Expressed as anger because anger was the form the blockage found easiest to hold. Previous practitioners treated the anger. The anger is not the presenting problem. It is the symptom. Treatment. Address the unexamined decision underneath. Asterisk. She did not clear the blockage that day. The intake had surfaced the actual question for the first time in 20 years. He needed to sit with it before the next session could build on it. He left with a follow-up appointment and the expression she recognized from Elder Hua, someone who had finally said something they had not said out loud before. The complication arrived 3 days later. A formal inquiry came from the office of Regional Magistrate Bao Xinghao, the political figure whose name had appeared, obliquely but unmistakably, in Kong Ingda's intake session. The inquiry asked, through formal regional government channels, whether Xin Weiqi's practice maintained records of what was discussed in sessions, and whether regional government officials had standing to request access to those records under public safety provisions. She read it twice. She passed it to Elder Gu. The question, Gu said, reading it, is whether regional government authority supersedes sect research classification confidentiality. And does it? No, he said. But the filing of the inquiry is itself significant. Magistrate Bao now knows that Kong Ingda came here. He does not need to read the records to know what that implies. She looked at the inquiry. Then the only question is how to respond to the filing. Formally, Gu said, and without content. She drafted a response that acknowledged the inquiry, cited the sect research classification and its confidentiality provisions, and noted that no regional government authority extended to sect research records under current cultivation law. She gave it to Gu to review. He made no changes. He sent it. The cleared heart, she noted in her research record, acted differently in the world than the blocked one. Kong Ingda had not yet cleared his demon, but he had articulated something for the first time, and that articulation had been enough for someone to notice. Chapter 17, the second regional capital case, had a different kind of complication. Practitioner Wei Jianling was 53, at soul resonance tier, and had been blocked at the realm walking threshold for 4 years. His presenting situation was straightforward by the standards she had accumulated. A cultivation setback 3 years prior that had generated a shame pattern his conventional training had been compressing rather than resolving. What was not straightforward was who had referred him. He mentioned it at the end of the intake session, almost as an afterthought. The practitioner who referred me was Elder Gu Tianxin. She noted this without reaction. Elder Gu didn't tell me he'd made the referral. He said he prefers not to use his position to prioritize cases. Wei looked at her. He said if I waited on the formal wait list it would take 2 months, but that he believed my case was appropriate for an early slot and that I should tell you he'd referred me, and let you decide whether that changed the priority. She put down her brush. This was the specific quality of Elder Gu Tianxin. He had not bypassed the system. He had been transparent. He had disclosed the relationship and left the decision to her. It doesn't change the priority, she said. You were already in the appropriate tier for the next available slot. The referral note goes in the file. He said you'd say that, Wei said. What did he say he'd do if I said something else? Wei considered. He didn't say. I think he assumed you wouldn't. Wei Jianling's case cleared in 3 sessions over 6 weeks. Standard shame blockage presentation with a specific suppression component from his conventional training, the familiar pattern. He advanced to realm walking tier within a month of the 3rd session. Lu Fangyan's case was proceeding more slowly, which she had expected. The survivor shame complex had more layers than a simple performance anxiety, and each layer needed full processing before the next was accessible. She did not hurry it. She had a note in Lu's file, *no imposed timeline. Let the processing find its own sequence. She was reviewing Lu's most recent session notes when Qian came in with a letter. External mail, Qian said. She set it on the desk. No sect affiliation listed. Regional capital postmark. The letter was written in a precise, formal hand on standard cultivation society paper. It introduced the writer as Luo Hanbai, soul resonance tier, affiliated with no sect currently, a description unusual enough to notice. He wrote that he had been following the reports of her practice through practitioner networks and had identified what he believed were significant methodological flaws in the claimed outcomes. He wrote, I believe you are producing results through suggestion and compliance, a known phenomenon in conventional psychological practice in which patients improve because they expect improvement, not because the underlying cause has been addressed. This is verifiable through longitudinal follow-up. I have reviewed the follow-up data you have published, and I find it insufficient to rule out this explanation. I wish to investigate this hypothesis directly. I request permission to review your documentation and observe your methodology. She read it twice. She looked at the specific quality of the argument, well-constructed, internally consistent, based on a legitimate alternative hypothesis, and requesting access rather than making an accusation. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. She wrote back, your hypothesis is testable. Come, and I will provide full documentation access. If you find evidence supporting your hypothesis, I expect you to publish it. He arrived 11 days later. Luo Hanbai was 31. He had the chi signature of a genuine combat cultivator at soul resonance tier, organized, precise, not suppressed, but highly managed. He moved into the room with the economy of someone who had spent significant time in cultivation practice and had stopped wasting motion. He looked at the workroom. He looked at Qian Mingzhu. He looked at Shun. You're younger than I expected, he said. I've heard that before, she said. Sit down. He sat. He put a documentation notebook on the desk. I would like to begin with the outcome data, he said. Before any session observation, before any methodology explanation. Pure outcomes. Reasonable, she said. She gave him the complete outcome archive, all 23 completed cases with intake documentation, session notes, follow-up assessments, and the one adverse outcome with its full record. She included when Russians published essay and her formal response. He read for 3 hours. He made notes. When he finished, he looked at her. 3 of the follow-up assessments have sampling problems, he said. The follow-up period for cases 17, 21, and 23 is under 8 weeks, which is insufficient to rule out the suggestion and compliance hypothesis. I know, she said. I note that in the documentation. He looked at the document. She had, in fact, included a limitations section. He reread it. You noted it, he said. It's a limitation. The documentation is supposed to be accurate about its own limitations. He was quiet for a moment. He had arrived expecting to find either an outright fraud or a true believer who would defend the data uncritically. He had not expected the practitioner to have already noted the specific weaknesses he had identified. I would like to observe a session, he said. The next session is tomorrow morning, she said. You are welcome to attend if the patient consents. I'll ask in advance. She asked. The patient, a returning case, follow-up session, consented. Luo Hanbai arrived the next morning with his documentation notebook and sat in the secondary chair beside Qian Mingzhu. He watched for 4 hours without speaking. He took notes. At the end of the session, he was quiet for a long time. Chapter 18. Luo Hanbai stayed for 6 days. He reviewed documentation. He observed 3 sessions. He ran his own independent assessments of 4 patients who had been treated, asking whether they had noticed improvement before the sessions began, whether they had expected improvement, what specifically had changed, and how they knew. He was polite, precise, and made it clear to each patient that he was an independent investigator running a verification study. 2 patients gave him consent. 2 declined, which he accepted without pressure. His notes from the 6 days were extensive. She had seen the notebook growing progressively fuller. On the 6th evening, she was finishing the day's session documentation when he knocked, not at the workroom door, which was open, but at the door frame, which was the specific knock of someone who has been present long enough to stop using the formal visitor protocol. May I, he said. Come in. He sat in the secondary chair. Qian had left for the evening. He set his notebook on the desk. He looked at it for a moment, then at her. I have found 3 inconsistencies in the outcome documentation, he said. 2 are sampling issues I identified previously. The 3rd is in case 7. The follow-up assessment format changed between session 2 and session 3, which introduces a methodological inconsistency that limits what can be concluded from the longitudinal comparison. Case 7, she said. She pulled the file. She had changed the assessment format because the original format had not captured a specific chi measurement relevant to that presentation. She had noted this in the file, but the note was in her shorthand notation system rather than plain language. She explained this. He read the shorthand note. He translated it. He sat with this for a moment. The change was appropriate, he said, but it is documented in notation that an external reviewer could not read without your key. I'll add a plain language note to the file. She made the note while he watched. You're correcting the documentation in front of me. You found a real error, she said. The correction should be immediate. He looked at the correction. He looked at her. Something in his expression shifted, not dramatically, the specific shift of someone recalibrating. The 3 inconsistencies I found, he said, are the only significant ones in 23 cases. The outcome data, corrected for the sampling limitations I identified, is consistent with genuine heart demon clearing rather than suggestion and compliance effects. I know, she said, but I'm glad you verified it. He was quiet for a moment. Your response to my verification is to be glad I verified it. Independent verification of outcomes is exactly what the methodology needs, she said. If you had found evidence of suggestion and compliance effects, I would have needed to know. He looked at the case files, then at the outcome archive, then at the adverse outcome documentation. You included the adverse outcome voluntarily, he said. You included the limitations section. You corrected the documentation error immediately when I identified it. He was speaking with the deliberate quality of someone building a case record out loud. This is not the behavior of a practitioner managing appearances. It's the behavior of a practitioner managing a research record, she said. The distinction matters to me. He nodded slowly. He picked up his notebook. He stood. At the door, I would like to submit a formal verification statement to your case archive, confirming that I ran an independent review and found no evidence of systematic fraud or suggestion and compliance effects. with the specific limitations I identified noted. I would appreciate that, she said. It will take me 3 days to write it properly. The archive will be here. He left. She wrote in her research notes, asterisk Luo Hanbai. Genuine scientific skeptic. Good methodology. Found real errors. Appropriate reaction to correction. Would be a useful collaborator if the relationship develops. Asterisk, she looked at this for a moment. Then she wrote, asterisk potential romantic interest. Premature to develop this note. File under observe. Asterisk, she looked at that last line. Then she closed the notebook. He submitted the verification statement on the 3rd day. It was 12 pages, single notation, thorough. He had included not only his findings, but his methods, the alternative hypotheses he had tested, and the specific reasons each had been insufficient to explain the observed outcomes. He handed it to Qian Mingzhu, who read it carefully before archiving it, and then came to Shun with a single observation. He put his name on it. Yes. That means if his verification is later found to be incorrect, it's his professional credibility as well as mine, Shun said. That's appropriate. He reviewed the work. He signs the review. He understands that, Qian said. He told me, when he brought it in, that he was aware of the implications. Shen thought about this for a moment. A practitioner who held himself to the same standards he had arrived to verify her against. That was not a common quality. Is he still in the sect? She asked. He asked the guest quarters about extending his stay for another week, Qian said. She looked at the intake calendar. He hasn't requested any formal sessions or documentation access. He just extended the stay. She looked at the calendar. That's interesting, she said. She said it the way she said it in sessions, not as a rhetorical gesture, but as a genuine assessment. Chapter 19. The 4th regional capital request had arrived during Luo Hanbai's documentation review, and she had set it aside. She returned to it on the 8th day, when he was still in the sect's guest quarters, and she was clearing the administrative backlog that had accumulated during the review week. The request was from a practitioner who introduced himself with careful formality as Luo Hanbai, sole resonance tier, who wished to book an intake assessment for himself, not as a verifier, as a potential patient. She read this twice. She brought the letter to Qian Mingzhu. This arrived during his verification review. Qian read it. He wrote this before he arrived. Yes. So he came here to verify the methodology and also to consider being treated, Qian said. He didn't mention the second part. He may have wanted to assess the methodology before committing to the second part, she said. That is, actually, a reasonable approach. Are you going to tell him you found this? She thought about it. No, she said. I'm going to wait and see if he asks. He asked 2 days later. He came to the workroom in the morning, before the first session, and knocked at the doorframe again. There's something I should have mentioned when I arrived, he said. Come in, she said. He came in and sat down and did not immediately speak. He was looking at the window. The morning light was coming in at an angle that caught the specific qi residue from the previous day's session work, visible to her foundation reading perception, not to his. But he seemed to be looking at the room itself rather than anything specific. I came here, he said, in part because of the hypothesis. I did have a genuine question about the methodology. The scientific concern was real. I know, she said. But, he looked at her. I also came because I have had a cultivation blockage for 8 years that I have been managing through suppression, which has been partially effective and also has specific costs that I've been not quite acknowledging. He said this with the same careful quality he had brought to the verification process, not avoiding the statement, not softening it, just saying it precisely. The 2 reasons for coming were related. I wanted to verify the methodology before I trusted it with a case I had been not quite acknowledging for 8 years. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. What is the blockage associated with, she said. He was quiet for a moment, longer than most patients in intake. A cultivation partner, he said, who died in a tribulation 8 years ago. I have not allowed myself to believe that there was anything I could have done differently. He looked at his hands. I believe this is incorrect. I believe there was something I could have done differently. And I have been managing this belief through suppression because examining it has not seemed productive. It may not be incorrect, she said. And it may not be correct either. Both possibilities require examination to know. He looked at her. You're not telling me it wasn't my fault. I don't know yet whether it was or wasn't, she said. That's what the examination is for. What I can tell you is that either way, regardless of what the examination finds, the suppression has costs. You know this already. Yes, he said. Do you want to book the intake assessment? He nodded. She wrote his name in the intake calendar. She looked at what she had written and thought, briefly, that the 8-year suppression would be complicated to process, and that the process would be difficult for him, and that she hoped his scientific skepticism extended to examining his own conclusions. She suspected it did. Chapter 20. The intake assessment ran 4 hours and produced a case profile that was, in some ways, the most structurally elegant she had seen. A practitioner who had spent 8 years building a high-functioning suppression structure around a single central question. The question had not changed in 8 years. The structure around it had grown increasingly elaborate. Luo Hanbai held the full weight of his suppression structure with the specific competence of someone who had been trained in it, who had cultivated the ability to maintain the structure even under significant external pressure. His combat cultivation practice had developed many of the same skills. He was very good at not looking at things. In the intake, he looked at the thing. She did not push. She asked questions and waited. The session was not smooth. There were several long pauses, one point where he stood up and stood at the window for several minutes before returning, one point where he said, "I am aware that this is a therapeutic process and that the correct response is to continue," in the tone of someone applying a professional framework to an extremely uncomfortable personal experience. She found this genuinely interesting. At the end of the 4 hours, she had enough to understand the basic structure of the blockage. She did not begin clearing in the intake. She never began clearing in the intake. The intake was to understand. He left with a first clearing session scheduled for the following week. She was reviewing his intake notes when Elder Gu arrived. He sat down without being invited, his standard mode, and looked at the case files she was reviewing with the expression of someone who had noticed something. "Luo Hanbai," he said. "Yes." "He is listed on the formal case intake calendar." "Yes." Gu looked at this for a moment. He was 68, with the specific accumulated wisdom of someone who had been paying attention for a long time. He looked at her. He did not say what he was thinking. She did not ask him to. "The annual review," he said, changing the subject with the deliberateness of someone who had decided the previous topic did not require comment. "The patriarch is satisfied with the practice's current standing. The adverse outcome documentation was reviewed without concern, when challenges have not been substantive enough to affect the classification." "Good," she said. There was one additional matter. He reached into his robes and produced a formal letter. This arrived this morning from the Regional Cultivation Council. She took it. The letter was formal, multi-stamped, written in the careful language of official cultivation governance. It requested her attendance at a methodology inquiry session in 4 months' time, in the regional capital, before a panel assembled specifically to evaluate emerging approaches to tribulation psychology. It was not a subpoena. It was a request, but the kind of request that carried the implication that declining would have consequences. She read it twice. "They've heard," she said. "The regional capital has several dozen practitioners who have come to you, or no practitioners who have come to you," Gu said. "The council has a mandate to review methodology that is influencing regional cultivation outcomes. Your practice now meets that threshold. For months, which is enough time to build a presentation that is formal enough for a regional panel." She set the letter on the desk. She thought about the 23 completed cases, the verification statement from Luo Hanbai, the adverse outcome documentation, the longitudinal follow-up system that Qian Mingzhu had organized into something she could present with confidence. For months was enough. "I'll begin preparing the documentation," she said. Gu nodded. He stood. At the door he paused. "The practice has grown substantially," he said. "You came to me 3 months ago with 8 cases and an expulsion notice." He looked at the case files. 23 cases. A regional council inquiry. A formal verification statement from an independent investigator. She waited. He sometimes took time to arrive at the point he was making. "I advanced last month," he said. "Again." He looked at her. "I have not advanced twice in the same year in 30 years." She said. The blockage was load-bearing. Clearing it made room for things that had been waiting. "Yes." He looked at the window for a moment. "I wanted to say it out loud, in case that was a data point you needed." He left. She sat with the regional council letter for a long time. Outside, the afternoon cultivation exercises were ending, the familiar sound of practice forms completing and practitioners dispersing. Somewhere in the guest quarters, Luo Hanbai was either reviewing his notes or sitting with whatever the intake session had opened in him. She didn't know which, and it was not her place to know. She picked up her brush. She wrote at the top of a new page, Regional Cultivation Council Inquiry, Preparation Timeline. She drew a line across the page and began listing what she would need. Qian Mingzhu came in an hour later with the follow-up calendar and the week's session schedule. She set them on the desk, read the letter without asking, and added her own note beneath Shun's preparation timeline. Asterisk documentation archive. Complete. Outcome data. Current through today. Adverse outcome record. Formatted for external review. Luo Hanbai verification statement. Filed and cross-referenced. Asterisk. She looked at Shun. "I've been preparing for this since the first inquiry arrived from the capital," she said. "I know," Shun said. Qian sat down and opened her notebook. The practice had work to do, and 4 months was exactly enough time to do it right. Chapter 21. The 4-month preparation period was the most structured she had been since arriving in this world. Qian Mingzhu built the presentation archive within the first 2 weeks, a complete case documentation package formatted for external review, with plain language summaries adjacent to the technical session notes, organized by case type, outcome category, and timeline. She had created an indexing system that allowed any specific case to be located in under 30 seconds. She had added tabs. Shen reviewed the archive on the 14th day and made 12 minor corrections. Qian noted each one without comment and corrected them before the hour was out. The larger work was the preparation document, the formal methodology description, the theoretical framework, the evidence base, and the honest accounting of limitations. She wrote this herself, without delegation. The practice's theoretical foundation was hers, and the presentation would be judged partly on whether the person presenting it understood it. She wrote it in the plain, clear language she had learned to use in her previous life for clinical reports that would be read by courts and insurance panels and practitioners who were skeptical by default. She was on the 3rd draft when Luo Hanbai knocked at the door frame. He had been staying in the sect's guest quarters for 2.5 weeks past his verification review. He came to the workroom irregularly, sometimes to observe sessions, with patient consent, sometimes to review archived cases, sometimes, she was fairly certain, simply because the alternative was sitting in the guest quarters. He set a stack of documents on the corner of the desk. I reviewed the presentation draft you left in the archive. She looked up. When did I put the draft in the archive? Qian put it there after you wrote the 2nd draft, he said. She told me it was there. She looked at Qian Mingzhu's secondary desk, which was empty. Qian had left for lunch. She made a note to ask about the practice of sharing drafts with independent reviewers without explicit instruction. What did you find? She said. 5 inconsistencies in the evidence to claim mapping, he said. He sat down and opened the top document. He had annotated it in the margins in the same precise notation he had used in his verification statement. 3 of the 5 are places where the claim exceeds the evidence. The language implies stronger conclusions than the data supports. 2 are places where the evidence is understated. You're being more cautious than the data requires. She reached for the document. He slid it across the desk. She read his annotations. He was correct on 3 of the 5, the overstated claims. He was correct on 1 of the 2 understated ones. The 5th annotation was a matter of interpretive framing rather than error. You're right on 4, she said. Which 4? She pointed to them. He looked at the 5th. Not the claim about the secondary formation rates. The secondary formation data is from 17 cases over 3 months. The caution is appropriate. She set the document down. But the 3 overclaims are real. Thank you. He nodded. He looked at the document stack he had brought. I also drafted a proposed section on the comparative study design for the longitudinal follow-up protocol Dao Shuming specified as the evidence benchmark. He hesitated. You didn't ask me to do this. No, she said. I did it because the evidence gap it would fill is the largest risk in the presentation, he said. If the council panel raises it, you need a ready answer. She reached for the drafted section. It was 12 pages, structured the way his verification statement had been, methodologically precise, limitations disclosed, claims bounded by the data they could actually support. She read it in the silence of the workroom, with the afternoon light moving across the desk. This is good, she said. He looked at the window. I am aware that I have been here for 3 weeks past my original timeline. I know, she said. The practice would benefit from a formally structured external reviewer position, he said. On a defined timeline, with defined scope, with defined independence protocols. You're proposing a role, she said. I'm suggesting it is worth considering. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. What would the defined independence protocols include? Disclosure of any case I have a personal stake in, he said. Recusal from reviews where I have received treatment. Regular publication of findings under my own name. He looked at her. The same standards I applied to the verification review. She thought about it. She thought about the presentation in 4 months, and the cases after that, and the expanding practice that was outrunning her individual capacity to verify its own work. Draft the terms, she said. I'll review them. The revision work took the rest of the afternoon. She corrected the 4 evidence to claim errors and integrated his comparative study section. The 3rd draft was the best version yet. Qian Mingzhu returned from lunch and looked at the corrected draft on the desk without commenting on how it had arrived. She made a notation in her scheduling file and updated the archive. Chapter 22. The first clearing session she ran with Luo Hanbai as an observer was for a patient she had been treating for 6 weeks. His name was Elder Tan Shilong. 58. Soul resonance tier, with a 4-year blockage at the domain-shaping threshold. His case was the most complex she had managed to that point. The blockage was not a single heart demon, but a cluster of 3 related patterns that had to be addressed in a specific sequence. The outer fear first, then the inner shame it was protecting, then the grief underneath both. Each pattern had to be substantially cleared before the next became accessible. She had reached the inner shame layer in the previous session. Luo Hanbai arrived 15 minutes before the session, with his documentation notebook and the contained manner of someone preparing to be a rigorous observer. She had briefed him on the case structure, not the specific content, which was confidential to Elder Tan, but the methodology, what to watch for, what markers indicated progress, what a stall looked like. He sat in the secondary chair. He took notes from the moment Elder Tan entered. The session ran 6 hours. She did not narrate. She worked, and he watched. Elder Tan was in the inner shame layer, the hardest part of the sequence, because shame presented differently from fear. Fear wanted to run. Shame wanted to become invisible, which in a session meant going quiet, withdrawing, offering a technically correct version of the response rather than the actual one. She had to move more slowly, leave more space, be comfortable with longer silences. At the end of the 6th hour, Elder Tan's chi pattern had shifted. The inner shame layer had not cleared. That would take another session. But the structure of it was visible now, no longer defended by the outer fear pattern. Progress. Elder Tan left. Shin put down her brush. Luo Hanbai had been silent for 6 hours. He remained silent for a long time after Elder Tan left. She looked at him. "What are you actually afraid of?" she said. He looked at her. The expression that crossed his face, quickly, controlled, but present, was the expression she had learned to recognize in patients at the beginning of an intake session. The specific quality of someone who has been asked the exact question they have been hoping and dreading to be asked. He did not answer. He looked at the desk. He looked at his notes. He closed the notebook. "I need to think about something," he said. He stood. He left. She wrote in her research notes. Asterisk Luo Hanbai. The question landed. He knows what he's afraid of. He is not ready to say it out loud yet. Do not press. Asterisk she underlined the last 3 words. Chapter 23. The answer came 3 days later. He knocked at the door frame on a morning when she was reviewing case notes, before the first session. The specific quality of the knock, deliberate, not tentative, the knock of someone who had decided something and arrived to say it. "Come in," she said. He came in. He sat in the secondary chair, not across from her at the intake position, but the secondary chair, the observer's position. Then he seemed to reconsider and moved to the intake chair. She waited. "The reason I came here," he said, "was not only the scientific hypothesis." "I know," she said. He looked at her. "How long have you known?" "Since the intake assessment," she said. "The verification review was genuine. You had a real methodological concern. But the concern was also useful cover for the other reason." Both things were true simultaneously. "Yes." He looked at his hands. "The other reason is that I have had a blockage for 8 years, and I have been telling myself that suppression was an adequate management strategy." He said this with the same deliberate quality he brought to his documentation work, not avoiding the statement, just saying it as precisely as he could. "I came here partly to verify that the methodology was sound before I let myself trust it with something I've been not quite acknowledging." "And is it sound?" she said. "You know it is," he said. "I put my name on a statement saying so." A very small pause. "I would like to book a formal clearing session." "You already have one scheduled," she said. "I know. I'm saying I would like to keep it." She looked at him. "What changed between when you scheduled it and now?" "I watched you work for 6 hours with Elder Tan," he said. "I watched a practitioner go somewhere that was very difficult to go, because you created enough space for it to be possible to go there." He looked at the secondary chair where he had first sat. "I believe you can create that space. I have not been certain I could go somewhere that difficult." He paused. "I'm more certain now than I was." She wrote his name in the intake notes for the session. The session was scheduled for the following week. "The blockage," she said. "Tell me now, before the session, so I can prepare properly." He told her. His cultivation partner's name had been Rin Jinghao. They had been practicing together for 6 years, at a tier where joint cultivation practice produced faster advancement for both practitioners. The partnership had been professional and had also been personal in ways that neither of them had been explicit about, which he said with the specific quality of someone who had sorted out this detail over 8 years and had come to a clear-eyed conclusion about what it meant. Rin Jinghao had attempted a tribulation 3 tiers above their current level. The tribulation had been beyond her cultivation base. Luo had been present. He had not intervened, standard practice, because intervention in another practitioner's tribulation could disrupt their focus. She had failed. She had died. He had replayed the decision not to intervene approximately 10,000 times over 8 years. The replaying never reached a different conclusion. The conclusion was, he did not know whether, if he had intervened, she would have survived. He did not know whether she would have wanted him to intervene. He had never asked, because you did not talk about tribulation failure beforehand in the cultivation community. It was considered bad practice to name the possibility. The suppression strategy, she said, has been functioning as long as the question stays abstract. Yes, he said. When I watched Elder Tan today, when I watched someone go somewhere difficult, I stopped being able to keep the question abstract. She wrote in the case preparation notes, Luo Hanbai. Grief complicated by unresolved counterfactual. 8 years. Central question. Could I have intervened? Underlying question. Would intervention have changed the outcome? Further underlying question. Am I allowed to stop asking whether intervention would have helped? She looked at the last line. She added, he is not ready for the last question yet. Work toward it. The session is next week, she said. We'll begin there. He stood. He looked at the intake notes. Do you always prepare this thoroughly before a session? For complex cases, yes, she said. Mine is complex. Yes, she said. 8 years of constructed suppression structure around a grief that was never processed. That is complex. She looked at him. It will take more than one session. I know, he said. He left. She sat in the workroom for a moment with the case preparation notes in front of her. Outside, the morning cultivation practice was beginning, the familiar rhythm of the sect's daily schedule. She had 4 sessions today and preparation work for the council presentation. She had work to do. She picked up her brush. Chapter 24. The first clearing session with Luo Hanbai lasted 11 hours. This was not unusual for a complex, long-suppressed case. What was unusual was the specific quality of working with someone who was simultaneously in the session and observing the session, not with professional detachment, which would have been counterproductive, but with the cultivated analytical awareness of someone who had spent 3 decades learning to watch processes carefully. He was a very precise patient. When she said, describe what you're experiencing, he described it with specificity that took her, occasionally, in directions she had not expected to go. She did not push. She followed. The outer structure of the suppression came down in stages over the first 4 hours, not dramatically, not all at once, but piece by piece, as she addressed each supporting argument in the edifice he had built around the grief. Every argument had been constructed carefully. Every argument had a real element. Suppression systems built on entirely false foundations were unstable. This had lasted 8 years because each piece of it had something true in it. She did not argue with the true elements. She held them alongside the question they were being used to avoid. By the 5th hour, they had reached the grief itself. She had worked with grief before. Lu Fangyan, Elder Gu, several others. Each grief had its own shape. Luo Hanbai's grief was the specific shape of something that had been very carefully contained for a very long time. Compact, dense, almost without texture, because grief that is not allowed to express becomes compressed. Like something put in a box and sat on for 8 years. She gave it room. He did not cry at first. He talked. Carefully, then less carefully, then without the careful quality at all, in the uneven rhythm of someone saying things they had been not saying for years. About Renjinghao. About what the partnership had been. About the specific quality of the moment he had not intervened, and what he had seen on her face in the last clear moment, and what he had told himself about it afterward. The crying came in the 9th hour, without warning, the way grief that has been compressed for 8 years arrives, completely. She did not speak. She gave the room to it. Afterward, he sat very still for a long time. The chi in his cultivation channels was moving differently than it had at the start of the session. Not a complete clearing, the session was too long and the suppression too deep for a single run, but the densest layer of the compression had opened, like a room that had been sealed and had air moving through it for the first time. He said, I need to sit with this. Yes, she said. We'll continue in 3 days. He looked at her. His eyes were red. He looked like himself in a way that was different from how he had looked all day. Not less controlled, but more present. The specific quality of someone who has set something down. I owe you an accurate scientific assessment, he said. She blinked. You've already given one. A different one, he said. The previous assessment was the methodology. This one is the experience. He looked at the desk. I will write it down and give it to you. The documentation should include patient experience as well as outcome metrics. She looked at him. I wasn't going to ask you to do that. I know. He stood slowly, with the specific careful quality of someone whose body had been through 11 hours of emotional processing and was still recalibrating. But it would be useful data, and I have a professional obligation to report findings accurately. He looked at her. even when the findings are uncomfortable to report. She wrote in the session notes. Session 1 of estimated 3 to 4. Core grief accessed. Preliminary release of primary compression layer. Patient. High cooperation, precise self-reporting, above-average processing capacity. Note. Will provide voluntary patient experience documentation. Including case file. She looked at what she had written. She added, in a separate line that was part of the research record rather than the case file. Note to self. Do not conflate clinical observation with personal observation. Both are present. Keep them separated. She underlined the last sentence. He returned 3 days later for the second session. It was shorter, 6 hours, and addressed the counterfactual question directly for the first time. Not with an answer, because the question did not have one. With an examination of why the question had remained the organizing center of the suppression structure. Because a question with no answer was safer than the grief it was protecting, which had an answer, and the answer was loss. The third session, a week later, he arrived having already processed something between sessions. She could see it in his chi pattern before they began. The session moved faster. The remaining compression released in stages over 4 hours. At the end, I believe I have cleared the primary blockage, he said. He said it with the careful precision of a scientist reporting an observation. I am not certain what to do with the space where it was. You don't need to do anything with it immediately, she said. That's not how it works. He thought about this. What does it feel like for other patients? Different for each person. She looked at the case notes. For Elder Gu, it felt like a room with air in it. For Lu Fangyan, it felt like being too light. She spent the first week feeling like she was going to float away from herself. She paused. What does it feel like for you? He thought for a long time. Quiet, he said. She wrote this in the session notes. Below it she wrote, advancement within the month, projected. Grief clearing produces significant cultivation headroom when the suppression was load-bearing. He advanced 17 days later. He came to tell her in person, which he did not have to do, and which she noted without comment. Chapter 25 The advancement she had been watching for came not to Luo Hanbai, but to herself. She was in the middle of a complicated case. A practitioner whose tribulation blockage was intertwined with a long-running family conflict in ways that required careful attention to what was her patient's chi pattern and what was ambient emotional residue from a family relationship that was still ongoing when the shift happened. It happened the way her foundation reading advancement had happened, not as a dramatic event, but as a clarification. The chi channels reorganized. The perception that had been operating at one level of resolution suddenly sharpened. Core integration. She felt it as an expansion rather than a change, like a room whose walls had moved back. The chi field around her, which she had been reading at foundation reading level, became more detailed, more layered. She could see, in the ambient chi of the session, not just the case in front of her, but the specific depth of the session, the quality of where her patient was in the processing, visible in the chi pattern rather than inferred from what they said. Then she noticed the new capability. The previous tier had shown her the history of a blockage in chi scars. This tier showed her something different. The space inside a practitioner's cultivation structure. The meditation space where tribulation happened. She could see into it the way you could see into a room through an open window. Not enter. See. She held this perception carefully for the rest of the session. The cost arrived 20 minutes after the session ended. A headache that was more severe than the foundation reading advancement had produced. The specific pressure of perceptual systems recalibrating to new input volume. She pressed her fingertips against her temples and breathed. Qian Mingzhu looked at her from across the room. Advanced, Qian said. Yes. I'll cancel the afternoon's second session. Don't cancel it, Qian said. Reschedule it to the day after tomorrow. Qian looked at her for a moment. The patient has been waiting 2 months. The patient has been waiting 2 months, and 1 more day will not materially harm them, Qian said. I have a headache from a tier advancement, and I cannot conduct a session at adequate quality this afternoon. This was, she recognized, the first time she had voluntarily limited her capacity rather than pushing through. She noted it with the specific clarity of someone who has been watching themselves make the wrong decision repeatedly and has finally caught themselves in the moment. 2 days, Qian said. She made the adjustment. The first test of core integration's new capability came 3 days later. Her patient was a young practitioner at soul resonance tier who had been stuck in a tribulation for 4 hours when his cultivation partner arrived at the practice. The partner, breathless, frightened, said he had been attempting the tribulation at a level they had not discussed, and he had been in there too long, and she could not reach him. She had never entered another practitioner's tribulation space before. She had understood it as a theoretical capability of core integration tier, but had not tested it. She said, "Take me to him." The tribulation space. She had to find her way in through the ambient chi field of the room where the practitioner was actively in tribulation, using the perception she had developed in the previous 3 days. It was not a comfortable process. The edge of another practitioner's active tribulation space had a specific quality, dense, pressurized, charged with the emotional content of the process happening inside it. She pressed through. The space inside was gray-lit and disorienting, structured by the practitioner's internal architecture rather than any physical logic. She could see the practitioner himself, deeper in, struggling with a manifestation that had the shape of something much larger than it should have been for his tier. She moved toward him, and the manifestation looked at her. She stopped. The manifestation turned, fully, from the practitioner it had been engaging with. It looked at her with what she could only describe, afterward, as recognition, the specific quality of a gaze that has seen its own category before. She looked back. It said, in a voice that was not sound but impression, "You are not supposed to be here." She said, "I know. I'm here for him." It looked at her for a long moment. Then it returned its attention to the practitioner, not dismissing her, but having said what it had to say. She reached the practitioner and began working. She brought him back through the tribulation in 40 minutes. He emerged from the space shaking, exhausted, and alive. The manifestation had withdrawn when the practitioner's own processing had found its footing. It had not interfered with her work. She emerged from the space and wrote immediately, while the memory was fresh. Asterisk core integration capability, confirmed. Entry into active tribulation space possible. Perception of manifestation by manifestation, confirmed. Communication, minimal, one-directional, terminated after acknowledgement. File under, manifestation awareness. This requires further investigation. Asterisk, she circled the last sentence. Luo Hanbai arrived at the workroom an hour later, having heard from the cultivation partner that she had entered an active tribulation space. He stood in the doorway with the expression of someone who had run through the implications of a new finding and was still processing them. "You can enter tribulation spaces," he said. "I could before today theoretically," she said. "Today I confirmed it. The manifestation spoke to you. It acknowledged my presence." "That's not the same as the standard literature on tribulation manifestations," he said. "They don't acknowledge external presences. They don't acknowledge anything outside the practitioner's own psychology." "No," she said. "They don't." She looked at the notes. Which means either the standard literature is incomplete, or this specific manifestation is atypical, or the manifestations have an awareness that the literature hasn't accounted for, he said. She tilted her head. "That's interesting." She wrote it in her notes. She would look at it again later, when she had more data. For now, she had a patient to check on, a case file to update, and a presentation in 3 months that did not include any of this, because this was new, and she would not present findings she had not had time to verify. The investigation would wait. The work in front of her would not. Chapter 26. The second encounter with a speaking manifestation happened 2 weeks after the first. The case was different. A middle-aged practitioner at core integration tier who had been in a tribulation for 6 hours when his family contacted the practice. The family described the blockage as spiritual fever. He had been in the tribulation space for 3 times the expected duration and had not emerged. His cultivation partner reported that his chi signature was stable but static, not failing, but not progressing. She entered the space. It was configured differently from the first one, lighter, less dense, with the specific quality of a practitioner whose primary fear was abandonment rather than inadequacy. The landscape of it was an empty room with a door that had been sealed. She found him at the door. The manifestation was between him and the door, not blocking it, standing to one side, watching the practitioner attempt the same sequence of actions with the door handle, over and over, without result. She looked at the manifestation. It looked at her. "You again," it said. She felt the specific sharpening of professional attention, the same response she had had to the first encounter. This was not the same manifestation. It was a different one, in a different patient's tribulation space. And it had said, "You again." "I haven't been here before," she said. "Not here," it said. "But like you. There was one like you long ago." It looked at the practitioner, who was still working the door handle, without seeming to notice either of them. "Why do you keep coming here?" "To help," she said. "They never want to be helped," it said. "They want to win. Every time they come in here, they want to win. They push. They fight. They break things." It looked at the sealed door. "That door doesn't open by force. It opens when he accepts what's behind it." "I know," she said. She moved toward the practitioner. "What is behind it?" "The thing he's been standing in front of for 6 hours, it said. "He knows what it is. He came here knowing. He just won't let himself look at it." She reached the practitioner. She said his name. He turned and looked at her with the specific relief of someone who had been alone in a difficult place and has just had company arrive. She said, quietly, "The door doesn't open by force." "I know," he said. "What's behind it?" His face changed. The expression of someone who has been avoiding a specific answer and has just been asked it directly. She waited. He told her. The door opened. She came out of the tribulation space, and the practitioner came out with her, 5 minutes later, blinking in the ordinary light of the workroom. His family was in the hallway. He was exhausted and clear-eyed and very quiet in the way that meant something had resolved. She wrote in her research notes before doing anything else. Second manifestation encounter. Not the same manifestation as the first encounter, but the same category of behavior, awareness of an external practitioner's presence, direct address, reference to a historical precedent, one like you, long ago. Both manifestations, willing to provide information about the patient's state, neither hostile, both appeared to be present in the tribulation space for a purpose other than obstructing. She wrote. The standard literature classifies manifestations as generated psychological content with no independent awareness. These encounters are inconsistent with that classification. The encounters are also insufficiently sampled to constitute a finding. 2 cases, subjective reports, no independent observation. File under, to investigate systematically. She closed the notebook. Luo Hanbai was at his documentation desk. He had set up a secondary workspace in the corner of the room over the past month, which had happened gradually enough that she had stopped noticing it. He looked at her. The same category, he said. He had been reading her notes in real time for 3 weeks, with her permission, because the external review position had been formalized. Different patient, she said. Same behavior class. 2 data points, he said. 2 data points and a historical reference, she said. The second manifestation said, one like you long ago. There was a practitioner before me who entered tribulation spaces and interacted with manifestations. The manifestations remember it. He was quiet for a long time. The heart mirrors sovereign, he said. Possibly, she said. I don't have enough to claim it. But you filed it. I filed it, she said. The investigation continues. Chapter 27. The Regional Cultivation Council convened its methodology inquiry in the 4th month, in the regional capital, in a chamber that held 18 practitioners of various tiers and 4 administrative officials. She had been in formal review settings before, the sect's internal proceedings, the Patriarch's review chamber. This was different in scale. The chamber had the specific quality of a room where decisions were made that propagated outward into the cultivation community, and everyone in it knew that quality and carried themselves accordingly. Elder Gu sat beside her as her institutional sponsor. Luo Hanbai sat behind her at the witness table, not as her advocate, but as the author of the independent verification statement, which gave him standing to speak on methodological questions. The presentation took 3 hours. She had rehearsed it twice and decided not to rehearse it a 3rd time. Rehearsal made her sound rehearsed, and the panel would notice. She spoke from the documentation and from the cases, clearly and without embellishment. The case outcomes, the methodology framework, the adverse event, the limitations, the longitudinal follow-up design, the independent verification, the research questions that remained open. The panel listened. The questions began when she finished. Most were the questions she had prepared for, technical concerns about methodology, requests for clarification on specific case types, questions about the institutional oversight structure. She answered each directly. Then Overseer Dao Shuming spoke. He was a thin man in his 50s with the bearing of someone who had been in cultivation governance for 20 years and had developed the specific patience of a person who had learned to let processes run at their natural speed. He asked his questions in a sequence that revealed, as the sequence developed, that he had read her complete documentation archive and had identified the most significant unstated risk in the entire framework. You have demonstrated, he said, that your method produces advancement in practitioners with existing blockages. What you have not demonstrated, and what I consider the most critical open question, is what happens to a generation of cultivators who have cleared their heart demons with external assistance when they face a crisis for which that assistance is not available. She looked at him. I'm not arguing, he continued, that your outcomes to date are false. I'm arguing that the long-term cultivation trajectory of a practitioner who has been assisted through their major psychological blockages may differ, in ways we cannot yet measure, from a practitioner who fought through those blockages without assistance. That is a legitimate concern, she said, and it is testable. What would test it? The same practitioners, followed longitudinally for 3 years, assessed against a comparison cohort who advanced through conventional methodology. She looked at the panel. I proposed this design in the presentation. The design produces the evidence your concern requires. I am asking for institutional support to run it. And if the 3-year data shows that conventionally advanced practitioners outperform psychologically assisted practitioners in subsequent challenges, then the methodology requires revision, she said. That is what longitudinal data is for. She looked at him directly. I have the opposite hypothesis, that practitioners who have processed their psychological blockages rather than suppressing them are better equipped for subsequent challenges, not worse. But I have a hypothesis, not a finding. The finding requires the study. Dao looked at her. He looked at the verification statement. He looked at the case documentation archive. You included an adverse outcome, he said. Voluntarily. Yes. Why? Because the documentation is supposed to be complete, she said. If I publish only favorable outcomes, the record is a marketing document, not a research record. I need the adverse outcome in the record so that anyone reading it can evaluate whether the methodology's risks are acceptable. He was quiet for a long time. I still believe, he said, that mass psychological clearing may produce cultivators who cannot handle adversity without assistance. I am not certain of this. I have no comparable outcome data for the conventional method. He looked at the panel. I will not support the endorsement without a longitudinal follow-up commitment. With that commitment, I will abstain rather than oppose. She had not expected abstention. She had expected opposition. The longitudinal follow-up is already designed, she said. I'm asking for institutional support, not permission. He nodded once. Chapter 28. The Council's ruling came the same afternoon. Provisional regional endorsement. Conditions: mandatory adverse outcome reporting to a regional cultivation authority monitor, annual review for 3 years, and a commitment to provide longitudinal follow-up data at the 18-month and 3-year marks. She accepted all 3 conditions without negotiation. The conditions were reasonable. She had been running adverse outcome reporting and annual review already. The longitudinal commitment was what she had been planning regardless. Dao Shuming signed the endorsement with the specific quality of someone who has decided that an imperfect arrangement is better than a prolonged conflict. Afterward, outside the chamber, he stopped her in the hallway. I will be watching, he said. I know, she said. I expect you to. He looked at her for a moment. Then he said, the adverse outcome section. 3 pages. Full documentation of what went wrong and what you changed afterward. He looked at the chamber door. I have reviewed a great many methodology submissions. They do not usually include the errors. The errors are part of the methodology, she said. The methodology without the errors is a different methodology, one that hasn't been tested. He seemed to process this. I expect the 3-year data, he said. On time. I'll send it on time, she said. He walked away. She walked the other direction, toward the guest hall where Elder Gu and Luo Hanbai were waiting. Abstained, Gu said, when she told him. That's better than opposed. Significantly, she agreed. Luo Hanbai was writing in his notebook. His concern about adversity tolerance is not incorrect, he said without looking up. It's a real unknown. It is, she said, which is why the longitudinal study matters. I'd like to help design the adversity tolerance assessment metrics, he said. The standard cultivation metrics don't capture it specifically. We'll need custom instruments. She looked at him. The external review position includes research design support, he said, still writing. You approved that in the terms. I did, she said. Design the metrics. The endorsement announcement traveled faster than she had expected. The Regional Cultivation Council published the ruling through standard channels. The Cultivation Community Newsletter, the Sect Communication Network, the official registry of approved cultivation methodologies. She had anticipated that this would produce additional case requests. She had not anticipated that it would produce 67 in the first week. Qian Mingzhu, managing the intake queue, brought the number to her with the expression of someone who had been watching a tide come in and was now watching it arrive at the seawall. 67, she said. 67, Qian confirmed. 42 in the first 3 days. 25 in the subsequent 4. She looked at the intake calendar. She looked at her current active case count. 26, near the cap. Full triage, she said. Life-critical cases go directly to assessment. Active tribulation cases, immediate. Chronic blockage over 5 years, priority queue. Everything else, standard waitlist with estimated timeline. Qian began categorizing. She was efficient at this. She had been practicing the triage framework on smaller volumes for months. By the end of the day, the intake queue had structure. 12 cases were priority assessed for immediate slots. 41 were on the standard waitlist with estimated timelines. 14 were on the extended waitlist with longer estimates. The estimates were honest. Some practitioners on the extended list would wait 2 months. Is that acceptable? Qian asked. For practitioners who have been blocked for years, she said, 2 months is not the problem. She looked at the waitlist. The problem is practitioners who need intervention faster than 2 months. Those are the ones we triage first. She sent a notification to every person on every list with their estimated timeline and the triage criteria. She had Luo Hanbai review the notification for clarity before it went out. He found 2 places where the language implied shorter timelines than the estimates actually showed, and she corrected them. The notification was honest and specific. 2 practitioners withdrew after reading it. She did not chase them. The work continued. Chapter 29. The inequality showed up in the queue 3 weeks after the endorsement. Qian Mingzhu found it. She had been tracking the case queue by intake date and priority tier, and she noticed that 3 cases in the standard wait list had been accelerated past their original queue position, moved to priority assessment slots on the basis of personal recommendations from practitioners who had existing relationships with either Elder Gu or the sect's administrative network. None of the 3 were urgent by clinical criteria. They had been expedited because of who asked. She brought the documentation to Shun on a morning when the first session wasn't for another hour. She did not editorialize. She set the documentation on the desk and said, queue positions 12, 17, and 21 were expedited by recommendation. The recommendation source in each case was a senior practitioner with an existing relationship with our institutional network. The clinical criteria don't support the priority placement. Shun looked at the documentation. She looked at which cases had been passed over. Who was in position 18, she said. Qian checked. A practitioner from the lower field settlement. No sect affiliation. Has been on the wait list for 6 weeks. Standard blockage presentation. No urgent tier markers. 6 weeks, Shin said. Yes. Before the 3 recommendations came in, what was her projected wait? For weeks, Qian said. The recommendations moved 3 cases ahead of her, pushing her estimated wait to 11 weeks. Shin sat with this for a moment. She understood the mechanism. It was the same mechanism she had seen in every institutional system she had worked in. Resources flow to people who know how to access them. It was not malice. It was the accumulation of small social debts and personal relationships producing unintended structural outcomes. Implement random selection within equal priority tiers, she said. Starting today, cases in the same priority tier are queued by randomized order, not by recommendation. The 3 current misplacements are reassigned to their randomly determined positions. That will require contacting the 3 currently placed practitioners to explain the adjustment, Qian said. Yes, Shin said. Do that. 2 of them may complain to Elder Gu. Probably, she said. He'll manage it. She looked at the queue. And implement a formal policy. No queue adjustments on the basis of personal recommendations. If a practitioner or their representatives contact Elder Gu, Luo Hanbai, or anyone else in the institutional network requesting priority access, the correct response is to refer them to the standard intake form. Qian wrote this down. She wrote it the way she wrote everything important, precisely, completely, with the date and the name of the person who had issued the policy. I'll inform Elder Gu before I implement, she said. Yes, Shin said. He should know first. Qian left. Shin sat in the workroom for a moment. She thought about the practitioner from the lower field settlement who had been waiting 6 weeks and had now, through no fault of her own, been waiting longer. She thought about the 3 practitioners whose positions had been adjusted, who had, in all likelihood, simply reached out to a contact they knew, which was a reasonable thing to do. The system was the problem. The individuals were operating within the system they had. The response was to change the system, not to blame the individuals. The system matters more than any case, she said, to the empty room. She picked up her brush and started the day's case notes. Chapter 30. The first withdrawal came from a merchant family whose name she recognized from the regional capital's cultivation network. Qian Mingzhu brought the withdrawal notification with the expression of someone who had been expecting it. They cite the queue adjustment as an infringement on their right to seek treatment in a reasonable time frame. She set the notification on the desk. They are also contacting the regional authority to file a formal concern. About the queue adjustment? About preferential access policies that they argue are inconsistent with the regional endorsement. Qian looked at the notification. Their argument is that by refusing to accept personal recommendations, you are effectively denying access to practitioners who use recommendation-based systems. She read the notification. It was a sophisticated complaint, not wrong, exactly, but argued from the premise that recommendation-based queue access was a standard practice that the practice was aberrantly refusing to honor, rather than a practice the practice had never offered. The regional endorsement, she said. Does it specify queue management protocols? No, Qian said. It specifies adverse outcome reporting, annual review, and longitudinal data commitments. Then the complaint is about a practice the endorsement doesn't address, she said. Document our queue management policy formally, with the random selection criteria and the prohibition on recommendation-based adjustments. File it with the regional authority as a supplementary policy document. That makes the policy official before the complaint is processed, Qian said. Yes, she said. The policy should be official. We implemented it because it was right. Making it official is appropriate. Qian looked at her for a moment. The family withdrew their case. There may be other withdrawals. There may be, she said. If the random selection policy prevents practitioners from accessing care, the right response is to reduce waitlist times by increasing capacity, not to change the selection criteria. She set the notification down. Tell the regional authority that we welcome their review of the queue management policy and will provide complete documentation. The second withdrawal came the same afternoon. A different family, smaller, less connected, but with the same specific complaint. The queue adjustment had moved their case back by 3 weeks from where a recommendation had placed them. She reviewed their clinical profile. Standard blockage, no urgency markers, no extenuating circumstances. She sent the standard response. Asterisk, the queue management policy applies to all cases regardless of family affiliation. Your current position reflects the random selection criteria. We look forward to seeing you at your scheduled session. Asterisk, Luo Hanbai, reading the 2 withdrawals and the associated documentation from his corner desk, said, They will complain to Dao Shuming. I know, she said. He may treat it as a compliance issue. It's not a compliance issue, she said. The endorsement doesn't specify queue criteria. She looked at the policy document Qian was formatting. But I would rather Dao Shuming know the policy through formal submission than through a complaint. Can you review the policy document before we file it? He was already reading it. He made 2 notational comments. 1 correction to the conflict of interest language, and 1 observation that the document should include a statement of the positive principle, not just what was prohibited, but what was intended. She added, Asterisk, this queue policy is designed to ensure that access to care is allocated by clinical need rather than by social or resource advantage. Practitioners with urgent presentations are prioritized. Among practitioners at the same priority level, order is determined by random selection to prevent the accumulation of access inequities. Asterisk, she looked at this. That's what I should have written from the start, she said. It helps to know the complaint before you write the principle, he said. She filed the document. Elder Gu arrived that evening. He had been informed of the 2 withdrawals and the complaint by the family's representatives before Qian could reach him. He sat down in the elder's chair with the expression of someone who had been in institutional navigation for 50 years and was evaluating the quality of a specific move. You filed the policy before the complaint was processed, he said. Yes, she said. The policy was already implemented. Making it formal was appropriate. He looked at the policy document. Dao Shuming will appreciate the principle statement, he said. He believes in the principle. He disagrees with anything that allows practitioners with resources to access care that practitioners without resources cannot. That's what the policy is designed to prevent, she said. I know, Gu said. That's why he'll appreciate it. He stood. The families who withdrew will find other practitioners. Their blockages are not acute. He paused at the door. The practitioner from the lower field settlement. You moved her back to her correct position in the queue. Yes, she said. What is her current projected weight? 6 weeks, she said. From today. From today. He nodded. He left. She wrote in the practice log, Asterisk queue equity policy, formally filed. 2 withdrawals. Complaint expected from regional families. Dao Shuming will receive. Outcome, acceptable. Policy is right. The complaints are the cost of the right policy. Asterisk, she set the pen down. Outside the workroom window, the afternoon light was moving. She had a session in an hour and preparation notes to review. Somewhere in the regional capital, Dao Shuming was reading the complaint documentation and, if Gu's read of the man was accurate, also reading the policy document she had filed to preempt it. She picked up the case notes. The work did not wait for the complaints to resolve. It never did. Chapter 31. The audit arrived 8 days after the complaint. Overseer Dao Shuming had requested it through the regional authority's standard oversight process, a formal audit of the practice's queue management documentation, triggered by the complaint from the 2 withdrawing families. He had not waited for the complaint to be processed. He had initiated the audit simultaneously, which was either the action of someone who moved quickly or the action of someone who had already decided what he expected to find. She cooperated fully. She gave the audit team, 2 regional authority administrators, and 1 cultivation methodology specialist, complete access to the queue documentation, every intake record, every waitlist position, every recommendation that had come in, and the date and process by which each position had been assigned. She gave them the policy document she had filed. She gave them the communication record with the 2 families who had withdrawn. The audit took 2 days. On the 3rd day, Dao Shuming's office sent the finding. The finding noted the previous inequity, 3 cases expedited by recommendation, producing queue displacement for practitioners without comparable recommendation access. It noted the correction, implemented before the complaint was filed. It noted the 2 withdrawals and the reason for the withdrawals. And it classified the correction as having been implemented appropriately and promptly. The formal conclusion, the queue management policy, as filed and as implemented, was consistent with the regional endorsement's intent. The complaint from the 2 families was logged as resolved. No remedial action required. She read the finding twice. He's actually doing what he said he would do, she said to Luo Hanbai, who was at his corner desk reviewing the finding in parallel. He looked up. You sound surprised. I'm impressed, she said. He found the problem. He found the correction. He filed correctly. She looked at the finding. He did not use the audit to accumulate leverage. He used it to verify, Luo said, which is what oversight is for. Yes, she said. I know that. It is still unusual to encounter it in practice. He looked at her for a moment. You have a very specific reaction to people behaving consistently with their stated standards. I spent 11 years in a profession where that was not guaranteed, she said. It becomes notable when it occurs. He went back to his notes. The message from Dao Shuming's private correspondence arrived 2 days later, not through the regional authorities' formal channel, but through the standard cultivation community contact system. It said, I would like to observe 1 full case session. If you are willing to have me, I will attend as an independent observer, not in my regulatory capacity. I will not publish notes from the session without your consent. She showed it to Elder Gu. He's asking as a private individual, Gu said. Not as an overseer. I know, she said. That distinction matters to him. I should honor it. She wrote back. The next session with patient consent for observation is in 4 days. You may attend. Bring your standard documentation materials if you prefer. I won't ask you not to take notes. He arrived exactly on time, which was, she had already learned, how he operated. Chapter 32 Dao Shuming sat in the observation chair that Qian Mingzhu had set up in the secondary corner, a chair slightly further from the session space than Luo Hanbai's usual position, giving the patient the most open sightline possible. The session patient was a practitioner she had been working with for 2 months, a complex case, mid-process, 3rd session. The patient had consented to observation and had been told who the observer was. The patient had said, he's the oversight official? Good. He should see what this looks like. She had noted the response in the file. Patient is comfortable with transparency. Informed consent fully met. Dao watched for 6 hours. He was the most structured note-taker she had observed in the observation chair. His documentation was systematic, organized by timestamp and observation category, and he asked 2 brief clarifying questions during natural pauses in the session work, each phrased carefully so as not to disrupt the patient's processing state. She answered both. At the end of the session, the patient advanced 1 tier. Not dramatically. It was a threshold crossing that had been building for 2 months, and the session had brought the final clearing to a point where the advancement could occur. The patient sat in the chair for several minutes afterward, very still, before looking at Shun and saying, Is that what it's supposed to feel like? What does it feel like, she said. Like I put something down, the patient said. She wrote this in the session notes. It was the 3rd time a patient had used that specific phrase. She was beginning to wonder if it was a common phenomenological descriptor, or if the patients were somehow conveying the same experience in the same words because the experience itself had a consistent quality. Dao Shuming watched the patient leave. Then he was quiet for a long time. 3 moments, he said finally. In the session, at the 2nd hour, the 4th hour, and the 5th hour. In each of those moments, I was uncertain whether the practitioner's progression was driven by your intervention or by their own internal process. That's a legitimate observation, she said. In therapeutic work, the distinction between practitioner intervention and patient process is not always clean. The practitioner creates conditions. The patient does the work. The advancement you saw is theirs. But without the conditions you created, without the conditions, the blockage may have persisted, she said. Yes, that's what the outcome data shows. She looked at her notes. But the advancement didn't come from me. It came from them being able to reach something they couldn't reach before. He wrote for several minutes. Then he looked at her. I still believe, he said, that mass application of your methodology risks creating practitioners who cannot navigate difficulty without external assistance. I am not certain of this. I have not seen evidence that your current patients require ongoing assistance. Several have advanced without subsequent treatment. But the population-level risk concerns me. What would change your mind, she said. He looked at his notes. Evidence, he said. that the practitioners you treat maintain their advancement independently for more than 3 years, without regression, without requiring repeat sessions. He looked at her. 3 years is enough time to encounter genuine cultivation challenges. If the advancement holds through genuine challenges without your support, the dependency concern is answered. She picked up her brush. The longitudinal study design I submitted to the council includes 3-year follow-up assessments, she said. The first cohort is 6 months from their baseline. The 3-year data is available in 30 months. 30 months, he said. Yes, in 30 months, you will have the data your concern requires. He closed his notebook. He stood. I will not make decisions in advance of the data, he said. I will wait for the 30-month mark. She had not expected that. She had expected continued resistance. Thank you, she said. He looked at her. You are thanking me for agreeing to look at evidence before making a conclusion. Yes, she said. In my experience, that is not universal. He left without further comment. She thought that she detected the very small beginning of something that might, in 30 months, become a working relationship. Chapter 33 The longitudinal tracking system took 3 weeks to build. Luo Hanbai designed the methodology. His previous skepticism had made him precise about what constituted evidence. He had spent months thinking about the specific weaknesses of outcome data from therapeutic practices, and when he turned that thinking toward designing the tracking system, the result was more rigorous than anything she would have built alone. The design, follow-up assessments at 6 months, 18 months, and 3 years post-clearing. Each assessment measured cultivation tier stability, rate of cultivation progress since clearing, ability to navigate tribulations without additional assistance, and subjective self-report of psychological well-being. The last measure she had added over his initial objection. He did not see how subjective self-report could be made rigorous, and had eventually persuaded him that the measure, properly designed, captured information the objective metrics missed. He designed the subjective assessment instrument himself, once persuaded. It was very precise. You are very good at building things you initially disagree with, she said, when he gave her the completed instrument. I'm a rigorous person, he said. When I'm wrong about a premise, the consequences are thorough. She ran the first round of 6-month follow-ups herself, over 2 weeks. 31 patients had passed the 6-month mark since their clearing sessions. She assessed all 31. Results: all clearings holding. No regression in any case. 26 showed measurable cultivation progress above their pre-clearing baseline rate. 4 showed equivalent rate. 1 showed slightly slower rate. A patient with an additional life stressor that she noted as a confounding variable. She brought the results to the workroom and put them in front of Luo Hanbai. He read them. He read them again. No regression in 31 cases, he said. 6-month mark, she said. Not 18 months, not 3 years. But no regression. He made a note. He looked at the case files. Then he said, cases 14 and 22. Look at the adjacent formation markers. She looked. She had not specifically flagged these 2 cases as concerning. Both had cleared their primary blockages. Both had advanced. But there was something in the chi pattern data from the most recent assessments. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. Adjacent formation, she said. In the areas immediately surrounding the cleared blockage, he said. Not the original demon. Something new. Small. But present. She pulled both case files and read them side by side. He was right. In both cases, a secondary chi pattern had emerged in the cultivation space adjacent to where the primary blockage had been. Not the same structure as the original demon, but occupying a similar function. The cleared space had been partially refilled by something new. She looked at this for a long time. That's interesting, she said. Chapter 34, she did not label it a complication immediately. She labeled it a finding. The adjacent secondary formation, which she had not observed in the session work because it was too small at that point to be visible, appeared in 2 of 31 6-month cases, which meant it was not inevitable, but was also not a single aberration. She spent 3 days reviewing the case files of both affected practitioners in detail. The primary clearing, successful. The subsequent advancement, confirmed. The secondary formation, emerging approximately 3 to 4 months post-clearing, in cultivation space that had been previously occupied by the primary blockage and had not been specifically treated after the clearing. The mechanism, as she understood it, clearing a blockage removed a structure that had, in some cases, been serving a functional role in the practitioner's cultivation architecture. Not a healthy role, but a structural one. The surrounding chi, which had organized itself around the blockage over years, now had a space where the organizing structure had been. In some practitioners, that space was filled by genuine cultivation growth. In others, a secondary pattern emerged to occupy it, drawn, perhaps, by the same psychological vulnerability that had generated the original blockage. It was, she thought, like removing scar tissue and finding that the underlying tension that had caused the scar had not been fully addressed. Protocol revision, she said to Qian Mingzhu. Qian had her notebook open before Shin finished the sentence. Every cleared patient receives a 3-month follow-up assessment, Shin said, specific to adjacent formation markers. If the formation is present at 3 months, a supplementary session addresses the underlying vulnerability before it calcifies. She looked at the case files. The 2 current cases, schedule them for immediate supplementary sessions. Should I reclassify them as adverse outcomes? Qian said. She considered. They are not adverse outcomes. The primary treatment was successful and the patients advanced. They are cases requiring additional treatment due to an outcome I did not anticipate. She looked at the protocol revision. The honest classification is protocol gap requiring systematic address. Documented as such. The regional authority will receive the report, Qian said. Dao Shuming will see it. Good, she said. He should see it. She wrote the report herself. She described the finding, the mechanism as she currently understood it, the 2 cases affected, and the protocol revision. She sent it to Dao Shuming's office along with a note that she would update the report when the supplementary sessions were complete. The report went out in the morning. By the afternoon, a message had arrived from one Russian requesting to see the complication documentation. She considered this for a long moment. He had every reason to want to see the data. It potentially supported his argument that clearing without struggle left cultivation space vulnerable to secondary formation. She also had every reason to provide it, because the documentation was honest, and she had committed to honest documentation. She sent him the report. He responded the same day. I am available on the day after tomorrow if you are willing to discuss in person. Chapter 35. When Russian arrived at the workroom in the early morning, before the first session, which was the time she had specified because it was the time she had available. He sat in the intake chair. Not the elder's chair, which was the chair senior sect figures usually took. The intake chair, where patients sat. She had not specifically arranged this. She thought it might have been deliberate on his part. He looked at the documentation she had set on the desk, the adjacent formation report, the case files for the 2 affected practitioners, and the protocol revision. I received the report yesterday, he said. I know, she said. You wrote back. I want to understand the mechanism, he said. Not to use it. To understand it. She studied him. He had been her principal institutional opponent for 6 months. He had challenged her outcomes, filed formal reviews, published essays arguing that her methodology was harmful. He had done all of this with the consistent quality of someone who genuinely believed what he was arguing. The specific quality of a genuine belief being challenged by evidence was different from the quality of an argument used for tactical purposes. She had been watching for the difference since their first meeting. The adjacent secondary formation, she said, appears to emerge in practitioners where the primary blockage was serving a structural function in their cultivation architecture, not a healthy function, but a structural one. When the blockage is cleared, the surrounding qi has a space where the organizing structure was. In practitioners who haven't built alternative structure to fill that space, a new pattern emerges, which means, when said slowly, that clearing the blockage addressed the symptom but not the underlying vulnerability. In some cases, she said, not all. 29 of 31 cases showed no secondary formation. 2 did. What is different about the 2? She thought about how to say it accurately. Both had cultivated the primary blockage as a central organizing feature for over 5 years. The blockage was not peripheral, it was integrated. The surrounding qi had grown around it. Removing it left a structural gap that the underlying psychological pattern refilled. He was quiet for a long time. Is it possible, he said. And he said it with the specific care of someone who has decided to ask a question they would rather not ask, that my methods were preventing secondary formation by keeping the practitioner in a state of active resistance? That the ongoing struggle, which I argued builds resilience, was also, as a side effect, preventing the cleared space from refilling. She sat with this. It was exactly the question she had been not quite asking herself since identifying the finding. That is a testable hypothesis, she said. But you don't have the data to answer it. No, she admitted. Not yet. She looked at the case files. What I know is that secondary formation did not occur in 29 of 31 cases. What I don't know is whether those 29 cases are different in ways that your methodology would predict, whether their architecture was less integrated around the original blockage, or whether they had sufficient alternative structure to fill the space, or whether there are other variables I haven't identified. He was quiet. He looked at the protocol revision document. You added a 3-month follow-up, he said. For all cleared patients, specifically targeting adjacent formation markers, she said. That addresses the detection problem, he said. It doesn't address the underlying mechanism. No, she said. I need more data for the mechanism. She looked at him directly. I would need your case records to test your hypothesis. Practitioners treated through your methodology followed for adjacent formation markers over the same timeline. He looked at the desk. He looked at the report. I filed the report honestly, she said. The finding is real. The protocol gap was real. I corrected it. She paused. If your methodology prevents secondary formation in some cases, that is also real. I cannot establish that without your data. He was quiet for a long time. The morning light had moved while they were talking, a significant distance across the workroom floor. I will think about it, he said. He stood. He was at the door before she said anything else. When Russian, she said. He paused. The question you asked, she said, about whether your methods prevent secondary formation as a side effect. You asked it because you thought the answer might be yes. He looked at the door rather than at her. Yes, he said. That is a useful question, she said. If the answer is yes, the data from your cases would help me build a better protocol for the cases where secondary formation is likely. The knowledge would benefit the practitioners you've spent 25 years treating. He did not respond for a moment. Then, I will think about it, he said again. He left. She wrote in her research notes, when Russian, offered voluntary data collaboration. We'll consider the quality of his question, asking whether his methods might have a beneficial side effect that mine lack, is exactly the analytical posture of someone who is genuinely interested in the answer rather than the argument. She underlined the last phrase. Note, this is progress. The kind that takes months to accumulate and is only visible in retrospect. She closed the notebook. The first session would start in an hour. She had work to do. Chapter 36 When Russian sent the case records 3 weeks later. He did not announce them. A sealed documentation bundle arrived through the cultivation community's standard correspondence channel, addressed to xianxia's practice in her formal title, not to the workroom, not to the research initiative. To her name, specifically, as if the precision of the address was the point. She opened it at the desk with Luo Hanbai working across the room. The bundle contained 43 case files, spanning 11 years of his practice. Each file was formatted with the same meticulous consistency. Intake date, presenting condition, cultivation method applied, follow-up assessments at regular intervals, outcome classification. The handwriting was compact and controlled throughout. He had been documenting this way for over a decade. He actually sent them, Luo said, without looking up from his own notes. He had heard the seal break. He said he would think about it, she said. He did. She spent the better part of a day reading. What she found was the work of a careful practitioner who had been watching his own outcomes honestly for a long time. His success rates were not as high as he had stated in their first meeting. She did not think the discrepancy was dishonest, only that his classification system for outcomes was more generous than hers. When she applied her own classification standards to his cases, the numbers shifted, but they did not collapse. He had genuine outcomes, consistently produced. What she was looking for were the adjacent formation markers. She ran the analysis herself. Luo Hanbai double-checked her methodology. By the third day, the pattern was clear enough to document. In Wen's 43 cases, adjacent secondary formation appeared in 4, a higher rate than hers. But the 4 were not distributed randomly. Every case with adjacent formation involved a practitioner whose primary blockage was grief-based. The cases without adjacent formation were clustered differently. Fear-based blockages, anger-based blockages, shame that had calcified into pride. The grief cases were the pattern. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. That's interesting, she said. The grief ones, Luo said. He had reached the same place by a different route. His method works by pushing through. Grief doesn't push, it pulls. She wrote this down. Then she wrote the mechanism as she understood it. Grief-based blockages responded differently to willpower-based processing because grief was not a wall that yielded to force. It was water. Pressure didn't move it. It displaced around the pressure point and resettled. Wen's method moved through the blockage and left the grief distributed in adjacent space rather than resolved. The secondary formation drew from that distributed grief, which had never been fully processed. She wrote a letter to Wen Russian. She described what she had found. She was precise, and she did not soften it. His method produced secondary formation in grief cases at a rate her method did not. Then she wrote the other half. His method produced outcomes in fear-based blockages that her own case records did not show matching. The fear cases in his files advanced at a different rate and with a different quality of stability than her own fear cases. She had not understood why until she had seen his documentation. Fear responded to willpower. The act of choosing to move through fear, the practitioner's active engagement against resistance, produced something that her method, which dissolved the fear through processing, did not replicate. She wrote, in grief cases, my method outperforms yours. In fear-based blockages, yours may outperform mine. I do not have sufficient cases in the fear category to confirm the second claim. I would like to design a joint study. Asterisk, she sent the letter before she could revise it into something more diplomatic. His response arrived in 4 days. Asterisk, I read your analysis twice. Your grief mechanism is correct. I had noticed the grief pattern without having a framework to understand it. Regarding the fear cases, I had also noticed this and had not been able to articulate it. I accept your proposal for a joint study. I will need to understand your documentation standards. Propose a meeting. Asterisk, she read this 3 times. Then she wrote in her research notebook. Asterisk, he noticed both patterns before I arrived at them. He had the data. He was missing the framework. This is exactly the analytical profile of a person who has been practicing honestly for 25 years. Asterisk, she underlined the word honestly. Then added, asterisk, I have been treating him as an obstacle. He is a collaborator I have not yet learned how to work with. Asterisk, she proposed a meeting for the following week. He was there on time. She had already learned this about him, and they spent 4 hours building the joint study design. He was meticulous about controls in a way she respected. He pushed back on 2 of her methodological choices, and he was right about both. She pushed back on one of his, and he considered it for a full minute before conceding. The joint study design was stronger than either of them would have built alone. Walking out of the workroom that evening, Luo Hanbai said, "You look surprised." "I worked with collaborators for 9 years in my previous life," she said. "Productive disagreement is unusual. You're describing him as a good collaborator. I'm describing him as someone who cares more about the answer than the argument." She watched the evening light on the courtyard stone. "In my experience, that is the rarest thing." Chapter 37. The joint study took 4 months. The methodology, 50 cases, evenly divided, each practitioner treating a random subset from a shared intake pool. The cases were classified by primary blockage type before assignment. Neither practitioner knew the other's outcomes until both completed their follow-up assessments. Adjacent formation markers tracked at 3 months and 6 months. Fear-based and grief-based cases isolated as primary analytical categories. At the 4-month close, they sat together with the full dataset. The results confirmed both hypotheses. Fear-based blockages. One's method produced advancement with a higher rate of subsequent independent stability. The practitioners treated through his framework showed a measurable pattern of self-directed processing when they encountered difficulty afterward. Her method produced advancement too, but the subsequent independent stability rate was lower. The grief-based cases ran opposite. Her method produced cleaner clearing with lower secondary formation, and one's method produced secondary formation in the grief cases at a rate that could no longer be attributed to coincidence. "It means neither method is complete," she said. "Yes." One looked at the data without expression. "It means the method should depend on what the practitioner's blockage actually is, which I have not been doing." "Nor have I," she said. "I treat grief cases well. I haven't been asking, in my fear cases, whether the clearing is producing the quality of independent resilience your method produces." He was quiet for a moment. "You could have published this without me," he said. "You had my case records. You would have reached the same conclusions." "The secondary formation finding," she said, "yes. The fear resilience finding I would have missed. My fear case numbers were insufficient. I needed your 43 cases to see the second pattern." She looked at the data. "Beyond which, publishing an analysis of another practitioner's cases without their participation is not a methodology I'm willing to use." He did not respond immediately. When he did, he said, "I filed the first formal complaint against you." "I know. The complaint was based on legitimate concern," he said. "The methodology of raising it was not always honest. I framed some arguments as principled positions that were also, partially, territorial." She tilted her head, went quiet for 3 seconds. "Thank you for saying that. I'm saying it because the joint publication will be read as a reversal by people who observe the complaint," he said. "I would prefer that the reversal be accurate rather than strategic." "I can write the contextual framing," she said. "You write the methodology section. You are more precise than I am about technique description." He agreed. The paper was drafted in 2 weeks and submitted to the Regional Cultivation Research Journal. She sent Dao Shuming a courtesy copy before publication. The paper appeared at the beginning of the following month. She did not expect the response to be immediate. Academic publications in the cultivation community moved slowly. Practitioners had training schedules, cases, sect obligations. She expected weeks before anyone outside the regional noticed. The message arrived in 12 days. Asterisk Senior Shinweichi. I have read your joint publication with Elder One Russian. I have also read your 6-month outcome documentation, the adjacent formation report, and the protocol revision. I practice in the willpower suppression tradition, the most committed form of One Russian's lineage, applied specifically to pre-tribulation fear states. I have 30 years of outcome records. I would like to discuss what you found about fear-based blockages in more detail, because I have been watching the same resilience pattern without the vocabulary to describe it. ***, my name is Su Chaolon. I am available when you are. She read it twice. Then she looked at the Cinder's cultivation tier in the community registry. Domain shaping. The third highest attainable tier below heaven comprehension. 50 years old. Regional recognition in 4 provinces. A full practitioner. Luo Hanbai, reading over her shoulder, said, "She didn't ask if you were available. She stated when she was available. She knows her own schedule," Xin said. She was already composing her reply. Chapter 38. Su Chaolon arrived before dawn. Not early, before dawn. The sky was still deep indigo when Qian Mingzhu, coming in for early documentation work, found a senior cultivator sitting in the courtyard with her eyes closed and her hands folded in her lap, perfectly still, as if she had been there for a comfortable amount of time already and was in no particular hurry about the meeting. Qian reported this to Shun, who came down to find her exactly as described. Su Chaolon was 51. She had the physical bearing of someone who had maintained the same posture every day for 3 decades, not rigid, but settled, like a tree with deep roots. Her face was difficult to read in the way that some faces simply processed information faster than they displayed it. She opened her eyes when she heard Shin's footsteps. "I came early," she said. "I didn't want to rush the conversation." "Come in," Shin said. They sat in the intake room. Qian brought tea and then positioned herself in the corner with her notebook, which Su noted without comment. A senior practitioner from 4 regionals away would know that a case manager's presence was procedural. Su started where her letter had ended. She had 30 years of outcomes in the fear suppression tradition, every case documented in the same way, rated by the same classification system. The resilience pattern was consistent. Practitioners who moved through fear via willpower produced a specific quality of subsequent strength that was not present in practitioners who resolved fear through understanding. She had been calling this quality tempered stability in her own notes because she had no better term. Fear-based processing produces courage, Su said. It's not metaphorical. The act of choosing, repeatedly, to face what frightens you builds a pattern of response in the Qi architecture that your method doesn't build. When the same practitioner later encounters something frightening, they have the pattern to draw from. Shin listened through all of it. She did not interrupt. When Su finished, she said, "The question I have is whether the pattern you're describing is exclusive to your method." "I don't know," Su said. "I assumed it was. Your joint publication made me less certain. What your cases show," Shin said, "is correlation between the method and the outcome. I don't have enough fear cases with long-term follow-up to know whether my cleared practitioners develop the same pattern by a different mechanism. I suspect they might, but the timeline would be longer, and I haven't tracked for it." Su considered this. She had the same 3-second pause that Shin herself used, which Shin noticed and did not comment on. "There's a case I've been carrying for 6 years, Su said. "I want your assessment before I decide whether to refer it. Not because I can't handle it. I can continue to manage it. But I don't know if I can resolve it." She looked directly at Shun. "I have never said that sentence to another practitioner. Tell me about the case." Su described it methodically. A practitioner in his mid-40s, she didn't give a name, who had carried a specific heart demon for 22 years. The demon had formed in his early 20s around a catastrophic cultivation failure that had destroyed his reputation and ended his formal sect training. He had rebuilt himself outside the sect system, developing a practice as an independent contractor, eventually reaching soul resonance tier without institutional support. The problem was the relationship. Over 22 years, the heart demon had become the organizing center of his entire psychological architecture. His drive, his discipline, his identity, everything had been built as a response to the original failure. The demon was not peripheral. It was structural. If the demon was cleared, the compensatory structure that had built around it, everything he believed about himself, everything he had achieved, everything he was, would have no foundation. Su's willpower method had shown her the shape of the problem clearly. The resistance was not fear of the demon. The resistance was fear of who he would be without it. "What do you do?" Su said. "With a patient whose core identity is built on the demon." The room was quiet. Outside, the courtyard was beginning to lighten. Shin tilted her head. 3 seconds. She did not say, "That's interesting" this time. This was beyond interesting. This was the edge of what she knew. "Have you tried clearing the peripheral formations first?" she said. "The structures that attach themselves to the core demon over 22 years. If you reduce the surrounding architecture before touching the central blockage, the foundation question becomes less absolute." "I tried that in year 2, Su said. "The peripheral clearings produced anxiety crises. He needed the full architecture or he destabilized. Which means the architecture is load-bearing throughout. Yes. Shen looked at the case description notes Su had put on the desk. How much does he know about the mechanism? Everything, Su said. He has assessed himself very accurately. He knows the demon is structural. He knows his identity is compensatory. He has come to me every 6 months for 3 years because he believes the clearing is necessary for his eventual advancement past soul resonance, and he cannot advance past it with the blockage in place. He cannot advance with the blockage. He cannot clear the blockage without destabilizing who he is. Su met Shen's eyes. He is 45. He has been running this equation for 3 years. Refer him to me, Shen said. He will not agree easily. No, Shen said. I expect not. Chapter 39. Su's referred practitioner was named Fang Zhenlan. He came in 2 days after Su made the referral, which told Shen he had been thinking about whether to come long before Su suggested it. He sat in the intake chair with the self-possession of someone who had been the most competent person in most rooms for a long time. He was lean, with careful hands, and he assessed the workroom with a single organized glance when he entered: the documentation shelves, the layout, the secondary chair where Qian Mingzhu sat. Senior Su has given you the case history, he said. She gave me her documentation, Shen said. I'd like to hear it from you. He paused. What I tell you won't be different from what she wrote. Possibly not, Shen said. I'm more interested in what you leave out. He looked at her for a moment. Then he began. He was more precise than Su's notes had suggested. A practitioner who had spent 22 years thinking about one problem would have exhausted the obvious framings and arrived at the structural question early. He laid out his own architectural analysis with the fluency of someone who had rehearsed it 100 times. The formation date, the original failure, the compensatory growth pattern, the current load-bearing function of the blockage in his qi network. He had a technical vocabulary for his own psychology that most practitioners she worked with did not develop. When he finished, she said, You've described the mechanism clearly. I have been describing it to Senior Su for 3 years, he said. The description doesn't change the problem. No, she agreed. The description is not the problem. She looked at him directly. The problem is that clearing the blockage is not actually what you're afraid of. He was very still. You're afraid of who you would be after, she said. The achievement, the discipline, the independence, those are not separate from the demon. They came from it. If the demon clears, you don't lose your cultivation rank. You don't lose your skills. But the story you have been telling yourself about why you achieved what you achieved, that story becomes wrong. And you've been living inside that story for 22 years. Yes, he said. The fear is not of weakness, she said. It's of a specific kind of discontinuity. The person you are now is a person built in response to a catastrophe. Without the catastrophe, who is the person? The room was quiet. Qian Mingzhu's brush had stopped moving. I don't know, Fang Zhenlan said. That is the precise answer. I don't know. That's useful, Shen said. Not knowing is different from not being. The clearing wouldn't remove your history. It would remove the demon's function in your current architecture. What built around it, including your genuine strength, would remain. It would just be attached to something other than a wound. Can you promise that? She did not answer immediately. He had asked the question clinically, not emotionally. Asking for a probability, not a comfort. No, she said. I can describe the mechanism as I understand it, and I can tell you that the process will be discontinuous and difficult, and that you will need to rebuild your sense of self around something other than the origin event. I cannot promise you the outcome because you are the one who will do the rebuilding. I can only create the conditions. He sat with this. Senior Su said you would not make guarantees. Did that concern you? It made me decide to come, he said. She ran the intake assessment, the full version, the one that mapped qi scars by formation date and traced every place the original blockage had extended roots into the surrounding architecture. She worked quietly, reading the pattern with foundation reading perception, which at her current tier gave her a 3-dimensional view of the emotional psychological content embedded in his cultivation base. The architecture was even more complex than Su's notes had indicated. The demon had been there for 22 years. Everything in him had grown around it. Not just his identity, but his specific sensitivity to cultivation technique, his analytical posture, his way of reading situations. It was not a tumor. It was more like the root structure of a tree that had grown over a buried stone for 22 years. Remove the stone, and you disturb the roots. She ran the session for 6 hours. She did not attempt clearing. She did not intend to clear in the intake session. She only mapped. When she finished, Luo Hanbai was waiting in the hallway. He had been there for the last hour, which meant Qian had signaled him at some point. He looked at her face. How much can you hold, he said. It was not a casual question. He had been watching her absorption patterns since the study design work. He understood the accumulation problem better than anyone except her. She said, let's find out. He did not look reassured. Shun, I know what I said, she said. I know what the case is. She looked at the closed intake room door. He has been running this equation for 3 years, and he cannot advance past it, and he is 45 years old. I will not leave it. Luo was quiet for a moment. Your residue load is already elevated from the 6-month follow-up assessments. I know. The adjacent formation processing for cases 14 and 22 was 2 weeks ago. I know. He looked at her with the specific expression he used when he understood that she had already decided, and he was trying to calculate whether arguing would help. It would not, and he knew it. He said, "Tell me the abort conditions." She named them, the specific psychological destabilization markers she had identified in her own processing protocols, the ones that meant she was accumulating faster than she could process. He memorized them. She knew he would. "If I show any of those," she said, "you have my permission to stop the session." "I know I do," he said. "I'm asking because I want you to have said it." She went back inside. Chapter 40. The first formal session with Fang Zhenlan happened the following week. She had spent the intervening days reviewing the intake map, the specific architecture of how the demon had distributed through his chi field, and building a protocol that moved from the periphery inward, spending the first session on the most recent growth layers, and leaving the original core formation for later work. The peripheral layers could yield without requiring him to rebuild his identity. She needed him to experience that clearing was possible before they reached the load-bearing structure. The session ran 9 hours. She worked slowly. The peripheral layers were not simple. They were interconnected with everything else in ways that required careful sequencing. But they were not the central problem, and Fang Zhenlan had enough self-awareness that he could track what was happening and make real-time adjustments when she indicated where to focus his own attention. At the end of the 9th hour, the first layer had cleared. Not the core, not even close to the core, but something at the outermost edge of the formation had released, a pattern of secondary shame that had calcified around the periphery of the original failure, a layer that had never been load-bearing, but had added weight for 20 years. The release was small. Fang Zhenlan sat quietly for a long time afterward. Then he said, "That was mine." She waited. "The shame at the edge," he said. "I always believed it was the demon generating it. But when it cleared, I could feel it was mine. I created it. It was a response I built, not something that was done to me." "Yes," she said. "That distinction matters," he said. "I don't know why yet, but it matters." She wrote this in her session notes. Then she ran the residue management protocol on herself, quietly, in the documentation room with the door closed, while Qian Mingzhu handled the post-session intake work. Fang Zhenlan's peripheral shame residue was complex. 22 years of carefully maintained architecture left a specific quality of imprint. She processed for 2 hours. When she emerged, Luo Hanbai looked at her, assessed her, and said, Okay, she confirmed. She booked the second session. Fang Zhenlan's case would take months. She understood this and had already told him. He had not objected. A practitioner who had been running the same equation for 3 years understood long timelines. What he had done, at the end of the intake session, was say, "I would like to continue regardless of the timeline." She had written that in the case file. Asterisk patient-oriented toward process, not speed. This is correct. Asterisk 3 days after the first session, a message arrived through the Continental Cultivation Community Registry. She read the sender's name first, Jian Lui. Peak Realm Walking Tier, 18 years old. She had seen his regional results in the Cultivation Authority's public records, a combat prodigy who had achieved his tier through systematic emotional suppression, producing what the records described as perfect combat efficiency and no measurable heart demon formation in any assessment over 7 years. The message read, Asterisk Senior Shinweichi. I have followed your methodology research since the adjacent formation publication. I am traveling to your regional to study the mechanism of your outcomes. My method produces a chi architecture with no heart demon formation because no emotional content is permitted to persist long enough to calcify. Your method produces clearance of existing formation. I want to understand whether these represent 2 different solutions to the same problem or whether they are incompatible answers to different questions. I arrive in 11 days. Asterisk, she set the message on the desk. Luo Hanbai read it. He said, very carefully, "He's not asking if he can come." "No," she said. "He isn't." She read the message again. A peak realm walking practitioner at 18 who had achieved his tier by systematically eliminating his own emotional experience. The achievement was extraordinary. The mechanism concerned her deeply, not because it was failing, because it was working. A practitioner with no heart demon formation because no feeling was allowed to last long enough to calcify was not a practitioner who had resolved the heart demon problem. It was a practitioner building a chi architecture that looked, from the outside, exactly like someone who had resolved it, until the suppression system encountered something it could not suppress. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. Tell Qian to prepare an intake assessment room for 11 days from now, she said. Standard documentation setup. Luo looked at her. You're going to see him. He's coming to study the mechanism, she said. I would like to study his. She picked up her brush and wrote 2 words in the research notebook, Jian Lui. Then, below it, opening question. What happens when nothing you built for suppression is enough? She did not write the answer. She didn't have it yet. But she had 11 days, and she had Fang Jinlan's case underway, and she had Su Chaolan's 30 years of fear case documentation, and she had the joint study with one Russian running. The work had expanded further than she had planned. That was consistent with how problems actually worked. They were not smaller on close inspection. She closed the notebook and went to find Qian Mingzhu. There were 3 afternoon cases scheduled, and she had already spent too long thinking when thinking was not the immediate requirement. The immediate requirement was listening. It always was. Chapter 41. Jian Lui arrived on the morning of the 11th day, exactly as he had stated. He was 18 years old, and he looked younger than that. A thin practitioner with the controlled economy of movement that came from years of precise physical training, not from bulk or force. His chi field, which she could read from across the intake room, was the most disciplined she had ever encountered in someone his age. There were no edges in it. Everything had been smooth flat. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. You managed the journey efficiently, she said. 11 days is what I said, he said, as if the precision of his own stated timeline was unremarkable. He sat in the intake chair without being directed to it, which told her he had looked at the room layout before entering and made an assessment about where to position himself. He set a documentation case on the floor beside the chair. His eyes moved to Qian Mingzhu in her corner, registered her, moved back to Shun. Senior Su Chaolan's 3-year assessment records, he said. Her fear-based clearings. I reviewed them in detail on the journey. The resilience pattern she documented is consistent with what I observe in suppression training, with one difference. Name it, Shin said. Suppression training produces the resilience pattern in advance of tribulation, he said. Su's clearing method produces it as a consequence of tribulation, after the practitioner has already struggled through the fear and cleared it. The outcome is similar. The timeline differs. In a practitioner who hasn't faced their first major tribulation yet, my method has produced the pattern. Hers hasn't had the opportunity. He looked at her directly. Yours is further back in the sequence than either. She did not disagree. Your point. My point is that outcome data from practitioners who have already cleared is a limited lens, he said. The question that matters is what happens when the practitioner encounters something genuinely new, a threat without a template, a fear they have not processed. That is where the architecture fails or holds. And that is a combat question. You want to test under pressure, she said. I want to test under conditions that approach what cultivation conflict actually produces, he said. Controlled clearing outcomes tell me what the practitioner experiences after. I want to know what the practitioner does when the situation requires something they have not already processed. It was, she had to acknowledge, a legitimate line of inquiry. The challenge he proposed was specific. One of his suppression-trained disciples against one of her clearing-treated practitioners in a formal combat assessment. 3 rounds, escalating pressure, observed and documented by a neutral regional authority representative. He had already filed a preliminary request with Dao Shuming's office for the observation component, not asking permission, presenting a research design. You filed the observation request before asking me, she said. I was confident you would accept, he said. The challenge is legitimate. You know it is. Declining would imply the answer you are giving is not the right one. She looked at him for a moment. He was not wrong. He was also 18, and the habit of believing that correctness was sufficient had not yet been complicated by anything. I accept, she said. 4 weeks. She did not tell him the rest of it. That she had no combat tier practitioner in her current case cohort. He had not asked. The challenge was hers to meet. Chapter 42. The gap became apparent within 2 days of systematic review. She and Qian Mingzhu went through the complete case files, 41 practitioners treated to date, every one of them reviewed for combat tier status and current cultivation activity. The pattern was stark. Her clients were practitioners who had stalled. The ones the system had passed, who had advanced through their tribulations through willpower or suppression or sheer cultivation talent. Those practitioners had no reason to come to her. They were fine. They were exactly what the conventional system produced. Jian's practitioners were a specific subset of the ones who were fine. Hers were the ones the system had left behind. That's not a flaw, Luo Hanbai said. He had been listening from his desk with the particular quality of someone who had already processed the problem while the other person was still arriving at it. That's a population distribution. It means I have outcome data for the population the conventional system fails, she said. It doesn't tell me anything about what my method does for practitioners the conventional system has already succeeded with. Which is Jian's actual challenge. Yes. She sat with this for a while. The honest response to the gap was to acknowledge it, which she intended to do in the documented research. Acknowledging it was different from producing a practitioner for the assessment, which she still needed to do. The assessment required a combat tier practitioner who had undergone heart demon clearing through her method and who was willing to represent that outcome publicly in a competitive context. Her 41 cases included several at realm walking tier, high enough for serious combat capability, but none of them were combat specialists. They were practitioners who had cleared blockages and advanced in their own cultivation fields: alchemy, formation, sect instruction. She could not manufacture a case history in 4 weeks. She could not produce a practitioner whose clearing she had performed and whose combat record was genuinely comparable to Jian's disciple. She spent the 3rd day revising the framing. The challenge was not which method produced better fighters. The question was what the practitioner could do with themselves when the situation required more than trained response. If she framed the assessment correctly, the comparison was about adaptability under novel pressure, which was a different test than combat record. Jian would call this moving the goalposts. He would not be wrong. On the 4th day, Luo Hanbai said, "I'll go." Chapter 43, she told him the problems with it. He was not a neutral sample. His clearing was documented, but he had been present for the research development, had been watching the outcomes for months, had context that a randomly selected cleared practitioner would not have. If he won, Jian would argue that Luo's outcome was produced by proximity to the methodology rather than the methodology itself. Luo listened to all of it. Then he said, "Is any of that wrong?" "No," she said. "None of it is wrong." "Then document it," he said. "Publish the limitation along with the result. You have been doing that with everything else." He looked at her levelly. Jian chose a disciple who trains with him daily. The intimacy of instruction is not a disqualifying variable. It is the condition under which any practitioner develops. The question is whether the clearing produced a real effect on a real practitioner. I am the real practitioner with the most documented evidence of a real effect. If I participate, you have a legitimate comparison. If you find someone else, you have a weaker one. She ran through the objections again and found that they were genuine limitations, not disqualifying flaws. Limitations could be disclosed. She wrote them into the research design before accepting his participation. His condition was the same one he named: documentation. Everything about his training since the clearing, his combat performance records, the assessment design, and the outcome would be published regardless of result. He was not interested in a finding he could control. She found this clarifying. She confirmed his participation to Jian Lui the following morning. Jian's response arrived the same afternoon. His selected disciple was a 22-year-old realm walking practitioner named Xiao Ruixian, trained under Jian's direct instruction for 4 years, with a competition record that included 12 formal combat assessments, 11 wins, 1 technical draw. Combat specialization in high-pressure tribulation simulation environments. No documented heart demon formation in 7 consecutive years of assessment. Luo Hanbai reviewed the record without comment for a full minute. "He's good," he said. "Yes," she said. "How much do I know about his technique?" "We'll request the public assessment records. Beyond that, no preview access. Same information symmetry for both parties." He nodded. He was already thinking about something else. She could see it in the way he had turned slightly inward, the way his chi field shifted. He was running an assessment of himself. What he had now that he had not had before the clearing. What that meant in terms of the question Jian was actually asking. She let him think. She had her own question to run. Chapter 44, the pre-competition documentation, took 2 weeks. She ran the Qi architecture assessment on Luo Hanbai with the same rigor she would apply to a new intake. Complete formation history, Qi scar mapping, residue load, current capacity. She was doing it for the first time in their entire history together, which was its own observation. She had cleared his blockage months ago and had not subsequently mapped the full architecture. She had been treating him as a collaborator. She had not been treating him as a case. The architecture that emerged under foundation reading assessment was more complex than she had anticipated. The grief that had been cleared, the loss of his former partner, the failure he had carried for years, had occupied a significant region of his Qi network's central processing space. Not a blockage in the sense of obstruction, but a weight that required active management. A portion of his cognitive and emotional bandwidth had been dedicated to containing the grief rather than processing experience in real time. Post-clearing, that bandwidth was available. The practical implication: he was not faster in raw technique terms. His Qi output had not increased materially, but his situational reading, the speed at which he assessed new information and produced a calibrated response, was measurably different from his pre-clearing records. She had 3 months of documentation from Luo's own combat training logs that showed the shift clearly. "I'm more present," he said, when she explained the mechanism. "That's the right word. There was a part of me that was always somewhere else, managing the weight. Now it isn't." "Yes," she said. "Emotional bandwidth is a real resource. You were using a significant portion of it for suppression." "So Jian's disciples," he said slowly. "If they're suppressing without clearing, they're also using bandwidth." She had been waiting to see if he reached this on his own. Yes, but Jian would argue, correctly, that the suppression capacity is itself a resource that my method does not train. His practitioners can manage emotional content under pressure without it disrupting their function. The question is what happens to the suppressed content over time. When she put this analysis in the pre-competition documentation, she sent a copy to Jian Lui as required by the shared research design. His response came the next morning, 3 words. Self-confirming speculation. She wrote it in her research notebook and did not respond immediately. He was not wrong that the hypothesis was easier to confirm than disprove with the available data. She was also not wrong that the hypothesis was the most parsimonious explanation for the observed pattern. These two things coexisted. She added a note to the documentation, Jian Lui's objection is methodologically valid. The hypothesis should be treated as preliminary pending independent confirmation of the bandwidth mechanism. Luo Hanbai, reading over her shoulder. You're giving him the point. It's his point, she said. Giving him what he's already correct about is not a concession. It's accuracy. The competition date was confirmed, 4 days out. The venue was a training hall in the regional authorities' facility, selected for its documentation equipment and the neutral institutional positioning. Dao Shuming had assigned a senior oversight officer to observe and record. 3 other senior practitioners had been invited as independent assessment witnesses. She reviewed Luo Hanbai's training records one final time the evening before. What she found consistent throughout: the same steady improvement in response latency metrics, the same pattern of better adaptation when situations departed from trained templates. Not more powerful, more flexible. Whether flexibility was enough against a practitioner trained for 4 years specifically in combat efficiency, she did not know. The assessment would find out. Chapter 45. The competition hall held 60 observers. She had not anticipated the audience size. Jian Lui's arrival in the regional had not gone unnoticed. A peak realm walking prodigy at 18, openly challenging the methodology that had cleared Nie Rian's 23-year blockage, produced enough cultivation community interest to fill every observation gallery. Qian Mingzhu was managing the documentation station with 2 assistants. The neutral observer from Dao Shuming's office, a senior administrator named Wei Tao, methodical and visibly skeptical of what he had been asked to document, had set up at the assessment table with a formal record template. Luo Hanbai and Xiao Ruixian were introduced in the center of the hall by the senior witness practitioners. Xiao Ruixian was 3 years older and half a head taller than Luo, with a competition posture that registered even in the pre-assessment period. A readiness that was calibrated specifically for observed performance rather than comfort. He had done this before. He knew how an audience affected the pressure dynamics. Luo had done formal assessments. He had not done 12 of them against opponents selected specifically for their ability to perform under observation. The asymmetry was real. She noted it without adjusting for it. This was an honest test of the condition, not a favorable one. The format Jian had proposed, which she had agreed to. 3 rounds across different pressure conditions, with the full panel scoring each round on defined technical criteria and the neutral observer maintaining the master record. Round 1. Controlled technique assessment, structured environment, low emotional demand. Round 2. Progressive escalation, increasing complexity, time constraints, forced decision-making. Round 3. Tribulation simulation conditions. A practitioner who generated the simulated tribulation would draw from Xiao Ruixian's own psychological profile and Luo Hanbai's, producing customized manifestations for each. The Round 3 simulation was the most significant element. It would expose, under observation, whatever each practitioner carried and had not cleared. Round 1 ran for 2 hours. The controlled technique format was the domain where training specificity mattered most. Xiao Ruixian had been trained for 4 years in exactly the kinds of structured assessments this round replicated. His chi control under observational pressure was exceptional. Clean outputs, precise management, no waste. The panel's technical scores marked his performance consistently above average for realm walking tier. Luo Hanbai performed at a level the scores marked as solid for his tier, without the same specificity advantage. His outputs were slightly less precise at the margins of the structured conditions. His adaptation when a controlled variable shifted unexpectedly, something the assessors introduced 3 times, was faster, but the panel's scoring criteria weighted precision more heavily than adaptability in round 1. The round 1 score was exactly what she had expected. Xiao Ruixian marginally ahead on the precision metrics, the adaptability scores closer. Jian Lui, sitting in the observation gallery, did not display any particular satisfaction. He was watching his disciple with the same careful attention he used for everything, not celebration, analysis. She had not expected him to gloat. He was not built for it. Wei Tao, the neutral observer, marked the round 1 scores into the formal record and announced the preliminary result. Advantage Xiao Ruixian, margin within 1 standard deviation. She wrote in her notebook, round 1, expected result. The controlled format rewards training specificity. Round 2 will be different. She looked at Luo Hanbai across the hall. He was breathing steadily, reading the assessment table's score display without visible reaction. He had reached the same conclusion. Chapter 46 Round 2 began after a 20-minute interval. The format shifted. The assessment structure became progressively less predictable. Where Round 1 had given both practitioners defined parameters and known variables, Round 2 introduced a moving environment. The assessed tasks changed before completion, time constraints were introduced without warning, and the assessment panel had authority to inject novel complications at irregular intervals. The purpose, explicitly stated in the competition documentation, was to measure how each practitioner maintained performance when the situation exceeded their trained template. Xiao Ruixian adapted initially with the smooth efficiency of someone who had anticipated the shift. He had trained with Jian for 4 years. He knew what progressive pressure looked like. His first response to the changing parameters was to pull inward, reduce output complexity, prioritize precision over range, manage the unknown by narrowing scope. It was the correct response for a trained suppression practitioner. Cut the surface area. Control what you can control. Luo Hanbai's first response was the opposite. He expanded his environmental awareness, spending the initial adjustment period reading the full scope of the changed conditions before committing to any output. It looked, from the gallery, like hesitation. It was not. She could read his chi field from her observation position, and what she saw was a practitioner gathering information rather than a practitioner freezing. The panel's first injected complication came at the 12-minute mark, a secondary assessment condition introduced while the first was still active, requiring both practitioners to manage simultaneous demands. The technical scoring criteria weighted completion rate and quality across both conditions. Xiao Ruixian managed the split competently. His suppression training had built a chi architecture with clean compartmentalization. He assigned resources to each track and maintained them in parallel, without cross-contamination. It was an impressive demonstration of what years of emotional management training produced in practical terms. The second injected complication came at the 23-minute mark. And here was the moment she had been watching for, without knowing exactly what form it would take. The second complication introduced a social element, a simulated scenario where the practitioner's decision affected another party's outcome. Not a tribulation scenario, nothing approaching combat. Simply, a choice with a consequence that fell on someone else. Xiao Ruixian made the technically correct decision within 4 seconds. Then, in the moment between decision and execution, something crossed his face, gone in less than a breath, and his chi output went rigid. Not wrong, not collapsed. Rigid. His body tightened through the shoulders, a physical manifestation of the suppression system engaging against whatever had surfaced in that half second, and the execution that followed was correct but delayed. Half a second. Against a static target, half a second was nothing. Against a closing tactical exchange, half a second was the difference between setting the position and seating it. He seated the position. From the gallery, she heard a sound that was not quite murmuring. The 60 observers registering that something unexpected had happened without being certain what they had seen. Wei Tao, at the assessment table, marked the timestamp precisely. Luo Hanbai took the tactical position and held it through the rest of the complication window. He had been watching for the rigidity the same way she had. The chi architecture reading she had run before the competition had described exactly this kind of suppression response, and he had absorbed the description while she thought he was only filing it. She wrote in her notebook, round 2, 23-minute mark. Suppression system engagement under social consequence decision. Half-second output delay, tactical cost. Xiao Ruixian did not lose concentration. He lost processing speed in the specific moment when suppressed emotional content became relevant to the task. Across the hall. Jian Lui had written something too. She couldn't read it. His expression had not changed. Chapter 47 Round 2 closed with Luo Hanbai's narrow win. The panel's final scoring was weighted by both the complication completion rates and the quality of tactical execution in the contested exchanges. Xiao Ruixian's overall performance across round 2 was strong, above median for his tier on every measure except the one exchange. That single exchange, in the half-second that produced it, was enough to shift the aggregate. Wei Tao read the round 2 scores into the formal record without commentary. Jian Lui received a paper copy at his gallery position and read it once. He did not look at Luo Hanbai. He looked at his disciple, who was standing quietly at his assessment position with the self-possessed stillness of someone who was processing a result he had not expected and was not going to show. He was 22. He had won 11 of 12 competitions before this. She watched him and noted that what she read in his chi field was not shame. Jin's method compressed emotions downward too effectively for shame to surface at this speed, but something older, a pattern that had been present before the emotional suppression training began. She filed this and did not act on it. It was not her session. Round 3, Tribulation Simulation. The format required a specialized practitioner. The Jasper Wind sect had provided one, a realm-walking cultivator whose secondary cultivation method involved generating controlled tribulation environments. He had worked with both Xiao Ruixian's cultivation profile and Luo Hanbai's to construct individualized simulations. The profile documentation Jin's team had provided for Xiao Ruixian was thorough. 7 years of Qi architecture assessments, all showing no heart demon formation. The suppression training had been applied consistently and effectively. What the profile documentation showed was a practitioner whose emotional content was managed, not absent. This was the distinction that mattered. The tribulation simulation worked by generating an external manifestation of the practitioner's psychological architecture, specifically, the areas of most resistance, the patterns that created the greatest reactive pressure. For a practitioner who had cleared heart demons, the simulation had less to work with in those areas. For a practitioner who had suppressed without clearing, the simulation found the same material but compressed. Under tribulation pressure, compression became instability. Xiao Ruixian entered the simulation first. She watched his chi field from her observation position. Foundation reading gave her more detail than the panel's instruments. For the first 40 minutes, his performance was exactly what his training record predicted: controlled, efficient, managing the tribulation manifestation with the specificity of someone who had cleared simulated tribulations dozens of times. His suppression architecture held. At the 43-minute mark, the simulation escalated to the section drawn from his psychological profile's deepest formation, the oldest pattern, the one that had been present before his training with Jin began. The section he had compressed most thoroughly, and for longest. The manifestation shifted. It did not become something he had not trained against. It became something he had been trained against while the real thing had been pushed below the training threshold. He handled it. She needed to be precise about that. He did not fail. He managed the manifestation and reached the end of the simulation window without catastrophic disruption. But the quality of his chi output in the final 20 minutes was different from the first 40. Heavier, more labored, requiring active maintenance in a way the earlier section had not. The suppression system was working harder than it had been designed to work in sustained conditions. Luo Hanbai entered the simulation second. His cleared grief had left the processing space available. The section of his psychological architecture that Xiao Ruixian's equivalent had occupied, the space where suppressed emotional content had been compressing, was not empty in Luo, but it was not blocked. The tribulation simulation found the same function and encountered a practitioner who had already worked through what the manifestation was trying to surface. He completed the round in 37 minutes. 6 minutes faster. Cliffhanger. In the gallery, the silence that followed Luo Hanbai's exit from the simulation space was the loudest thing she had heard all day. Chapter 48. Jin Lui's chi output had changed. She noticed it during the round 3 scoring interval, while Wei Tao compiled the panel's assessments and the gallery waited. Jin was standing very still, the same stillness he had maintained throughout the competition, exactly his baseline. But the chi field she could read with foundation reading was not the same as the field she had read when he arrived. It was tighter, not rigidly controlled in the way of suppression. It was his natural field, the same structure. But it was tighter in the way that a carefully maintained structure becomes tight when it encounters something it was not designed to accommodate. She wrote in her notebook, Jin Lui's chi response to his disciple's round 3 performance. Not disappointment. Not surprise. Something older. He knew the suppressed content was there. He has been watching it for 4 years. She underlined the last sentence. When Wei Tao announced the round 3 scores, Luo Hanbai winner on both time and panel assessment of chi output quality, the gallery reacted, which was expected. What was not expected was that Jin Lui, in the moment of the announcement, closed his documentation case with a specific deliberate care that looked like a person managing a strong response very precisely. The formal results were recorded. Luo Han by 3 rounds to none on the aggregate panel scoring. The margin was narrow in rounds 1 and 2. The round 3 margin was not. Xiao Ruixian accepted the result with the same stillness he had maintained throughout. He was not angry. She could read his field well enough to confirm that. But there was something in his qi architecture that had shifted in the final 20 minutes of the simulation and had not fully settled. Something the suppression training had not given him a protocol for. The experience of encountering his own compressed material under conditions it was not designed to withstand. She did not approach him. He was not her patient. She documented the field observation and noted it in the research record as an adverse outcome flag. Asterisk post-competition, psychological stability assessment recommended for subject A. Suppression architecture showed late-round stress under sustained tribulation pressure. No acute crisis, but structural indicators warrant monitoring. Asterisk Jian Lui crossed the hall to her position after the gallery had begun to empty. He was not conceding. She read his posture and confirmed. This was not a concession interaction. He had come to say something specific. The result is valid, he said. I am not contesting the documentation. I know, she said. My concern has not changed, he said. You have shown that your method produces a practitioner who performs better under the assessed conditions than a practitioner who uses suppression. That is one practitioner, one competition, one set of conditions. He looked at her directly. My suppression method has produced 17 practitioners at domain shaping tier or above over 14 years of training. I would like you to show me a domain shaping practitioner your method has helped. She did not answer immediately. He was correct that the demonstration gap was real. I don't have one currently, she said. I know, he said. That is why I am raising it. He was quiet for a moment. Your method works in the range you have tested. I want to know if it holds at the highest tiers, where the formations are more complex and the consequences of failure are more serious. My concern is not that you are wrong. My concern is that you don't know yet how far you are right. Chapter 49. She sat with it for 3 days. The research record was honest. She had 41 treated cases, the highest of them currently at soul resonance tier, none in active combat roles, none above the tier at which her method had been systematically tested. Jin's 14 years had produced 7 domain shaping practitioners. She had been working for less than 2 years. The comparison was not even, but the gap was real. The question was whether the gap meant the method didn't scale or whether the method simply hadn't had the opportunity to scale. She thought about the Hollow Sages archive, which she had not yet accessed. She thought about what a practitioner looked like at domain shaping tier with a heart demon blockage that had been present long enough to become structural. She thought about Su Chaolon, who had 30 years of records and a case she had described as the most difficult of her career. On the 3rd day, a message arrived from Su Chaolon. She read it once, then went still. Asterisk, I have been following the competition documentation. Jian Lui is asking the right question, the one I have been holding for 6 years without knowing how to place it. I have a case I referred internally before and could not resolve. My hardest case. The practitioner is at Sovereign View tier. She has been stalled at the Heaven Comp. She was 68 years old and she arrived at Shun's workroom with the complete self-possession of a practitioner who had achieved something real and had not wasted the time since achieving it. Her chi field was immense, the largest active field Shun had read at close range. The formations within it were dense and intricate. 60 years of cultivation architecture built with the care of someone who understood what they were constructing. She walked into the intake room and sat down with the specific quality of someone who had decided, after a long time of deliberation, to do this, and had not decided lightly. Su Chaolon tells me you are willing to try, Nie Rian said. Yes, Shin said. She also told me you are 32 years younger than I am, Nie said. I want you to understand that I don't find that relevant. I find it relevant that you cleared the adjacent secondary formation finding and published the correction in the same report. In 23 years of working with practitioners on this problem, no one has ever done that. Thank you, Shin said. I'm not complimenting you, Nie said. I'm explaining why I am here. She folded her hands in her lap. A practitioner who publishes their corrections is a practitioner who is more interested in getting the answer right than in appearing to have been right already. That is what the problem I carry requires. Shin tilted her head. 3 seconds. Tell me what you are afraid of. The question landed the way it always did when asked directly. A brief recalibration in the other person, the moment of deciding how honestly to answer. Nie Rian did not look away. I am afraid, she said, that if you remove it, there will be nothing left. She paused. Not for emphasis, for accuracy. The blockage has been there since I was 17. Everything I built while it was there. I don't know if I built it despite the blockage or because of it. If the blockage clears and the thing I build around it becomes visible as something that required the wound, I don't know what I am. It was the most honest intake statement Shun had ever received. She held it for a moment. The full weight of it, what Nia had just disclosed, what it had cost a 68-year-old practitioner to say that sentence to a 36-year-old stranger. What you are, Shun said carefully, is someone who built 60 years of real cultivation while carrying a genuine obstacle. The clearing doesn't erase what you built. It changes the story you've been telling yourself about why you built it. She looked at the elder directly. The building is yours. The story is negotiable. Nia Ruyan was quiet for a long moment. Then, let's try something. She had borrowed the phrase without knowing it, or she knew exactly what she was doing by using it. Shin picked up her brush and opened a new case file. Chapter 51. The intake assessment took 4 hours. At Sovereign View Tier, reading a Qi architecture with foundation reading was like reading a city's road system from a height. She could see the major formations clearly, the large-scale structures, the patterns of how everything connected. But foundation reading did not give her resolution on the secondary formations within those structures, the smaller patterns that had accumulated over 60 years. She had to work slowly. Nia Ruyan held still throughout, which was its own indication of character. She had sat for 4 hours of assessment before. Clearly, she knew what it felt like, and she had made a specific decision about whether she was willing to do it. She answered Shin's clarifying questions when Shin asked them, which was precise and controlled and helped narrow the scope. She did not volunteer commentary. She waited. What emerged under the assessment? The blockage was not at the surface of the Sovereign View architecture. It was at the foundation. The formation dated to Nia Ruyan's 17th year, early foundation reading tier, a period of catastrophic personal loss that Shin's Qi scar reading placed at roughly 46 years ago. The blockage had formed around the loss, which was a grief formation in its origin, though it had calcified over decades into something more complex. The grief had compressed and hardened, and the 50 years of cultivation architecture built on top of it had treated the hardened formation as part of the substrate. The Qi pathways ran around it and through it. The advanced formations of Sovereign View Tier had been constructed in relationship to its presence. This was different in degree, not kind, from Feng Zhenlan's case. The same architecture problem. 22 years in his case, 50 years in Nia Ruyan's. She sat with the intake map for a full day before presenting her analysis. When she laid it out for Nia Ruyan the following morning, the formation structure, the load-bearing distribution, what clearing the core would require. Nia listened with the attention of a senior cultivator hearing a diagnostic she had been waiting for without knowing what it would contain. The clearance approach I've used before won't work here, Shin said. Removing the formation directly would leave a structural gap in pathways that have been organized around it for 50 years. The Qi architecture would destabilize. She looked at the intake map. I need to transform rather than remove. Convert the formation's function from grief architecture to neutral substrate that the existing pathways can use without disruption. Is that something you have done before? Nia Ruyan asked. No, Shin said. But I understand the mechanism. She paused. I am telling you this because you specifically said you valued practitioners who were more interested in getting the right answer than in appearing to have been right already. This is the situation where that matters. Nia Ruyan looked at her for a long moment. How long will it take? Several weeks. I won't know exactly until I begin. She held the elder's gaze. I will stop if I find the approach is wrong and revise before continuing. You will know every time that happens. Then let's begin, Nia said. Chapter 52. The first session was 7 hours. Not transformative, exploratory. She needed to understand the formation's specific properties before she could build a conversion approach. Heart demon formations at this age and this degree of integration had a particular texture in Qi terms. They were not active in the way a new formation was active. They had settled. The emotional content that had generated them was ancient and partially metabolized into Qi scar tissue, still there, still affecting the architecture, but no longer hot in the way fresh grief was hot. The conversion approach, as she was building it, instead of dissolving the formation's emotional content, she would work to reweave the Qi pathways that ran through it, gradually shifting their reliance away from the formation as a structural anchor and toward each other. Once the pathways could support themselves independently, the formation could be allowed to diminish rather than cleared, not removed, but allowed to gradually lose its function, like scar tissue that softens over time when the injury beneath it finally heals. Nia Ruyan tolerated the first session with the same stillness she had brought to the intake assessment. At the 2-hour mark, when Shun reached the first significant formation layer, Nia said quietly, "That one. I know that one." She did not elaborate and Shun did not ask. The knowing was enough. The progress in the first 2 weeks was measurable but slow. Xin worked 3 sessions per week, each 4 to 6 hours. She was learning the formation's specific structure as she worked. Every session produced new information about how the qi pathways had organized around it, which she documented in the case file and used to adjust the approach for the following session. Su Chaolan attended twice in the first 2 weeks as an observing practitioner, not to intervene, to understand the technique. She took notes with the compact efficiency of someone who had managed her own case documentation for 30 years. At the end of the second observation session, she said to Shun, "You are making decisions I wouldn't make. Are they wrong decisions?" Shun said, "I don't know yet," Su said. "That's why I'm watching." At week 3, the first measurable qi pathway reconfiguration was confirmed. A minor pathway cluster that had been using the formation as an anchor for 22 years had been gradually reoriented to an adjacent qi node. The formation still present, still there, but this cluster no longer needed it. Nia Ruyan reported, in the session immediately following this confirmation, that she had experienced her first unobstructed cultivation meditation in, she paused, counted, a very long time. The quality of the unobstructed period was different from what she had been achieving before. Shin read it in her qi field, a small opening, a brief interval where the pressure the formation exerted on the surrounding architecture had lightened by a degree. Small, but the first real movement in 23 years. Chapter 53 Week 4 began with the most difficult section. The deepest pathway clusters, the ones closest to the original formation, the ones that had organized around the grief at foundation tier and had been relying on it as an anchor for 50 years, were also the ones most integrated into Nia Rian's cultivation practice. These were not peripheral pathways. They were central to her processing of spiritual qi in active cultivation states. Changing them required active cultivation engagement from Nia, not just passive tolerance of Shin's work. They tried the approach she had designed for this section at the beginning of the 4th week's first session. At the 2-hour mark, the secondary qi node she had selected as the redirection anchor destabilized. It was not a catastrophic event. She caught the instability within seconds. She had been reading the field continuously throughout, and stopped the session before the disruption propagated to adjacent structures. But the destabilization itself was real. The node had been pulled in 2 directions simultaneously, the existing formation's anchoring function and the new pathway orientation, and had not been able to hold both. "Stop," Shin said. She said it before Nia Rian registered the problem. The elder had felt something shift, but had not yet characterized it. Shin spent the next 20 minutes in stabilization work, careful and methodical, reinforcing the disrupted node structure and backing the pathway cluster to its previous orientation. When the field was stable, Nia Rian said, "What happened?" "The node I selected can't serve as the redirect anchor under these conditions," Shin said. "The formation's anchoring function is stronger than I estimated at this depth. I need to find a node with higher intrinsic stability before I attempt this section again." She did not continue the session. She documented the destabilization event in the case record, time, duration, what triggered it, what she had done in response, and what the revised protocol would require, and sent a copy to Su Chaolan and to the case file. 3 days of stabilization work followed. She came in each day for 2 to 3 hours, not attempting the deep section, simply maintaining the qi architecture stability and ensuring the disrupted node recovered fully. Nia Rian held these sessions with remarkable equanimity, the specific equanimity of someone who had been managing a 50-year-old problem and could absorb a setback without abandoning the process. On the second day of stabilization, Nia Rian said, "You found the approach mid-process." "Yes," Shin said. "My previous practitioners hid their revisions," Nia said. "I knew they had revised when the sessions changed, but they did not say so." She was quiet for a moment. It is more useful to know. Chapter 54 The revised approach took 4 days to design. The problem with the original node selection was depth. She had chosen a node that was close to the formation in qi terms and therefore subject to the formation's anchoring influence. She needed an anchor that was structurally independent, a qi node whose function was not related to the formation's load-bearing role, far enough removed in the architecture that the formation could not reach it with its anchoring pull. She found one in the upper-tier pathway structures, the formations that had been built most recently, within the last decade, at a point in Nia Rian's cultivation when the elder had been working specifically on sovereign view capabilities. These upper-tier structures were stable, intrinsically strong, and had no historical relationship with the formation below them. She could use them as the redirect anchor without competition from the formation's influence, not with drama, not with the specific quality of visible event she had come to associate with clearings at lower tiers, the moment of release, the visible change in the practitioner's qi field, the stillness. The formation in Nie Rian's architecture had been too old and too integrated for a sudden transformation. It diminished gradually, over the final week of sessions, the way a tide drops, measurably, continuously, in a direction that did not reverse. On the 42nd day, she mapped the Qi architecture with foundation reading and could not find the formation. Not gone. She was precise about this in the case documentation. The emotional content that had generated it, 50 years ago, was still present in Qi scar tissue. The event that had formed it had happened and could not be unmade. But its function as a load-bearing anchor in the Qi architecture was gone. The pathways that had run through it for 50 years had been reoriented to the upper-tier structures, one cluster at a time, over 6 weeks. The architecture was holding without it. Nie Rian sat in the session space very quietly for a long time after the mapping confirmation. "It's lighter," she said finally. "I thought it would feel like something. But it's just lighter." "Yes," Shin said. The formation wasn't generating pressure you could feel directly. It was the Qi architecture working around it that generated the pressure. The pathways that were organized to manage it. Without the management requirement, the architecture relaxes. Nie looked at her. "I need to attempt the heaven comprehension threshold." "Not today," Shin said. "Give the architecture 3 days to stabilize in the new configuration before you put tribulation pressure on it." Nie Rian agreed. She returned on the 4th day. The advancement to heaven comprehension tier happened in the regional authority's formal tribulation assessment facility, with Su Chaolon present as the senior conventional observer and 2 realm walking assessors managing the environmental monitoring. Shin attended as the treating practitioner. The tribulation lasted 7 hours. Nie Rian passed. 68 years old. 23 years at Sovereign View tier. The first advancement above domain shaping in the regional in 3 decades. The regional authority's formal record showed the advancement timestamp, the assessment scores, the attending practitioners. What the formal record did not show was Su Chaolon, standing outside the tribulation space at the 4-hour mark, who turned to Shun and said, "She's going to make it," in a voice that was not quite steady. Shin wrote in the case file, *patient advanced to heaven comprehension tier, day 45 post-treatment. Advancement confirmed under formal assessment conditions. No adverse events post-transformation. Residue management self-reported as manageable by patient. She closed the file. Her hands were entirely steady. 3 days after the advancement, Jian Lui sent a message. Not through the formal research channel, through the general community correspondence system, marked routine. It said, *1 case. Still 1 case. The methodology is not validated at this tier by 1 practitioner. J.L. She wrote back. Correct. 1 case at this tier. 41 at lower tiers, including the adjacent formation finding and the protocol correction. The 1 case at this tier demonstrates the mechanism operates at scale. You need more cases before the methodology is validated at this tier. So do I. S.W. His reply. When the training program produces a practitioner capable of this tier of intervention, tell me. 1 week after the advancement, Nie Rian attended a regional cultivation research symposium and, in the session on methodology development, publicly stated, "I have been stalled at Sovereign View tier for 23 years. Shin Weiqi's heart mirror cultivation method cleared the formation in 42 sessions. I am now at heaven comprehension tier. The methodology works." She had not told Shin she intended to do this. Shin learned about it from Qian Mingzhu, who had attended the symposium for documentation purposes and arrived back at the workroom with 42 new intake requests that had been filed in the 3 hours since Nie Rian's statement. 42 new requests in 3 hours. She looked at the intake queue for a long moment. Then she closed the intake form. Chapter 56, she reopened the intake form the following morning and sent 42 responses in sequence. The responses were identical in structure. A formal acknowledgement, a triage classification based on what each request had included about the practitioner's cultivation tier and blockage type, an estimated waitlist position, and an explanation of what the intake process would require. She had written the template before Nie Rian's symposium statement because she had known the surge would come, not this fast, not this large, but she had known. Public attribution at heaven comprehension tier would produce a specific response in the cultivation community. The triage criteria she applied were direct. Practitioners in acute crisis took priority over those with long-term stable blockages. Practitioners at higher tiers, where failure to advance carried greater systemic risk, took priority over mid-range cases in the same stability category. The remaining cases were sequenced by intake date. Of the 42, 11 were in active crisis states. She escalated those 11 to the front of the queue and sent them direct scheduling invitations. The remaining 31 were placed on the standard wait list. Qian Mingzhu reviewed the triage classifications against her own preliminary assessment and came back with 2 disagreements and a note. Asterisk request 7 claims realm walking tier, but cultivation signature in the correspondence indicators is foundation reading. Possible misrepresentation or error. Recommend verification intake before queue placement. Asterisk the second disagreement was a tier reclassification that moved a case from stable to urgent based on symptom progression detail Qian had caught in the supporting documentation. She accepted both corrections without comment. Qian filed them. 3 days after the triage was complete, a formal review request arrived from Dao Shuming's office. Not the standard audit process. A larger-scale operational review, citing the recent surge in the Nye advancement as grounds for examining the practice's capacity, triage methodology, and practitioner support systems. The request was framed as a scaled review rather than a complaint investigation. The distinction was real. A complaint investigation required response. A scaled review required cooperation and documentation. She sent a courtesy copy of the triage methodology, the waitlist documentation, and the current capacity assessment to Dao Shuming's office without waiting for the formal request to be processed. Then she sent a personal note. Asterisk I anticipated this request. I am attaching everything you will need for the review. If there are additional questions, the fastest route is a direct meeting rather than formal correspondence. Asterisk his response arrived within the day. Asterisk thank you. I would like the meeting in 1 week. D.S. Asterisk she marked the meeting in the case calendar and kept working. The acute crisis practitioners came in over the following 2 weeks, 1 per day. Each session was between 6 and 10 hours. Her residue accumulation rate, which she was tracking through Qian's monitoring system, crossed into the elevated caution range at the end of the first week. She extended her daily processing protocol from 40 minutes to 90. It was not enough, but it was what the caseload permitted. Chapter 57 The advancement came during the 7th concurrent acute crisis session. She did not notice it happening. She was midway through a difficult foundation reading assessment. A practitioner whose blockage had been present for 11 years and had produced secondary formations on both sides, a more complex cleanup than the primary clearance, and something in her perception range expanded without a specific moment she could point to. She became aware of the expansion only when she realized she could read the next room, not the physical room. The chi field extending through the wall, where a second practitioner was in a meditative processing state, working through residue from a session the day before. She had not been able to read that far with any resolution before. Foundation reading had a range. It worked on close contact, on practitioners in the same space, with occasional peripheral sensing of adjacent chi fields. What she was now perceiving was not adjacent. It was a full detail read from 12 meters. She completed the session without indicating anything had changed. When the practitioner left, she sat in the intake room for 10 minutes and systematically tested the new range. Soul resonance. She had advanced during the session. The new capability resolved in her perception over the following 2 days. She could now run multiple practitioners simultaneously in a shared processing space. In practical terms, this meant she could conduct group sessions, multiple patients, 1 session, her perception holding the full field and managing each individual's processing arc in coordination. The throughput implications were significant. Her current waitlist projected a 14-month wait for non-urgent cases. Group sessions could compress that substantially. She ran the first group session the following week, with Qian Mingzhu's careful preparation and Luo Hanbai present as a stability observer. 3 practitioners with similar blockage types, all at foundation reading tier, all with grief-based formations from comparable developmental periods. She had selected the first group specifically for similarity, wanting to understand the group dynamic before managing a more complex mixed session. 3 hours in, she encountered something she had not expected. The 2 practitioners whose blockages were most similar began to resonate. Not negatively, not amplification in the dangerous direction she later learned to watch for, but their heart demon formations were generating a recognition signal between them. Each formation perceiving the presence of a similar structure in adjacent chi field space, and this was the part she could not fully explain, responding to the recognition with a loosening. As if the experience of not being alone in the specific quality of one's psychological architecture had an effect the individual processing alone had not. She documented every stage. When the session ended, both resonating practitioners had advanced further than the third, whose blockage type had not found a corresponding formation to resonate with. The difference in outcome was significant enough to require an explanation. Chapter 58, she spent 3 weeks characterizing the group dynamic. The pattern that emerged, shared formations, blockages of similar emotional origin and similar developmental period. produced facilitation when treated in group sessions. The formations resonated in a way that accelerated processing, as if the recognition between them reduced the resistance that made individual processing slow. It was not that the similar formation practitioners cleared each other's blockages. They created a shared processing environment where each individual's work required less energy. Incompatible formations produced the opposite. Grief-based and fear-based blockages in the same session created interference. Each formation's processing generated noise that disrupted the others. She had two near-crisis moments in the characterization weeks. A mixed-type group session where the interference built faster than she could manage, requiring an emergency reduction of the processing state and individual separation before anyone's stability was threatened. She documented both the facilitation and the interference phenomena with equal care. The facilitation effect made certain groups dramatically more efficient. The interference effect made incompatible groupings genuinely dangerous. Qian Mingzhu's group assignment system, which she had built with characteristic thoroughness before Shun had formally specified the need for it, was already sorting incoming cases by formation type. When Shun asked her about this, Qian said, "It was a reasonable probability from the soul resonance capability description. I prepared for it." She added a note to Qian's performance record, anticipated operational requirements from capability trajectory. Developed response before need was confirmed. This is the correct approach. By the end of week 3, she had a working framework, which formation types grouped well, which could not be grouped, and which required case-by-case assessment before assignment. The framework was not complete. She expected it would continue developing for months, but it was sufficient to begin systematic group sessions for the non-urgent waitlist. The first group sessions ran at the end of the characterization period. 2 groups, for practitioners each, formation types matched. Both sessions produced the facilitation effect. The waitlist projection dropped from 14 months to 9. Jian Lui arrived at the facility on a morning when she was between sessions. She had not been informed he was coming. He appeared at the front entrance with documentation materials under his arm, nodded to Qian Mingzhu when she opened the door, and said, "I would like to observe one session. Not as a challenge. As a researcher." Chapter 59, she was working that afternoon. He sat in the observation position that Luo Hanbai had used in the early months, slightly removed from the session space, with a clear sightline to the practitioner and to Shun's working position. He took notes with the same systematic organization she had observed during the competition documentation, time-stamped, organized by category, nothing wasted. The session he observed was a single patient intake at foundation reading tier. A practitioner whose blockage was relatively uncomplicated by the standards her case history had established, which meant it was still a 4-hour session with 3 significant processing phases. Jian watched all 4 hours without moving. Afterward, when the practitioner had left, he said, "You are doing something I don't have a technical vocabulary for." "What do you see?" she said. "You are not treating the formation," he said. "You are treating the practitioner's relationship to the formation. The formation changes because the relationship changes." He looked at his notes. "My suppression method treats the formation directly. We build a system that manages it before it can affect function. Your method changes the context in which the formation exists. The formation loses its function because the practitioner stops organizing around it." He paused. "Those are fundamentally different operations." "Yes," she said. "That's why the suppression outcomes and the clearing outcomes are different in kind rather than degree." He was quiet for a moment, working through something. "My concern," he said, "is about a population you have not reached yet. Practitioners who have been using suppression training for 20 or more years, my method, or methods like it, whose entire Qi architecture has been built around active suppression management. When those practitioners encounter a formation that the suppression can't contain, they have no alternative framework. They've built a structure that assumes suppression works. When it fails, they have nothing." She had been thinking about Xiao Ruixian through the entire observation session, though she had not said so. "What happens when you encounter that population in your practice?" she said. "I refer them," he said flatly. "I have referred 3 in 14 years. To conventional cultivation crisis management, which treats the symptoms, not the structure." He looked at his documentation case. "The crisis management stabilizes them. It doesn't build them a new framework." His eyes came back to her. "Your method applied directly to a 20-year suppression-built architecture would be destabilizing. The Qi structures that maintain the suppression would lose their function without replacement infrastructure." "Then we build the replacement infrastructure," she said. He was quiet. "The suppression structures serve a real function," she said. "They manage emotional content in real time under real pressure. Your trainees are not wrong about what they built. They built something that works. The problem is that it doesn't integrate with what the formation is doing at depth." She looked at her session notes. If we design a protocol that builds the replacement infrastructure before removing the suppression management dependency, staged, careful, with your chi architecture stability knowledge providing the structural support, the destabilization risk drops significantly. That is a different protocol than either of us currently has, he said. Yes, she said. That's why I said we. He looked at her for a long moment. You are proposing a collaboration with someone who spent the first 3 months of your practice actively challenging you. I am proposing a collaboration with someone who identified a patient population my method cannot currently serve without modification, she said. Whether you challenged me before is not relevant to whether the collaboration would produce better outcomes. He picked up his documentation case. I'll need 2 weeks to review your current protocol documentation before I can design the integration points. He stood. I'm telling you this so you can prepare the documentation. Qian Mingzhu will have it ready in 3 days, she said. He left without further comment. She was fairly certain the absence of further comment was his version of agreement. Chapter 60 The Joint Protocol Design, with Jian Lui, took 5 weeks. He was methodical in ways she respected, even when they were slow. Every integration point he proposed came with a failure mode analysis. What happened if the replacement infrastructure didn't take hold at the expected rate? What the practitioner experienced if the suppression management dependency was reduced faster than the new processing capacity developed? How to identify and respond to each specific failure mode. She had been thinking about failure modes intuitively, from case experience. He thought about them structurally. She taught him the emotional content vocabulary for heart demon formations. He taught her the chi architecture stability metrics that distinguished a practitioner ready for the next protocol stage from a practitioner who needed more time. The knowledge transfer was genuinely bilateral. The resulting hybrid protocol was different from both of their starting methods. It was staged, foundation building first, the replacement infrastructure, the processing capacity, the practitioner's ability to tolerate emotional content without immediate suppression, and only then, once that foundation was stable, the gradual reduction of suppression management dependency. It required both a heart mirror practitioner and a structurally trained practitioner to run together, because the foundation building required her perception of the emotional content and the dependency reduction required his precision with chi architecture maintenance. It's a 2-practitioner protocol, he said, when they completed the design. Yes, she said. That's a resource constraint. It is, he agreed. It is also the correct design for the problem. He looked at the documentation. Your training program produces heart mirror practitioners. My training produces structural cultivators. If your program includes a cross-training module, practitioners from both traditions can collaborate on this protocol without either of us being present. She looked at him. He was 18 years old, and he had just proposed the structural integration of 2 training programs on the basis that it produced better outcomes than either program alone. She wrote this in her research notebook under the heading, Jian Lui, Collaborative Framework. Below it, asterisk, he does not care who gets credit for the protocol. He cares about what the protocol does. Asterisk, she underlined the second sentence. The arc closed on a morning 3 weeks later, when Luo Hanbai brought her a formal document that had arrived through the Continental Cultivation Authority's regional office. A consortium of northern cultivation groups, 12 sects, for independent organizations, had jointly filed a request for a regional regulatory summit to address what they described as the proliferation of psychological cultivation methods. The filing requested oversight frameworks, certification standards, and, this was the part that required reading twice, a moratorium on new practitioner certifications until the regulatory framework was established. A moratorium on certifications. They're trying to freeze the training program, Luo said. Yes, she said. She read the filing again. The language was careful, couched in public safety concerns, in the reasonable-sounding argument that a new method at this scale required proper regulatory review. Nothing in the language was technically unreasonable. The timing was very precise. The Nia advancement, she said, made the political cost of inaction too high for the groups that oppose you, he said. So they moved before the training program produced enough certified practitioners to change the regional dynamics. She set the filing down. Schedule the summit response, she said. I need Dao Shuming's office, Su Chaolon, when Russian, and Nia notified before the end of the day. She picked up her brush. And get Bao Chen in here. I need to know how previous methods have navigated certification moratorium proposals. She did not say it was a crisis. It was a constraint. Constraints were problems with structure, and problems with structure were her specialty. She began drafting the response. Chapter 61 The Northern Coalition's regulatory filing was 37 pages. Bao Chen spent 2 days annotating it. He was the best reader of institutional texts she knew. 30 years as an archivist had given him a specific talent for the space between what a document stated and what it intended, and when he brought his annotations back to the workroom, the margins were dense with cross-references and provenance notes. "It's sophisticated," he said, setting it on her desk. He had the precise vocabulary of someone who distinguished sophisticated from good. Every concern they raise is legitimate in isolation. The secondary certification requirement for psychological cultivation methods addresses a real gap. There is currently no independent verification system for heart mirror practitioners. The moratorium on new certifications pending framework development is standard institutional procedure. The framing as public safety is accurate. Public safety is a genuine concern. But, Shin said. But the filing was prepared before the xianxia advancement was publicly known, he said. The timeline is in the document. The drafting date is 14 days before the symposium statement. Someone anticipated that the advancement would produce a surge and filed ahead of it. He tapped one annotation. This is not a reactive proposal. It is a preemptive one. She read the relevant section. The drafting date was precise. 3 weeks before xianxia advanced, filed during the competition period with Jian Lui, when her public profile was elevated and the regional cultivation community's attention was on her work. Whoever had prepared it had read the trajectory and moved before the outcome was confirmed. 12 of 20 coalition members support it, she said. Where are the other 8? Sects whose cultivation programs have practitioners on your waitlist, Bao said. 12 and 4 independent organizations. The 4 independents are the most interesting. They have no certification stake, so their motivation is either principled concern or competitive concern. From their institutional histories, 3 of the 4 have been developing their own psychological cultivation adjacent methods for the past 2 years. He looked at her over his annotation stack. If the first large-scale certification moratorium in this methodology space is associated with your program specifically, their developing programs are not affected. She held this for a moment. The moratorium as proposed affected new certifications, practitioners completing Shun's training program. An existing competing program, not yet formal enough to be caught in the moratorium's language, would continue development during the freeze. That's precise, she said. They are not wrong that a regulatory framework is needed, he said. They are using a legitimate need for a less legitimate purpose. He folded his hands. The response options are, engage the summit process and shape the framework, or preempt the moratorium by creating the framework first. Creating the framework first, she said. You would need to move within 2 weeks to beat their filing timeline. She sent the meeting requests that afternoon. The response rate was faster than she had expected. Dao Shuming confirmed within 4 hours, Su Chaolan within 6, Wen Russian within 12. Nia Rian, whom she had listed as a consulting practitioner rather than a direct stakeholder, confirmed immediately with a note. I have been waiting for this call. The meeting happened 3 days later, in the regional authorities' conference space, neutral ground by design. Dao Shuming sat at the head position, which he had assumed without discussion and which no one disputed. Su Chaolan sat across from Shun. Wen Russian sat beside Su Chaolan, which Shin noted was the first time they had been in the same meeting space without an adversarial arrangement. The certification moratorium has 12 votes, Dao Shuming said. It does not yet have the supermajority required for continental authority filing. That means the coalition's current path is through the regional summit, where the vote threshold is lower. He set the filing on the table. They have time. You have less. I'm proposing we take the certification question off the table by creating the certification framework ourselves, Shin said. A joint initiative, my program, Su Chaolan's practice, Wen Russian's methodological documentation, with the regional authorities' oversight framework. If we publish a complete certification standard before the summit, the moratorium's justification disappears. Wen Russian said, you are asking me to co-author a certification framework for a methodology I filed a formal complaint about 18 months ago. I am asking you to co-author a framework that protects practitioners, she said. Your concerns about psychological cultivation methods, that they could produce soft cultivators, that they could create dependency. Those concerns are legitimate and they should be in the framework. A good certification standard requires someone who has thought rigorously about the failure modes. He was quiet for a long moment. The residue management protocol, he said. Mandatory minimum standards? Non-negotiable, she said. Mandatory personal clearing requirement for trainee practitioners, he said. No practitioner certifies without demonstrating their own psychological health. Also non-negotiable, she said. It's already in the program. He looked at Dao Shuming. If the framework is honest about the method's limits as well as its capabilities, I will co-author it. It will be, she said. Chapter 62, the methodology documentation, went out 10 days later. Not the certification framework. That was still in draft. What she published was the complete methodology itself. Every technique, every protocol, every limitation, every adverse outcome she had documented, every case where the method had required revision, every instance of the adjacent formation finding and its correction. All of it, under open academic access, distributed through the Continental Cultivation Authority's research publication system, accessible to any registered practitioner. It was, as Bao Yichen pointed out, the most complete single publication in the history of heart mirror cultivation, primarily because she was the only heart mirror cultivation practitioner, which meant there was no history to be the most complete in, but the point stood. The certification framework drafting team had pushed back on the pre-publication. Luo Hanbai was the one who made the argument directly. Publishing the methodology before the certification framework means anyone can use it without certification. You lose the quality control. Anyone can use it with or without certification, she said. A certification framework controls who is recognized as a certified practitioner, not who practices. The only thing certification does is signal to patients that the practitioner has met specific standards. I cannot prevent unqualified practitioners from attempting the techniques. She looked at him. What I can do is make sure that everyone who wants to understand the methodology can access the full documentation, including the adverse outcomes and the limitations. Hiding the limitations does not make the method safer. It makes it more dangerous. You thought about this. You're betting that open documentation will reduce harm more than certification restriction would. I'm betting that the practitioners who would use the documentation badly are also the ones who would obtain certification from a lax framework, she said. The certification framework should be designed for practitioners who are genuinely trying to do this correctly. Open documentation lets them see exactly what that requires. He was not fully persuaded, but he filed the objection in the research record and let her proceed. The publication produced a response she had not fully anticipated, even knowing it would produce a response. The cultivation community's reaction was not the coalition's reaction, and the two were different things. Practitioners across 4 regionals downloaded the documentation within the first 72 hours. Questions arrived through the research correspondence channel. Technical questions from practitioners who had been developing adjacent methods independently and were now cross-referencing their own observations against her systematized documentation. 2 of those questions, from practitioners she had never met, identified cases where her published outcomes matched observations they had made with their own patients. Cases she had not categorized as special. Cases where they had noticed a pattern she had filed under noted, unexplained, and not followed up on. She wrote to both of them and asked for more detail. She added both as research correspondence. The field was larger than she had been treating it as. The coalition's response to the open publication was a formal statement characterizing the release as premature and unvalidated, which was technically accurate in that the certification framework was not yet published. The statement did not mention the 37-page filing that had preceded it. She did not respond to the statement. The documentation spoke to its own quality. She did not need to argue for it. The coalition had 12 of 20 votes for the moratorium. That was 3 votes short of the required supermajority. The question was whether the open publication shifted those numbers. Chapter 63. The Jasper Wind sect announced their endorsement 6 days after the publication. The announcement was in the form of an academic statement, which was how the Jasper Wind sect communicated about everything. They were one of the 3 major research cultivation institutions in the continental system, and they treated institutional positions as academic positions, evidenced, cited, peer-reviewed. Their statement endorsed the heart mirror cultivation methodology as a research methodology, not as a universal practice, with specific notation of the documented limitations, on the basis of the published adverse outcome documentation and the longitudinal study data. The Jasper Wind endorsement was not, in itself, a political vote. They were not part of the Northern Coalition, but 5 coalition member sects whose cultivation research programs had long-standing academic relationships with Jasper Wind reviewed the endorsement and shifted their positions from active support to neutral. Active support was 12 votes. Neutral reduced the remaining active support to 7. 7 was below the supermajority threshold. The moratorium, as currently structured, could not pass. She received a formal confirmation from the Summit Administrative Office that the moratorium proposal had been temporarily suspended pending additional review. The language was careful, suspended, not withdrawn. The coalition retained the right to refile. Luo Hanbai, reading the confirmation, they'll go to continental channels. Yes, she said, but the Continental Authority timeline is 12 to 18 months. That's 12 to 18 months to build the certification framework on our terms, and to train practitioners who will be certified before the moratorium discussion resumes. Yes, she said. He looked at her. That's very calculated. It's not calculation, she said. It's reading the structure of the problem. There is a constraint. The constraint has a timeline. Within the timeline, we can create facts that change what the constraint is constraining. She picked up the draft certification framework. 12 to 18 months is enough time to certify practitioners in 3 regionals. When the continental discussion happens, the question is no longer whether heart mirror cultivation should be allowed to expand. It's whether an existing, functioning, regionally distributed practice should be retroactively restricted. Those are different questions with different political structures. When did you work this out? He said. The night the first filing arrived, she said. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said something that surprised her. I'm glad I'm on your side. She did not answer immediately. She looked at the certification framework draft, which was sitting on the desk between them with one Russian's annotations in the margins. You have been on my side since the longitudinal study design, she said. I know, he said. I'm saying I'm glad. Chapter 64. The swing vote sects were more straightforward than she had expected. 2 of the 5 remaining active support coalition members had submitted formal research access requests through her correspondence channel in the weeks before the Jasper Wind endorsement, both requesting documentation about her treatment of practitioners at their cultivation tier ranges, both framed as academic inquiry. The framing was transparent. They wanted to evaluate whether blocking her program was worth the cost to their own practitioners who needed what her program could provide. She treated 2 cases from those sects over the following 3 weeks. Both practitioners had been on her wait list. Both had genuine blockages at the tier ranges the requesting sects had specified. She moved both to the front of the queue, a prioritization decision that was documentable and documented, reflecting their acute crisis status rather than their sect affiliation. She mentioned this to Dao Shuming at their following meeting. The 2 practitioners I moved to priority this week are from sects whose vote positions are relevant to the summit. He looked at her steadily. And I moved them because their cases meet the acute crisis criteria, she said. I'm mentioning it because the timing is what it is, and I'm not going to pretend the timing is not what it is. He said, interest-aligned charitable work. She considered this. That's either very honest or very cynical. I said it to you before, he said. I know. She looked at the case documentation on the desk between them. I genuinely could not tell you which it is. The cases are real. The criteria were met. The timing is what it is. He made a note. I appreciate the disclosure, he said. For the record, both treated practitioners cleared their blockages and advanced within the standard post-treatment window. Both publicly confirmed the outcomes through their sect's internal communication systems. She had not requested this. They had done it without prompting. One of the 5 swing vote sects shifted to opposition on the moratorium. That dropped active support to 6, below any functional threshold. The Northern Coalition issued a statement that the moratorium proposal was being withdrawn from the regional summit agenda, pending a comprehensive continental-level review. The language was structured to preserve the coalition's ability to resume the effort through the slower continental process. She read the withdrawal statement carefully and filed it. Withdrawn was different from resolved. The slower continental process had a longer timeline, which was what she needed, but it also had broader institutional reach, which was what the coalition needed. The contest had changed venue. It had not ended. Chapter 65. The first 2 weeks of the continental filing preparation period were the worst she had experienced since the method began. She did not know this while it was happening. That was the specific quality of the clinical numbness when it arrived. It did not announce itself as a psychological crisis. It arrived as a functional state. She was working, she was making decisions, she was completing sessions, and only the texture of the work was different. Her responses to patients were technically correct. They contained the right interventions, the right follow-up questions, the right silences. They did not contain the quality that made them effective. She did not notice because she was inside it. That was the mechanism. The numbness was the state in which she could not feel her own states clearly enough to recognize the numbness as a problem rather than as normal. It was Qian Mingzhu who noticed. On the 16th day, Qian brought the morning session scheduling to the workroom and set it on the desk with a second document underneath it. The second document was a log. 49 pages of intake interaction records, dating from the 3rd month of the practice's operation. Each entry noted Shun's characteristic behavioral markers, the head tilt, the 3-second pause, the specific phrasing patterns that distinguished engaged assessment from formulaic assessment. The last 2 weeks of entries contained a flag she had not seen before, a red notation, applied consistently, across every interaction for 14 days. What is this? Shun said. The absence of pattern, Qian said. She did not look away. Your intake markers have been consistently absent for 2 weeks. The responses are correct. They don't have the quality that makes them yours. She tapped the log. I've been keeping this since month 3. In case this happened. Shen looked at the log for a long time. The dates were precise. The flags were accurate. She could trace each entry and reconstruct the interaction and confirm that Qian's observation was correct. She had been running on protocol. The engaged perception that made the protocol meaningful had been absent. How long have you been keeping this? She said. Since I understood what the residue accumulation meant, Qian said. That it would happen eventually. That you would not be the one to catch it when it did. She set the log down. Luo Hanbai was in the adjacent room. She went to the doorway and said, I need 3 days. He looked at her. He had been watching the same 2 weeks that Qian had been logging. I know, he said. Everything here can wait 3 days. It could not wait 3 days. The continental preparation work had a timeline, and the case Q had acute crisis cases that needed her specific perception, and the certification framework draft had comments from one Russian that required her review. She knew all of this, and she also knew that if she continued without processing, the work she was producing was not actually her work, and the patients she was treating were receiving correct interventions without the perceiving intelligence behind them. She told Luo Hanbai the specific things she was concerned about. He said, I can handle the certification comments. Qian can manage the acute crisis triage. The continental preparation has a 2-week window. 3 days is inside the window. He looked at her steadily. Go process. She went. The first day was the worst. She sat in her own meditation space, not the intake room, not the session space, her personal cultivation room, which was a small room in the residential section with a single window and an ink stone she had bought from Bao Yichen's overflow collection, and worked through the accumulated residue. What she found was not crisis exactly. It was weight. 2 months of intensive caseload, the Nia case, the group sessions, the political period, all of it had generated residue that she had been processing in abbreviated daily sessions, which had been insufficient. The weight had accumulated to the level where it was affecting her baseline state from below, producing the numbness she had not been able to perceive from inside. On the second day, she found the oldest fragment again, the one from Elder Gu's clearing, the ancient memory that belonged to someone else. It was larger than it had been. It had more detail. And what it showed her now, with greater resolution than before, was a practitioner she still did not know working with heart demons in a way that was eerily similar to her own method, in a setting she could not identify, during what appeared to be a period of significant institutional pressure. She processed what she could and came out on the 3rd day with something still unresolved, the old fragment, the unclear origin, but with her own perceptive state returned. The characteristic quality of engagement, the 3-second pause, the genuine curiosity that made the diagnostic more than a checklist. She told Qian Mingzhu, at a mandatory 3-day processing protocol at any month where the daily log shows pattern absence flags for more than 5 consecutive days. Qian was already writing. And thank you, Shen added, for building the log, for knowing before I did. Qian looked up. For a moment, the case manager's careful professional composure showed something beneath it. You took me as apprentice when I had nothing to offer, she said. This is just case management. It was not just case management. They both knew it. Neither of them said so. Chapter 66 Self-processing was not like treating a patient. When she worked with a patient's heart demon, she was an observer in their psychological architecture, perceiving the structures, understanding their origins, guiding the practitioner toward the processing that dissolved them. She had a kind of professional distance. The material was theirs. Her task was to understand it clearly enough to help them change their relationship to it. Her own accumulated residue was different. She had the professional vocabulary. She could name what she encountered. A grief formation from a 47-year-old male practitioner's 30-year loss, which had moved through her chi field in the moment of clearing and left a specific quality of quiet there. A fear structure from a 19-year-old she had treated in the first cohort of group sessions, the fear clear and bright in the way that young fears were, before they calcified. A shame spiral from one of Russian's former disciples, compressed and dense in a way that told her how long it had been carried before finally being set down. She could name all of it. That was not the same as knowing what to do with it. The thing she had not understood about the Hollow Sage's documentation, the thing she was understanding now, in the specific experiential way that was different from the intellectual understanding, was that accumulated residue was not like a jar you could pour out. It was woven into the Qi network because it had been received through the Qi network. Processing it required taking each fragment, identifying its source and emotional content, and working through the material in sequence, not suppressing it further, not releasing it blindly, but actually encountering what each fragment was before it could be released. She encountered fragments she was not prepared for. A practitioner whose clearing she had run 16 months earlier, a woman in her late 40s whose heart demon was built around the loss of a child. Shun had cleared the formation in 3 sessions and documented the outcome as successful. The practitioner had advanced, had processed the grief appropriately, had continued her cultivation without relapse. The professional record was clean. The residue fragment was not clean. It was still the grief. The same grief, some portion of it that had passed into Shun's chi field during the clearing work, and it felt, in the chi network's specific experiential language, like a room that someone had loved and left. Not unbearable, not acute, but deeply present in a way that explained why the practitioner had built so much cultivation structure around it for so many years. She worked through it carefully. When it released, she sat in the silence it left for several minutes before moving to the next fragment. By the end of the second day, she had processed most of the accumulated weight from the previous 2 months. What remained was the oldest piece, the fragment she had first encountered in Elder Gu's clearing 33 months earlier, the memory that did not belong to either of them. She did not have the processing capacity for it on the second day. She noted this honestly in her self-assessment record, filed the fragment for the following session, and allowed herself to sleep. Chapter 67. On the third day, she worked with the oldest fragment. It had been growing since she first encountered it. Not in size, that was not quite the right description. In resolution. The first time she had noticed it, it was a vague impression. A practitioner she didn't know, working with something that resembled a heart demon, in a setting she couldn't identify. Each time she had returned to it during processing sessions, the impression had clarified slightly, as if the fragment were slowly developing into a complete image. What she saw now was specific. A practitioner in his middle years, her impression of him was precise enough that she could note physical details, a lean build, precise hands, a habit of sitting very still while working. He was in a large institutional space, which her chi sense read as old. The architecture of the space had a quality of age in its chi patterns, something built over generations. And he was working with a formation that her now experienced perception could classify without difficulty. A heart mirror intervention in progress. Not the same as her method. The technique was different in its specific movements, the way he guided the practitioner's processing. But the underlying principle, treating the heart demon as a psychological structure to be processed rather than an enemy to be fought, was there, unmistakably. Someone had understood this before her, in a period she could not date, using methods she had not been taught. And the emotional content of the fragment itself, what it carried as its primary effective quality, was the specific pressure of someone who was carrying far too much. Not grief, not fear. Weight. The specific weight of too many cases for too long, pressing down from every direction. She documented everything she had perceived, every detail she could confirm, and brought it to Bao Chen the following morning. He read her documentation carefully. His reading pace was always deliberate. He turned each page fully before moving to the next, treating text as something that required complete attention rather than scanning. When he finished, he was quiet for a long moment. The setting, he said. The large institutional space with that specific chi-age quality. He looked at her notation again. And the weight. The weight is described as distinctive, as if it is the primary experience rather than an incidental one. Yes, she said. It's the most prominent effective quality in the fragment. Not what he was feeling about the session. What he was feeling all the time. Bao set the documentation down. He was looking at the far wall with the expression of someone whose mental catalog had just produced an entry he was not certain he was glad to find. I know that setting, he said. Chapter 68, The Hollow Archive, Bao Chen said. He said it slowly, the way he named things when he was working through the implications simultaneously with the identification. The Hollow Archive was not a location she knew. It appeared in her mental catalog as a blank entry, which meant either she had encountered the name and not retained it, or it had never been in any source she'd read. Tell me, she said. He put his hands together in the specific gesture he used when he was about to cite a primary source he had not looked at in some time, and was reconstructing from memory. The Hollow Archive was established in the post-conventional period, roughly 300 years ago, possibly older. The founding practitioner developed a method for working with heart demons that the conventional cultivation institutions of his period rejected as theoretically unsound. He paused, not because the method didn't work, because it produced outcomes that contradicted the dominant theoretical framework, which held that heart demons were adversarial entities to be overcome, not psychological structures to be processed. Like my method, she said. Similar to your method, he said. Different technique, as you described. The same underlying premise, understanding rather than fighting. He looked at the documentation again. The Hollow Archive's founding practitioner worked for approximately 3 centuries. When he stopped, the institutional histories described the outcome as complete self-emptying. The practitioner achieved a state of no heart demons through total purification of the chi field. Bao paused. That phrasing is interesting. What does it actually mean? I wasn't certain until you described the fragment, he said. The weight you describe, the feeling of too much carried for too long. The institutional histories call it purification. The residue fragment calls it something else entirely. He looked at her steadily. He did not purify himself of heart demons. He filled himself with everyone else's and had no room left for his own. She held this. He was doing what I do, she said. But at a larger scale, for longer, without the residue management protocol. Without any management protocol, Bao said. Because the method was his alone, there was no one to document what he was building toward before he got there. When he reached the point where he couldn't continue, he sealed the archive and stopped working. Bao folded his hands. The institutional histories read the sealing as deliberate ascetic withdrawal, the final stage of purification. The actual mechanism, from what you describe, was that he was full. She thought about the Hollow Sage's final notebook entry. Bao had mentioned it in passing once before, in a different context. A pre-conventional practitioner whose final writings were described as cryptic by subsequent scholars. She had not connected it to a specific archive. Where is the archive? She said. Sealed, he said. In the northern region. Controlled by the institutional descendants of the sects that rejected his method in his time. He looked at her with a very specific expression. The sects that currently control the Hollow Archive are part of the Northern Coalition that filed the certification moratorium. Chapter 69, she spent 2 days with the pre-conventional cultivation histories before requesting archive access. Bao Yichen pulled his archival copies, hand-transcribed, in the spidery notation he used for long texts, organized in scrolls that smelled of cedar and very old paper, and they worked through the relevant period together. The Hollow Sage was referenced in 4 separate institutional chronicles from the post-conventional period. 3 references were dismissive, an account of a practitioner whose methods had been reviewed and found theoretically insufficient, whose followers had scattered after his withdrawal. The 4th reference was different in tone. The 4th was a first-person account from a practitioner who had been treated by the Hollow Sage before his withdrawal, someone who had been carrying a long-term heart demon blockage that had resisted every conventional method, who had sought out the Hollow Archive as a last resort and had been cleared in a single extended session. The account described the experience with the specificity of someone who had been genuinely helped and had spent years trying to describe what had been different about it. He asked what I was afraid of, the account read. I had been asked this by conventional practitioners many times. They asked it expecting me to name the demon. He asked it expecting me to name the fear. Those are different questions. She read this sentence 3 times. Then she read the next paragraph. He was, by the time I reached him, clearly carrying a great deal. I could see it in his chi field, a weight that was distributed throughout, not localized, the way a burden is distributed through the whole body when it is carried for long enough. I asked him how he was. He said, I am full, but not full enough to stop yet. That was the last time he saw patients, as far as I know. He sealed the archive within the year. She sat with this for a long time. The Hollow Sage had known. He had said explicitly that he was full, that he was approaching his limit, and he had continued until he could not. The same conviction that made him effective, the belief that every person could be helped if he worked hard enough, was the mechanism of his accumulation. He could not stop taking cases until he was physically incapable of taking more. She recognized this. She recognized it the way she recognized a diagnostic pattern in a patient, the clear cognitive signature of a belief that had no natural stopping point built into it. She also recognized it as her own. The residue management protocol, she said to Bao. I built it because Qian Mingzhu caught what I couldn't catch in myself. He had no Qian Mingzhu. No, Bao said. He worked alone, as far as the records show. She looked at the hand-transcribed chronicles on the table between them. 3 centuries of heart mirror cultivation, developed independently, with no institutional recognition and no practice continuity. It had died with him, or been sealed with him, which amounted to the same thing. 300 years of outcome data, case documentation, methodological refinement, locked in an archive controlled by the institutional descendants of the people who had rejected it. I need access to that archive, she said. The coalition controls the access, he said. The same coalition that filed the certification moratorium. I know. She straightened the chronicles into a neat stack. Tell me the specific language of the access conditions. Chapter 70. The access conditions had not been updated in 40 years. The language, which Bao Yichen located in the Continental Cultivation Authority's institutional records, was from a period when the Hollow Archive's significance was classified as historical-cultural rather than research-active, the assumption being that a sealed archive from a rejected practitioner had archival value but no ongoing research value. The access conditions reflected this assumption. Scholarly access was granted to practitioners with a legitimate research interest, subject to a counter-source contribution requirement. The practitioner had to provide a scholarly document of equivalent archival significance before access was granted. It was a condition designed to keep the bar for access elevated. In 40 years, no one had met it, partly because the counter-source requirement was undefined and therefore subject to interpretation, and partly because no one had considered the archive's contents research relevant enough to try. She had something to offer. Her published methodology documentation was 43 pages of primary research material, original technique documentation, outcome data, adverse outcome reporting, longitudinal study design, that met any reasonable interpretation of equivalent archival significance. It was not ancient. It was also not speculative or secondary. It was a primary source for a living methodology, the first systematic documentation of heart mirror cultivation practice since the Hollow Sage's own archive. She filed the access request through the Continental Cultivation Authority's archival process, citing the methodology documentation as her counter-source contribution and framing the research interest as verification of historical precedent for heart mirror cultivation methodology, potential recovery of pre-conventional techniques with current research application. The request went to the coalition for review, as required by the access conditions. She waited 12 days. Dao Shuming called her into his office on the 13th day. Not a meeting request, a direct call, which he used for matters he did not want to route through formal channels first. He sat across from her in his office, which was organized with the same systematic precision he brought to everything, and set a document on the table. The coalition has reviewed your access request, he said. They are accepting the counter-source contribution. The access is granted for 14 days. She read the acceptance document. That was faster than I expected. The coalition leadership is not unified on the archive question, he said. The founding sects of the moratorium proposal wanted to deny the request. The sects that have practitioners on your wait list, who are also part of the coalition, argued that denying archival access to a researcher while simultaneously claiming research insufficiency as grounds for a moratorium was a transparent position. He looked at her steadily. The internal vote was close. What is the coalition's countercondition? She said. There would be a countercondition. Institutions that granted access to contested archives always wanted something in exchange. They want a copy of whatever primary research documentation you recover from the archive, he said. If there are practice records with clinical significance, they want access to the data. She thought about this. The coalition had controlled the archive for 300 years and had not been able to read it. Bao Yiqin had not mentioned why, and she had not asked, assuming it was simply neglect. If the archive's contents were written in standard cultivation notation, the coalition would have read them long ago. Do you know why the archive has not been accessed in 40 years? She said. Dao Shuming was quiet for a moment. The institutional record says the contents are written in notation that has not been decoded, he said. I assumed that was historical drift in technique vocabulary. She thought about the residue fragment. The Hollow Sage, encoding his failure record in emotional residue impressions specifically so that only a heart mirror practitioner could read it. Someone who understood the mechanism from the inside. It's not notation drift, she said. The archive is readable, but only by someone who perceives qi as emotional content. He looked at her for a long time. He hid it for you, Dao said, not with surprise, with the specific quality of someone who had just understood the full scope of a situation. He hid it for someone like me, she said. I don't think he knew I would exist, but he knew someone would. He had 3 centuries of evidence that practitioners could develop this perception independently, she said. He was betting on probability. She picked up the acceptance document. 14 days. She had work to do. Chapter 71 The Hollow Archive was 3 days' travel north. She brought Bao Yiqin and Luo Hanbai. Bao, because he had the historical context and the archival reading skills and the specific quality of not reacting visibly to things that were unexpected, which would be useful. Luo, because she had learned, in the weeks since the group sessions began, that the specific scenarios where she was most likely to overextend were also the scenarios where having someone she trusted present made the difference between a manageable session and a crisis. She did not tell either of them the full scope of what she expected to find. She told them what she knew. The archive contained pre-conventional heart mirror cultivation documentation, written in a notation that required residue perception to read. She told them she expected the reading process would absorb significant residue, and that she would need Luo Hanbai present as a stability monitor. She told Bao Yiqin that any conventional text components, standard notation, ink on paper records, were his to analyze and document. What she did not tell them was what she suspected, that the hollow sage had not simply sealed himself away, that he was still there, in some form, waiting for someone with the right perception to find what he had left. She could be wrong about this. She had been wrong before. But the residue fragment, which had been growing in clarity for 33 months, now contained enough detail that she could read the emotional quality of the final period with some confidence. He had not died. He had stopped. Those were different states. The archive's physical location was a sealed hall in a northern cultivation institution that had been using the space as a records storage facility for 2 centuries without being able to read the records. The institution's administrator, a senior practitioner named Liang Tsung, who managed the building with the specific discomfort of someone who had been told to protect something without being told what it was, met them at the entrance with the coalition's access documentation and a key. The documentation says 14 days, he said, giving her the key. 14 days, she confirmed. He hesitated at the door. Our archivists have spent 40 years trying to interpret the notation system. We've made no progress. He looked at her with something that was not quite hope. What do you expect to find? She thought about the honest answer and gave it. A record of what happened to the founding practitioner, she said, and what he learned in 300 years. He stepped back and let them in. The hall was cold. The northern climate had kept it dry, which was preservation favorable, but the cold had a quality that went beyond temperature. A specific chi stillness, the atmosphere of a space where no cultivation had been actively practiced for a very long time. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with scroll cases, labeled in the standard archival notation that Bao Yiqin began reading immediately, moving along the wall with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes scanning. She stood in the center of the hall and breathed. The residue in this space was extraordinary, not overwhelming. It was old residue, settled and quiet, the way a deep lake is quiet rather than empty. It was not in the scrolls. It was in the walls, in the chief fabric of the hall itself, accumulated over 300 years of a practitioner working in this space and leaving traces in the substrate. She could read it the way she could read an old building that had held the same family for generations, the emotional history written into the structure. She began to read. Chapter 72, she worked for 6 hours without moving from her position in the center of the hall. Luo Hanbai stayed near the door, close enough for her to reach his chi field if she needed the stability reference, far enough not to interfere with the residue reading. He had his notebook and was documenting her behavioral indicators in the format Qian Mingzhu had designed. Bao Yiqin moved through the scroll cases, working systematically, occasionally making soft sounds of scholarly recognition. What she read in the hall's residue was not a single clear narrative. It was layered, 30 decades of emotional content in the walls, each layer compressed under the weight of the layers above it. The oldest residue was at the foundations. The most recent was at shoulder height, which told her the final period of active work had been conducted from a seated position. The emotional topography of the older layers, engagement, curiosity, the specific satisfaction of a practitioner who was good at their work and knew it. The same quality she recognized in her own sessions when a clearing resolved cleanly. Below the satisfaction, a note of loneliness, not painful, but present, the ambient quality of someone working without colleagues, without the intellectual companionship of a field. Working alone. The middle layers shifted. The satisfaction was still there, but something else had appeared beneath it, the weight she had sensed in the residue fragment. It had been growing over decades, not suddenly present, but gradually accumulating. Each cleared case leaving its trace, and the traces building in aggregate. And the loneliness had changed quality. It had become a loneliness not of lacking colleagues, but of being unable to share the weight. There was no one to tell. There was no one who understood the mechanism well enough to help him manage what he was accumulating. The final layers, near the top of the wall, exhaustion and something else she had to work to identify. She sat with it for a full hour before she could name it accurately. Not despair, not defeat. The specific emotional quality of someone who had decided to stop, not because they wanted to stop, but because continuing was no longer possible, and had accepted that decision with something approaching peace. He had made his peace with stopping. She was still reading this when Bao Yiqin said, from the far end of the hall, "Shun, come look at this." Chapter 73, he had found a set of scroll cases that were different from the others. The standard scroll cases were labeled in conventional cultivation notation, case records, session dates, practitioner names, outcome classifications. The different cases were labeled in something else, a notation system she had not seen before, marks that did not follow the standard cultivation symbol set. She looked at the marks and felt, before she consciously understood what she was perceiving, the chi resonance in them. These were not symbols in the conventional sense. They were residue impressions, emotional content encoded directly into the material. She picked up the first scroll. The content hit her immediately, a clear-as-speech experiential record, encoded in chi residue, readable only if your chi perception could process emotional content as information. The Hollow Sage had written his record not in notation that could be decoded with the right cipher. He had written it in the only medium that could not be intercepted by practitioners without residue perception. 300 years of case archives, the theoretical framework, the technique documentation, all of it was in these scrolls, all of it unreadable to every practitioner who had tried for 4 decades. She sat down on the floor of the hall with the first scroll and read. It took 4 hours. Luo Hanbai stayed where he was. Bao Yichen, who could not read the content but understood that something significant was happening, sat quietly at the far end of the hall and waited. What she read was a practitioner who had understood, 200 years before her, exactly what she understood now. The mechanism of heart demon formation, accurate, complete, documented with 3 centuries of case evidence. The technique variations he had tried, including approaches she had developed independently and approaches she had not thought to try. The residue accumulation problem, documented in the same clinical vocabulary she would have used, identified as the central structural risk of the method, the place where every practitioner working at this scale would eventually encounter the same limitation. And the final section. The last 50 scrolls were the theoretical framework for a solution he had not been able to implement alone. He had understood what the residue accumulation meant at scale, that it was not an individual practitioner's problem, but a systemic one, generated by the same template that produced heart demons across the entire cultivation field. He had traced the origin of that template to a single catastrophic event, 800 years before his time. He had known what the event was. He had not been able to do anything about it because he was one practitioner, and what the solution required was a network. The last scroll ended. I am documenting this for whoever finds it. I was not able to build the network because I did not build the method early enough. By the time I understood the scope, I was already full. If you are reading this, you have residue perception and you have found me before you are full. Build the network before you need it. The origin event is 800 years old. The template has been compounding since. I do not know how much time there is, but there is less than there was. She set the scroll down. The hall was very quiet. Luo Hanbai said, from the door, "Are you all right?" "Yes," she said. "I need a few minutes." She took them. Then she began documenting what she had read. Chapter 74. She returned from the Hollow Archive on the 10th day, 4 days ahead of the deadline. The documentation she had produced in the archive, transcribed from residue perception into standard notation, with Bao Yichen cross-referencing the conventional text records to verify historical alignment, was 112 pages. She had worked in 8 to 10-hour sessions for each of the 10 days, with Luo Hanbai monitoring her residue accumulation and enforcing the stopping conditions they had agreed on before departure. She had not felt the need to exceed the stopping conditions. The Hollow Sage's residue in the archive walls was old and quiet. Reading it was demanding, but did not produce the same accumulation as active clearing work. She had absorbed enough to understand the full record without exceeding her capacity. What she had not found in the archive was the Hollow Sage himself. She had half expected something, a cultivation state, a suspended presence, some indication that the practitioner was still there in some form. What she found was a space that had been occupied and then emptied. He had not ascended, had not withdrawn, had not entered stasis. He had simply finished. The chief fabric of the hall held his residue the way any space held the imprint of long occupation, but there was no active presence. He was gone. She was not certain what she felt about this. She noted that she was not certain and filed it for her own processing. She presented the full documentation to Dao Shuming 6 days after returning. He read it in one sitting, 3 hours in his office, with her waiting, reviewing her own notes, while he worked through the 112 pages. He was a thorough reader, which she had known, but the thoroughness had a specific quality in this session. He was reading with the attention of someone who understood that the document was going to require him to change a position he had held for several years. When he finished, he set the documentation on the desk between them. The origin event, he said, 800 years ago, generating a compounding template that has been increasing heart demon complexity ever since. Yes, she said. The Hollow Sage documented this 200 years ago, he said. He understood the mechanism. He had a solution he couldn't implement alone. He needed a network, she said. Multiple practitioners working in coordination on the template at cosmological scale. He couldn't build the network because by the time he understood what was needed, he had been working alone for so long that he was incapacitated. She looked at him directly. He wrote it down and sealed the archive because he knew the next practitioner would need to know. Dao Shuming was quiet for a long time. My concern, he said. About psychological cultivation creating dependency, I was looking at the wrong risk. He looked at the documentation. The risk is not to the patients. It is to the practitioner. Yes, she said. The Hollow Sage's case is the most thorough documentation of what happens to a practitioner who cannot stop taking cases, he said. He looked at her. Are you managing this risk? With a structured protocol, she said. Monitoring, mandatory processing intervals, volume limits. It is not perfect, but it is documented, and it is active. She held his gaze. He had nothing. I have Qian Mingzhu. Dao Shuming was quiet for another long moment. Then he wrote something on the formal document in front of him. I'm submitting a revised position to the Continental Authority, he said. My previous concerns about the method were directed at the wrong place. The regulatory framework should focus on practitioner residue management standards, not on patient dependency prevention. He set the pen down. I am also submitting the Hollow Archive documentation as evidence that this methodology has a 200-year historical precedent, which changes the Continental Review's framing. Chapter 75. The Continental Authority registered Dao Shuming's revised position in the formal record. His submission changed two things, the regulatory framing and the political structure of the Northern Coalition's continental filing. A senior regional overseer withdrawing the specific objection that had been the coalition's primary safety argument removed the strongest institutional support for the moratorium. Without Dao's concern about patient dependency, the coalition's filing had to stand on the secondary arguments, the certification gap, the need for standardized training, which were legitimate, but were also arguments that could be addressed through framework development rather than moratorium. She was invited to co-author the framework. She accepted with conditions. The framework had to include mandatory residue management standards for practitioners, mandatory personal clearing requirements for trainees, and a co-practitioner requirement for cases at domain-shaping tier and above. She wanted these as non-negotiable provisions, not recommended guidelines. The Continental Authority's drafting committee agreed to 2 of 3. The co-practitioner requirement for high-tier cases, they argued, was a resource constraint that would effectively prohibit treatment for the practitioners who needed it most. She argued back. An unmonitored practitioner treating domain-shaping cases alone was the Hollow Sage's trajectory. The committee held their position. She held hers. The negotiation lasted 3 weeks. In the end, the framework included mandatory co-practitioner observation for cases at domain-shaping and above, with explicit language distinguishing observation from co-treatment. The monitoring practitioner did not need to be conducting the session, only present to provide stability support and residue monitoring. It was not everything she had asked for. It was better than what had existed before. The framework was adopted by the Continental Cultivation Authority's Oversight Committee on the 43rd day after Dao Shuming's revised submission. The Northern Coalition's moratorium filing was formally suspended pending the framework's implementation review, a 12-month review period during which the coalition could not refile. 12 months was enough time to certify practitioners in the 3 additional regionals she had already identified. The certification program was formally recognized. The methodology was formally registered. She did not mark it with any particular ceremony. Qian Mingzhu noted the formal adoption date in the practice record. Luo Hanbai brought her tea without being asked. When Russian, who was not present but had been notified, sent a formal correspondence that said, "Congratulations. The framework is better than what the coalition would have built." She wrote back, "Thank you for the co-authorship. The residue management provisions are better for having you on the committee." He wrote, "They should have been non-negotiable from the beginning. I'm sorry they were not." She read this letter twice and filed it in the case correspondence archive, which was not where letters went. She put it there anyway. The day after the adoption, she sat down with Bao Yiqin and the Hollow Sage's documented framework, the 100-year theory of the origin event, the compounding template, the network solution, and said, "We need to understand the scope of this. All of it." Bao Yiqin took out a fresh notebook. "Where do we start?" he said. "With the origin event," she said. 800 years ago, a practitioner at Heaven Comprehension tier attempted something catastrophic. We have the Hollow Sage's theory about what it was. We need to find the historical record. She picked up her brush. In the margin of the Hollow Sage's documentation, she had written, on the first day she read it. Asterisk, he left the map. Now I have to find what he was pointing at. Asterisk below it, in smaller notation, she had written her own response to her own note. Asterisk, the question is always the same. What are you actually afraid of? In this case, that the compounding template has more time left than I thought, and less than is comfortable. Asterisk, she did not show this to Bao Yiqin, but she looked at it before she began working. Then she turned the page. Chapter 76. The training program applications arrived while she was still working through the Hollow Sage's origin event documentation. 37 applications, from practitioners across 5 regionals. Bao Yiqin received the first package at the archive correspondence station and brought it to her workroom when she returned. She set it on the desk and looked at it for a moment before opening it. The formal continental registration had created something she had not entirely planned for: recognition, not fame. That was a different category, and she was aware of the distinction. Recognition meant that the practitioners who had been developing adjacent methods independently, the ones who had been writing to her research correspondence channel with questions, now had a formal channel through which they could seek direct affiliation. The 37 applications were from practitioners who wanted to learn the method, not simply to understand it academically. She was not ready to accept 37 trainees. The resource constraint was real. Her current practice had 4 active staff: herself, Qian Mingzhu, Luo Hanbai, and Bao Yiqin in a consulting capacity, and the active case queue, plus the joint research with Wen Russian and Jian Lui, plus the ongoing Hollow Sage investigation. Adding 37 trainees required infrastructure she had not built. But she also knew that the Hollow Sage's documentation had changed the urgency. He had known about the network problem for 2 centuries and had not been able to solve it because he had worked alone. She was not going to make the same mistake. She designed the first cohort at 8 practitioners. Small enough to manage, large enough to learn what the training program actually required before she scaled it. She sent 42 rejection letters, respectful, specific about the rejection reasons, with a note that the program would expand, and she intended to return to every applicant who met the criteria, and invited 9 practitioners to the application interview process. 9 because the first review of the 37 had shown one application that raised concerns she wanted to address before deciding. The concerns were resolved in the interview process. 8 applications moved forward. Jian Lui's message arrived the same week as the interview decisions. * Continental registration. You won the political structure. Now build the practitioners to fill it. * She wrote back. That is the current task. His reply. * I can be available for consultation on the structural training module. I have relevant documentation. * She said yes. She had expected this. He had proposed the cross-training integration at the end of Arc 3. The training program was the natural venue for implementing it. Chapter 77. The training program design took 4 weeks. She wrote the curriculum herself and submitted it to Luo Hanbai and Wen Russian for review on the same day. This was deliberate. Their areas of expertise were different, and the gaps in her own thinking were in different directions when viewed from those 2 positions. Luo's review would identify methodological insufficiencies, places where she had assumed knowledge the trainees would not have, or where the technique description was insufficiently precise. Wen's review would identify the places where the framework was insufficiently rigorous about the failure modes. Both reviews came back with significant annotations. Luo's primary concern: she had not built in a structured mechanism for trainees to receive feedback on their own technique from multiple sources. The curriculum was designed around her own supervision and assessment, with no peer review component. In any training system, he wrote, the practitioner's blind spots are best identified by someone who is working on the same problem from a different angle. You need trainees reviewing each other's session documentation, not to grade, but to ask questions. She added a peer consultation component. Wen's primary concern was different in kind. The curriculum did not adequately address the failure modes of overintervention. The specific error pattern where a practitioner, perceiving psychological content and having tools to address it, intervenes in situations that would have resolved without intervention. The Hollow Sage's accumulation problem was one version of this. But the more common error would be trainees who develop technique confidence faster than they develop the clinical judgment to know when not to use it. She added a restraint module. The title she gave it was, When to Do Nothing. The completed curriculum included foundational residue perception training, intake methodology, technique application across blockage types, residue management protocol, restraint and non-intervention assessment, adverse outcome documentation standards, peer consultation structure, and the personal clearing requirement. The personal clearing requirement was the most contested component in the planning process. Every advisor she showed the curriculum to, Luo, Wen, Su Chaolon, Dao Shuming in his capacity as the framework's oversight authority, either expressed concern about it or explicitly pushed back. The argument was consistent. Requiring trainees to undergo their own psychological clearing was invasive and would exclude qualified practitioners who had legitimate reasons for not disclosing their psychological history. She understood the concern. She held her position. A practitioner who has not experienced the clearing process cannot safely conduct it, she said, at the review session where the argument reached its most direct point. Not because they lack technical knowledge, because they do not know, from the inside, what they are asking their patients to do. The intake process for trainees is the same as for patients. Full self-assessment, identification of one's own blockages, processing of the primary formations. No practitioner certifies without demonstrating their own psychological health. Daoshuming. That is a significant privacy requirement. It is, she said. It is also non-negotiable. He made a note and did not argue further. She had said non-negotiable twice in his presence now, on specific provisions, and neither time had been rhetorical. Chapter 78, 2 applicants withdrew when the personal clearing requirement was confirmed. Both sent formal withdrawal notices through the program correspondence channel. Both cited the clearing requirement as their reason. One of the two added a note. The requirement is intrusive and sets a precedent for personal disclosure that I am not comfortable with in a professional context. She read the note and understood the objection. The concern was real, not a position of bad faith, and she did not change the requirement. What she wrote back. The concern about disclosure is legitimate, and I want to be specific about what the requirement does and does not require. The clearing process is confidential. The content of your psychological processing is not documented in the professional record and is not shared with program administration. What is assessed and certified is outcome, whether the primary formations have been cleared and whether your chi architecture demonstrates the stability required for safe practice. The requirement is for psychological health, not for disclosure of psychological history. She added, if you reconsider, I would be glad to have another conversation. One of the two wrote back 2 weeks later to reconsider. The other did not. 7 practitioners began the training program. The 8th, from the original application set, had not been in the program's first invitation. She had held the 9th application aside during the interview process because the applicant had demonstrated unusual natural perception that she wanted to assess more carefully before placing in a cohort. The first module was foundational residue perception training, which was the most technically demanding component and the one that most reliably distinguished practitioners who would progress quickly from those who needed more time. She ran the module herself, in small group sessions, with each practitioner working on perception exercises and then describing what they perceived for documentation and assessment. 4 of the 7 had baseline perception that would develop into functional foundation reading level within the standard training period. 2 had perception that was adequate but would require additional work. 1 had perception that was better than adequate, natural residue sensitivity without training, which she had not seen before. She made a note. She would look at this one more carefully. Chapter 79, the trainee with natural perception was 23 years old, and her name was Fong Lixio. She was from a small independent sect in the Southern Regional, one of the sects that had no political stake in the methodology debate, which meant her presence in the program was not affiliated with anyone's institutional interest. She had applied after reading the published methodology documentation, spent 4 months in correspondence with the research channel asking technical questions, and arrived at the first training session with a self-designed observation framework for the perception exercises that was more sophisticated than anything Shun had given the cohort. She was at core integration tier, lower than any other trainee in the cohort, and her baseline residue perception was more precise than practitioners 2 tiers above her. When Shun ran the initial diagnostic exercises, Fong Lixio was the only trainee who could identify formation type without intake information context. How long have you been perceiving residue this way? Shen asked during the one-on-one assessment. Since I started formal cultivation training, Fong Lixio said. I didn't know what I was perceiving. I assumed everyone could feel it. It took me 3 years to understand that no one else was reading what I was reading. She paused. Your published methodology was the first time I read a description that matched what I could perceive. Shen filed this carefully. Natural residue perception without training. It was consistent with the Hollow Sage's documentation, which mentioned natural sensitivity as an inherited trait among some practitioners, appearing without cultivation work and simply waiting for the right framework to make it useful. Fong Lixio had been perceiving residue content since early cultivation and had been doing something with it. She had just not had the vocabulary to know what she was doing. Luo Hanbai co-instructed the technical modules. He was a harder instructor than she was, which was appropriate. Where her approach in sessions was to wait for the patient to arrive at the recognition, his instruction approach required the trainees to demonstrate understanding before moving forward. He did not assume comprehension. He tested it. Some of the trainees found this uncomfortable. Fong Lixio found it clarifying. Is he always like this? One of the trainees asked Shun, after a particularly demanding technique review session. He was a rigorous scientific skeptic, she said. He expected evidence before he changed his mind. He still does. The trainee looked at Luo Hanbai's feedback notes on their session documentation. He's written verify this claim on every paragraph. Yes, she said. Verify them. The first cohort's training ran for 4 months. Fang Lixio advanced through the technical components in half the expected time and spent the second 2 months on the more complex case methodology work. 3 of the 7 completed the full program at the expected pace. The other 3 required additional time on specific components. One of them the restraint module, which one Russian had identified as a potential problem area, and which proved, for practitioners who had developed strong perceptive capability, to be precisely the hardest thing to learn. The restraint module's central lesson, which Shun had distilled from the adverse outcome analysis. Perceiving that you could help is not sufficient grounds for intervening. The patient must be asking for help. The moment you start looking for problems to solve rather than being asked to solve problems, you have begun the Hollow Sage's trajectory. Fang Lixio passed the restraint module on first assessment. She noted this specifically in her training record. Chapter 80. The first 4 certified heart mirror cultivation practitioners completed the program at the end of the 4th month. The certification session was not ceremonial by design. She had written the ceremony component out of the curriculum because the outcomes documentation was what mattered, and ceremony around outcomes was a form of the same error the restraint module addressed. It created pressure to perform rather than to achieve. The 4 practitioners received their certification documentation through Qian Mingzhu's standard correspondence process. She met with each of them individually to review their independent practice authorization and the specific conditions under which they should seek consultation before proceeding. Fang Lixio's individual meeting was the last of the 4. She came with a question that Shun had not expected. What is the network you're building? She had not disclosed the Hollow Sage's documentation to the training cohort. The information was in the practice's internal research files, and she had not considered it relevant to the certification training. What do you mean? She said. You are training practitioners, Fang Lixio said, but you are not asking us to work independently. The certification authorizes independent practice, but your practitioner development meetings, the ones I've been attending, are designed around coordination protocols. You're not building a group of independent practitioners. You are building something that requires us to work together. She looked at Shin directly. I would like to know toward what. She held the question for a moment. We'll talk about that in the second cohort training, she said. The context requires history that takes time to convey. But yes, there is a network we're building toward. I will tell you what it is when I have more practitioners who can understand what they're agreeing to. Fang Lixio nodded. Not satisfied. She was too precise for that, but she was willing to hold the question. 3 days after the certification session, the news arrived from the Northern Regional. Luo Hanbai brought it to her in the form of a formal request from the Continental Cultivation Authority, which had received a distress communication from the Northern Regional Coordination Office. An ongoing cultivation conflict, a territorial dispute between 2 large sect alliances that had been building for 2 years, had escalated in the past 2 months to open combat. The psychological pressure of sustained combat had produced an unprecedented rate of tribulation failures among the combatant practitioners. Mass heart demon formation, crisis level. The conventional tribulation management systems, suppression training, willpower coaching, crisis alchemical support, were managing the surface failures, but not the underlying formations. The failure rate was not declining. The Continental Authority's formal request, could Shin deploy certified practitioners to provide psychological clearing support? She read the request twice. She looked at the certification documentation for the 4 practitioners who had completed the program. 3 of the 4 were ready for field deployment. Fang Lixio was ready. 2 others were ready. The 4th, a practitioner named Rin Kaling, who had the natural perceptive talent but had needed additional time on the residue management protocol, was technically certified but had a gap she had been monitoring. How bad is it? She asked Luo Hanbai. He had read the full distress communication before bringing it to her. Bad enough that the conventional teams are asking for help. That means the conventional teams have run out of approaches. She made the deployment decision in the same session. 3 certified practitioners, Northern Regional, field deployment with the same residue management protocol they had trained on. She would follow within the week as coordinator. She did not tell Luo Hanbai immediately that she had already decided to go herself. She told him the deployment plan, watched him think through it, and waited for him to reach the conclusion she had already reached. He got there in approximately 30 seconds. You're going, he said. The most severe cases will need my tier of perception, she said. I can't send people into a field situation I haven't assessed. I know, he said. I'm not arguing. He looked at the deployment schedule she had sketched. I'm going with you. She had expected this. Yes, she said. You are. Chapter 81. The Northern Regional's distress request had understated the problem. She read the more complete briefing document on the second day of travel, in the rest interval between the second and third leg of the journey. The formal request had described elevated tribulation failure rates and mass heart demon formation in terms that were accurate without being specific. The complete briefing had numbers: 43 tribulation failures in 6 weeks. Of those, 28 had resulted in temporary cultivation regression, 9 in moderate cultivation damage requiring extended recovery, and 6 in permanent impairment. The conventional support teams had been on-site for 4 weeks. Their intervention had stabilized the immediate crisis rate. The mortality numbers were low because the conventional teams were competent, but had not addressed the underlying formation rate. New formations were appearing faster than the existing formations were being managed. Luo Hanbai read the same document in parallel and did not comment on the numbers immediately. She had come to recognize this as his processing indicator. When the information required significant revision of his mental model, he went quiet rather than reacting. 43 in 6 weeks, he said, when he had finished. At a coalition of approximately 300 active practitioners, she said. That's a meaningful percentage. And the conventional teams can't clear them. The conventional teams are managing, not clearing, she said. Their protocol is stabilization, preventing the formation from causing further damage while the practitioner recovers enough to attempt another tribulation pass. It does not dissolve the formation. The practitioner goes back in with the same formation they went in with before, and the same environmental pressure, and the cycle continues until the formation is cleared or the practitioner is too damaged to continue. Yes. The 3 certified practitioners had traveled ahead. She had deployed them 2 days before her own departure, with instructions to begin intake assessments only and hold all clearings until she arrived and evaluated the field conditions. Fang Lixio was leading the 3-person team. This was a significant trust placement for a practitioner 4 months out of certification, and she had not made it without calculation. Fang Lixio's natural residue perception gave her a situational awareness in complex qi environments that the other certified practitioners would not have. She would be able to read the field conditions accurately even before the formal assessment protocols were complete. The conflict zone itself was spread across 3 active front positions. She was going to the central coordination point, which was the least active combat zone but the highest concentration of distress practitioners. The ones who had been rotated off the front lines because they were no longer stable enough for frontline deployment. On the 3rd day of travel, Luo Hanbai said, "Tell me your abort conditions." She named them. He had asked her this before every significant field engagement since the Nyarian case. He memorized them each time without writing them down. She had never had to invoke them, but the act of naming them in advance of the situation was part of the protocol, a kind of pre-commitment that made the decision easier to make in the moment when making it was hardest. "What happens to the coordination hub if we both go under simultaneously?" he said. "Qian Mingzhu has the operational authority documentation," she said. "She can run the practice triage for 8 to 10 days without us. The second training cohort won't start for another 6 weeks. There is no scenario in which we both go under simultaneously that doesn't also require Qian to make decisions." "I know," he said. "I'm asking because the answer needs to be settled before we arrive." It was settled. She had settled it before they departed, which he also knew. He was asking her to say it aloud, which was not the same as not trusting her preparation. It was the same thing he did with the abort conditions. A ritual of precision. Chapter 82. The central coordination point was a large sect compound that had been converted to field operations. It smelled of cultivation medicine and something else she couldn't classify immediately, the specific qi signature of many distressed practitioners in a small space, which was not the same as the ambient residue of long occupation she had experienced in the Hollow Archive. That had been old and settled. This was live and active, like walking into a room where many people were simultaneously running with their eyes closed, hoping they didn't hit anything. Fang Lixio met them at the gate with a briefing document in hand and a specific expression that Shun had not seen on her before, not distressed, exactly. Focused in the way that focused looks when the problem is larger than expected. "How bad?" Shun said. "The intake assessments took 2 days," Fang Lixio said. She handed over the document as they walked. 41 practitioners currently in the coordination compound. Of those, 37 have active heart demon formations. Some are primary formations. Some are secondary formations triggered by the primary. 6 have formations I would classify as structurally integrated to the point where standard clearing approaches would need to be modified. She paused. The most complex case is a 25-year-old practitioner who entered the conflict with a stable but uncleared primary formation, was placed in a high-pressure combat position, and developed 3 secondary formations around the primary in 6 weeks. She is currently unable to enter tribulation preparation at all. Start with her, Shin said. I was going to recommend starting with the 17 straightforward cases to build capacity, Feng Lixio said. Get the easier clearings done quickly, create demonstrated outcomes, reduce the ambient pressure in the compound. She looked at the intake briefing. The reasoning was sound. How straightforward. 4 of the 17 are cases I'm confident I can clear independently, Feng Lixio said. The other 13 would benefit from consultation, but are within range. Take the 4 independently, she said. Consult me on the 13 before proceeding, and I'll take the complex cases in parallel. Feng Lixio nodded. She had already thought through this sequencing. Shin could tell. The document was organized in the order she was now describing. She had been waiting to see if the senior practitioner's assessment agreed with hers. Luo Hanbai reviewed the intake document while they walked. The ambient qi pressure in this compound. It's affecting the practitioners who don't have active formations. Yes, Feng Lixio said. Proximity to mass distress. It's low-grade but accumulating. The conventional support team has been managing it with formation boundary work, but the boundaries are permeable at the level of residue content. She stopped walking. Show me. Chapter 83. The ambient residue was thicker than she had ever encountered. Not the ancient settled weight of the hollow archive. This was active and contemporaneous. The emotional residue of 41 distressed practitioners at close quarters, each processing fear and grief and shame in the specific way that sustained cultivation conflict generated those responses. Each practitioner's processing generated trace residue. The traces did not dissipate quickly in an enclosed space with high qi density. They accumulated in the ambient field, and every practitioner present was breathing in the accumulation continuously. She stood in the central courtyard of the compound and simply read it for 20 minutes, which was the longest baseline assessment she had run in an open environment. What she found was layered. Fear content at the surface, the immediate response to danger. Below it, grief at specific losses. She could read the grief as distinct from the fear because grief had a different texture, quieter and deeper. And below that, shame, which was the formation driver she had expected to find. The shame of having failed tribulation, of having demonstrated psychological weakness in a community built around strength, was generating secondary heart demons faster than the primary formations were being cleared. The shame was environmental. It did not belong to any single practitioner. It was generated by the group. She had not encountered group-generated shame before. The group sessions at her practice had shown her facilitated formation, how similar demons resonated to help each other. This was the opposite, a collective psychological pressure that was actively generating new formations in practitioners who might otherwise have been stable. We can't clear the individual formations without addressing the group dynamic, she said to Luo Hanbai. He had been reading the ambient field through a different lens. The qi architecture stability indicators he had trained with Jian Lui. The boundaries between practitioners' qi fields are partially dissolved, he said. This is what happens in sustained close-quarters cultivation. Boundary permeability increases with proximity over time. The conventional team's formation boundaries are slowing it, but not stopping it. Which means every cleared practitioner reaccumulates from the ambient field if they stay in the compound, she said. Yes, he said. She thought for a moment. We need to work in 2 directions simultaneously. Individual clearings for the most acute cases. A group processing session for the ambient shame dynamic. She looked at the compound. I have never run a group processing session for an environmental dynamic rather than individual formations. I don't know exactly what it will require. Do you know what it won't work without? Luo said. Without the practitioners in the group being willing to name the shame collectively, she said. Which means someone has to go first. She looked at the compound. That will be the hardest part. Chapter 84. The hardest case in the compound was the 25-year-old practitioner named He Jingru. She had been a frontline combat practitioner for 18 months before the conflict escalated. Her primary heart demon was what Shun would classify as a catastrophic expectation formation, a deep-seated pattern that anticipated failure at the most critical moments, which had been present before the conflict but had remained manageable because the conflict she encountered had not been truly critical. 6 weeks of genuine combat tribulations had activated the formation continuously. Each activation produced some residue that accumulated, and 3 secondary formations had grown from the accumulated residue: a shame structure, a fear of weakness structure, and something she had not named precisely in the intake documentation, but which Shin recognized when she read the qi architecture directly. It was a grief structure around an anticipated future. She was grieving her own capacity before it had actually diminished. She had seen the failure rate in the compound and was already mourning what she expected to lose. Before we begin, Shin said, in the intake session, I want to name what I'm reading, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. He Jingru looked at her with the wariness of someone who had been assessed by conventional practitioners for 6 weeks and had received increasingly alarmed responses to each assessment. All right. Shun named the 3 formations without any particular emphasis, in the same clinical tone she would use to describe a weather system. Factual, not evaluative. When she reached the grief structure and described it, He Jingru was very still for a moment. You're grieving your own future capacity, Shin said. You've seen enough tribulation failures in this compound that you're already assuming yours. The grief is anticipatory, which makes it harder to process than ordinary grief, because you can't fully encounter it. The thing you're grieving hasn't happened. It's going to happen, He Jingru said. Flat. A statement of conviction, not fear. Maybe, Shin said. I'm not going to tell you it won't, because I don't know that. What I can tell you is that the anticipatory grief is making the primary formation worse. If the grief clears, the primary formation becomes the main problem instead of the third problem, and the primary formation is manageable. She paused. Would you be willing to start there? You want to start with the grief, He Jingru said. Yes. Conventional practice starts with the primary formation. Conventional practice will continue trying to address the primary formation through this layer of grief, and will continue not reaching it, Shin said. I'd like to try something different. The session ran for 9 hours. At the end, the anticipatory grief had cleared, not completely, but sufficiently. He Jingru, in the stillness at the end of the session, looked at her with something that was not quite belief and not quite disbelief. A provisional openness. The primary formation is still there, she said. I know, Shin said. Come back tomorrow. Chapter 85. The contagious formation was what she had been expecting from the ambient residue read. It emerged on the 4th day, in a practitioner named Wei Changfa. Not one of the acute cases, someone who had been assessed as low priority, stable enough to be in the compound without immediate intervention. He had no primary formation when she arrived. On the 4th day, Fang Lixio came to find her with the intake form for Wei Changfa and a specific expression. He has a formation, Fang Lixio said. It wasn't there 2 days ago. I ran a follow-up because the ambient pattern was changing. She looked at the intake assessment. The formation's origin was 4 days old, matching the date of Shun's arrival and the beginning of active clearing work in the compound. The other practitioners' clearings had released residue into the ambient field, not large amounts, not dangerous amounts by themselves, but the accumulated ambient pressure had been shifting. Wei Changfa, who had boundary permeability in the high range for his tier, had absorbed enough to catalyze a formation around his existing baseline shame pattern. His formation was not his alone. It had the specific signature of borrowed material, residue from another practitioner's cleared content, absorbed and organized around his own psychological substrate. She had read theoretical descriptions of this mechanism in the Hollow Sage's documentation. She had not encountered it in practice. We have a contagion dynamic, she said. The situation. If she continued individual clearings without addressing the ambient residue, the cleared material was re-entering the ambient field and triggering formation in practitioners with high boundary permeability. The practitioners with the highest boundary permeability were the ones least at risk for individual formation. Their openness was not a vulnerability in isolation, only in a high-residue environment. She assembled the full group that evening. 41 practitioners in the compound's central hall, the conventional support team included. She stood at the front and said, I need to explain what is happening in this compound, because you need to understand it before I ask you to do something together. She explained the ambient residue dynamic, the contagion mechanism, the shame that was being generated collectively and accumulating in the shared chi field. She explained it exactly as she understood it, without simplifying for comfort. The room was very quiet. She said, the contagion stops when the ambient field is processed. Individual clearings alone cannot achieve this. I need to run a group processing session, everyone in this room, simultaneously. It will be the largest group session I have ever conducted. She paused. I cannot guarantee the outcome. I can tell you what I'm attempting, and I can tell you that the alternative is continued accumulation. One of the conventional support team practitioners said, What do you need from us? She said, I need someone to go first. A long silence. Then He Jingru, who had been sitting in the 3rd row with her anticipatory grief cleared and her primary formation still present, said, I'll go first. Shin looked at her. For days ago, this practitioner had been grieving an anticipated future. She had done the work to set the grief down, and she was willing to go first in front of 40 of her colleagues. The group session ran for 11 hours. She held the full field the entire time. Every practitioner's chi architecture in her awareness simultaneously, the ambient residue shifting as the collective processing moved through the shame layer, the individual formations responding to the group dynamic in both directions. 3 practitioners hit resistance points that required her direct intervention. 2 showed the facilitation effect she had observed in controlled group sessions, their similar formations resonating in the way that helped each other process. 1 practitioner cried for 40 minutes and then said, quietly, in a voice that everyone could hear, "I was so afraid of failing in front of everyone that I forgot they were afraid too." The ambient shame layer broke at hour 9. Not all at once. Like ice in a warming river. Not a single dramatic crack, but a progressive softening, the accumulated collective weight losing its coherence, the individual pieces becoming individual again rather than a shared mass. Practitioners began to breathe differently. The boundary permeability shifted back toward normal. She processed until hour 11, until the last of the ambient residue had been moved through collective engagement rather than accumulating further. When she stopped, the hall was exhausted and quiet. Her residue accumulation was the highest it had ever been in a single session. She spent a full recovery day before returning to individual work. Luo Hanbai enforced this by simply not giving her the intake schedule until 24 hours had passed. She knew what he was doing and did not argue. The abort conditions existed for a reason. On the recovery day, Fang Lixio cleared 3 of her 4 independent cases. The 4th required consultation, which she provided by written notation rather than in person. Fang Lixio's independent session documentation was precise and her outcomes were complete. She was ready for what came next. Chapter 86. The second wave of cases was different from the first. The first wave had been acute. Practitioners who were already in crisis, whose formations were active and causing immediate cultivation damage. The second wave was the practitioners who had been watching the first wave. She identified the pattern at the beginning of the second week. A practitioner came to her intake assessment with no active formation. The chi architecture clean in the way she had come to recognize as genuine structural health rather than suppression, but with a specific ambient distress quality that she could read in the field even before the session began. She ran the intake assessment carefully. What she found was a formation in early development, not yet calcified, not yet structurally integrated, still at the stage where its emotional content was partially fluid. Its origin was recent, 8 days old. Its content was fear, but not fear of the combat conditions directly. Fear of becoming like the practitioners she had been watching fail around her. Anticipatory formation, generated by observation. She had seen this mechanism in He Jingru. The anticipatory grief around her own future capacity. This was the same mechanism in a different emotional register. The practitioner had watched 43 tribulation failures in 6 weeks and had concluded, not unreasonably, that she would be next. That conclusion had generated a fear formation, which was now developing toward the point where it would interfere with her tribulation capacity, which would increase her failure probability, which would confirm the original fear. Self-fulfilling formation. "You have been watching carefully," Shin said. "I've been trying to understand what's going wrong," the practitioner said, "so I can prevent it." "What have you concluded?" "That something in the combat environment is generating psychological failure in practitioners who should be stable." She looked at Shin directly. "And I concluded it early enough that I've been afraid of the fear itself, which seems like exactly the problem you're describing." She was a quick diagnostician. Shin noted this in the case file. Asterisk patient demonstrates metacognitive awareness of formation mechanism. Self-awareness about the fear pattern is both asset, accelerates processing, and complication. Fear of the fear adds secondary layer. That asterisk. "Let's start with the secondary layer," Shin said. The fear of the fear. The case cleared in 1 session, which was unusual even for an early development formation. The metacognitive awareness made the processing faster because she could follow the mechanism herself once shown the starting point. After the session, she sat quietly for a few minutes and then said, "That was not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A fight," she said. "Every practitioner I've seen working on heart demons is fighting. You were just talking to it." "You were talking to it," Shin said. "I was helping you hear what it was trying to say." She documented the anticipatory formation category as a distinct variant in the field assessment records and sent the documentation to Fang Lixio for distribution to the certified practitioners. The second wave of cases was concentrated in this category, practitioners who were developing formations from observation of failures rather than from direct combat pressure. Different mechanism, earlier stage, more accessible to early clearing. By the end of the second week, the formation rate in the compound had dropped measurably. Chapter 87. She returned to the capital on the 15th day, as she had committed to. She did not want to go. The work in the compound was not complete. There were still 12 cases she would have preferred to see through personally, and the ambient field had stabilized but not fully resolved. The anticipatory formations were being caught earlier now that the certified practitioners knew the pattern to watch for, but the underlying environmental pressure of active combat in the surrounding region had not diminished. She left because the coordination hub required her presence, and because she had said she would, and because the certified practitioners in the field, Feng Lixio, specifically, were ready to continue without her direct supervision. Leaving was a necessary test of whether the program had produced what it was supposed to produce. Feng Lixio's response when she told her the departure plan was, "I understand. What are the handover priorities?" Not "please stay." Not "are you sure?" The correct response. An assessment of what needed explicit transfer versus what Feng Lixio could manage through her own judgment. She answered the question directly, handed over the case files, and left. The journey back gave her the first extended period without active casework in 2 weeks. She used the time for residue processing, running the daily protocol in the rest intervals, working through the accumulated material from the group session and the individual clearings, and the ambient field reading. The war zone residue had a specific quality she had not encountered before, not the grief or shame of individual formations, but the ambient fear of a sustained high-stakes environment. It processed differently. It did not localize in the way individual formation residue did. It was distributed, and it had to be approached distributed rather than in consolidated pieces. She was still working through it when the journey ended. At the capital, Qian Mingzhu had the briefing ready, second training cohort preparations advancing. The joint research with When Russian had produced a new finding about the fear resilience mechanism that needed her review, and Bao Yichen had located a secondary source on the origin event that he wanted to discuss. The practice's waiting list had grown by 12 in the 2 weeks she had been in the field. She went through the briefing without interrupting and then said, "I need 2 days before I take new casework." Qian Mingzhu, without looking up from the briefing documentation, "The 2 days are blocked. I booked them last week." She looked at the calendar. The 2 days were blocked and labeled, *processing recovery. No appointments. When did you do that? She said. When you confirmed the field deployment timeline. Qian said. 2 weeks of Warzone case volume plus travel time. The processing recovery requirement was straightforward arithmetic. She had, without planning it, built a support system that took care of the things she was most likely to neglect. "Thank you," she said. Qian Mingzhu closed the briefing document. The Harvest Festival briefing can wait until day 3. Chapter 88. She advanced to realm walking tier in the middle of a processing session. Not during a dramatic moment. She was in her personal cultivation room on the second recovery day, working through the distributed fear residue from the war zone ambient field, and she had been at it for 4 hours when the perception shift happened. No external sign, no trembling earth, no rippling pressure. The shift was entirely internal. The range and depth of her residue reading expanded without her directing it, and for a disorienting moment, she was reading chi content in the walls of the building that was not current residue at all. Historical residue. Impressions from past occupants of the space. Not the ancient settled quality of the hollow archive, but a more accessible layer, the emotional imprint of practitioners who had lived and worked in this building over the past century. She could read it the way she could read a letter from someone who had died. The content was there, complete, but the person was not. She sat with it for a long time, orienting herself to the new capability. Realm walking. Reading historical heart demons. Perceiving past tribulations of deceased practitioners from objects or locations. The tier description she had written in the power system documentation years ago, based on theoretical understanding of how the capability would work. The actual experience of it was different from what she had expected. It was not reading the past. It was reading the residue the past had left behind, which was different in a way that mattered. The residue was real, present, and carried genuine emotional content, but it did not reveal everything about the original experience. It was selective. It captured what the chi had retained, which was not necessarily what the practitioner had considered most significant. The chi retained what had generated the strongest emotional charge, which was sometimes the most important thing, and sometimes an incidental detail that happened to carry more effective weight than the central event. She was going to need time to understand how to read it reliably. She also understood, in the first hour of the new capability, that the distributed fear residue from the war zone was now organized in her chi field in a form she could finally process completely. The realm walking tier's expanded perception gave her the resolution she had been missing for the distributed ambient material. She could now read it in its distributed form without needing to consolidate it first. She finished processing by the end of the day. When she emerged from the cultivation room, Luo Hanbai was waiting in the hallway. He looked at her and said, "What happened?" "I advanced," she said. He assessed her chi field in the way he had been doing since she trained him to do it, the structural stability check, the residue load indicators. Then, realm walking. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. Then, what does it feel like? She thought about how to describe it accurately. Like being able to read a letter from someone who died before you could meet them, she said. The letter is complete, but you cannot ask questions. Chapter 89. She went to the old cultivation hall the following morning. The building had been part of the sect for 400 years. One of the original structures, pre-conventional in its construction, from a period when the sect's cultivation practice had been significantly different. She had walked past it dozens of times without paying particular attention. Now, with realm walking perception active, she stopped at the entrance and read what the walls had retained. The oldest residue was the hardest to read. The further back she went, the more attenuated the signal, the more she was reading impressions of impressions rather than clear content. She worked through the accessible layers methodically, understanding the range of the capability as she used it. The most recent historical residue she could read clearly was approximately a century old. Beyond 200 years, the signal became unreliable, which meant she could not read the origin event directly. 800 years was beyond the clear range. What she might be able to read were the traces left by practitioners who had been alive and working close to the event's period, not the event itself, but its aftermath in the chi content of people who had experienced it. This required finding a site with older chi saturation than the capital's practice compound, a site where the specific residue from the post-event period had been preserved without being overwritten by 2 centuries of subsequent cultivation activity. She brought this to Bao Chen. He had been thinking about it already. His secondary source on the origin event, which he had mentioned in the capital briefing, was a record from a pre-conventional cultivation site in the northern region, near the Hollow Archive. The site had been abandoned 200 years ago, which meant its residue content had been accumulating and settling undisturbed since then. If the site had been occupied by practitioners during the post-event period, it might hold realm walking accessible content from that era. She made the note. She was not ready to travel again immediately. The Warzone residue had taken more out of her than she had disclosed to Luo Hanbai. Not in terms of the monitoring indicators, which she had managed, but in terms of the quality of processing energy remaining. She needed 6 weeks before she could handle another intensive residue reading project. But she had 6 weeks. The second training cohort was starting in 3 weeks. The joint research with Wen Russian had produced findings that needed her attention. Fang Lixio was managing the field deployment and sending daily documentation that required review. She used the 6 weeks. At the end of them, she had reviewed every piece of the origin event research, organized it into a coherent framework, and identified the gaps clearly. The Hollow Sage's documentation gave her the mechanism hypothesis. The pre-conventional site would give her the experiential evidence, if the realm walking read was successful. Bao Chen had the site located and the access negotiated. What she needed was time and a specific kind of courage. She was about to read historical residue from practitioners who had lived through the catastrophe that had shaped the world's chi field for 8 centuries. She did not know what she would find. She went anyway. That was the work. Chapter 90. The pre-conventional site was a ruined hall 3 days north of the capital. Not as far as the Hollow Archive, but in the same general direction, which she took as a sign that the northern region had been significant to cultivation history in ways that contemporary institutional geography had not preserved. The hall was stone, old stone, the kind that held chi content differently than worked wood, denser and less permeable. It had been a residence hall for a cultivation group that Bao Chen's research placed at approximately 800 years ago, occupied until roughly 30 years after the origin event, then abandoned. She stood in the entrance with Bao Chen beside her and Luo Hanbai a step behind, and she opened her realm walking perception to full extension. The first layer was 200 years old, the abandonment residue, the emotional content of practitioners leaving a place they had occupied for a long time. Not catastrophe, but ending. A specific melancholy quality that she recognized from the Hollow Archive's final layers. After that, the content became denser and older, and she had to work to distinguish layers. And then she found it. The 800-year residue was not what she had expected. She had expected fear, the emotional signature of practitioners who had witnessed a catastrophic chi field event. What she found was something she had not prepared for. Grief, deep and collective, but not grief for themselves. They had been watching the aftermath, not the event. Their grief was for the practitioner who had attempted the impossible thing and been destroyed by it. She read the residue carefully, slowly, taking the time to distinguish the emotional content from the structural impressions, the grief from the fear that had been layered on top of it by subsequent events. What emerged was a picture. A practitioner at Heaven Comprehension Tier who had attempted to map the entire regional chi ecology at once, to understand the interconnection of all heart demon formation across a vast region simultaneously. The attempt itself had been driven by the same conviction she carried, that understanding the full scope of a problem was necessary before attempting to solve it. The practitioner had simply not had the perception capability to hold what they reached for. And in failing, they had released a burst of chi content into the regional field, not malicious, not intentional. The release of a practitioner whose perception had exceeded their capacity and collapsed. The released content had seeded the field with what the practitioners at this site were grieving. The knowledge that the world's heart demon problem had just become structurally harder. The template. She read this slowly enough to be certain she was reading accurately. Then she sat down on the floor of the ruined hall and breathed for a few minutes. Luo Hanbai sat beside her. He did not ask. He had learned, over months, that the moments she needed most were not the ones that required words. When she was ready, she said, they weren't angry at the practitioner who caused it. They were grieving. 800 years ago, a community of practitioners sat in this hall and grieved someone who tried to do too much alone and failed. The note waiting on her desk from Qian Mingzhu said, Fang Lixio's field team has completed work at the Northern Front Coordination Compound. All cases resolved or referred. Team returning in 6 days. The field documentation is the most thorough independent case record we have produced. Q.M. She read it twice. The training program had produced practitioners who could work independently in a complex field environment. The network the Hollow Sage had needed and not been able to build was taking shape. She wrote in her research notebook, the event 800 years ago failed because of isolated capacity and insufficient network. The Hollow Sage 2 centuries ago failed for the same reason. We are building the network. The question is whether we are building it fast enough. She did not write the answer. She was working on the answer. That was different. Chapter 91 Fang Lixio's field documentation was the best independent casework record Shin's practice had produced. She read all of it. 117 pages covering 23 practitioners. Each file complete with intake assessment, session notes, outcome documentation, and a practitioner self-report that Fang Lixio had instituted as a standard element without being instructed to. The self-report component was not in the training program curriculum. Fang Lixio had added it because she had observed, in the war zone environment, that practitioners' subjective experience of the clearing process contained information that the Qi architecture assessment alone did not capture. She had designed the self-report instrument herself. It was very good. The second training cohort began the following week. 8 practitioners, selected through the same interview process as the first cohort. Fang Lixio co-instructed the foundational perception module, which freed Shin to maintain her research work and case review simultaneously. This was the first time the training program had been partially delivered by a graduate practitioner rather than by Shin herself, and she watched the first session through the observation window to assess how the co-instruction functioned. Fang Lixio taught the same way she had been taught, direct, precise, expecting demonstration rather than description, but with a specific addition. She asked trainees to describe their own perception first before she corrected it. Not to grade the initial description, but to understand how each practitioner's natural perception organized itself, so she could build the formal framework on top of what was already present. She was, Shun realized, a better teacher of beginners than she herself was. She had the advantage of being recent enough to the learning process to remember what it had felt like to not have the vocabulary. She made a note to give Fang Lixio formal instructorship authorization at the completion of the cohort's first module. Meanwhile, the origin event research was moving. The theoretical framework she had drafted on the return journey was now in Bao Yichen's hands for historical cross-referencing. He was running the Hollow Sage's origin event account against every historical source he could access, looking for corroborating evidence, records from the post-event period, cultivation history documentation from the affected regional, any practitioner accounts from the generations immediately after. The historical confirmation would transform the framework from a working hypothesis to a documented finding. She began a different analysis in parallel, the structural comparison. Chapter 92 The structural comparison had started as a background thought during the war zone residue processing, a pattern she had noticed without naming yet, which she now brought to the foreground. She had processed residue from hundreds of practitioners over 3 years. The residue from different sources was not identical. Each person's emotional content was as individual as the person. Fear in a 30-year-old female practitioner from the northern regional felt different from fear in a 17-year-old from a capital sect. Grief organized itself differently in people who had been taught to express it versus people who had been taught to suppress it. Every practitioner's residue was identifiably distinct. But, in the residue from the war zone, The large-scale ambient field processing, the 11-hour group session, the dozens of individual clearings. She had been working with more material than she had ever processed in a concentrated period, and the volume had revealed something she had not been able to see at smaller scale. Beneath the individual variation, beneath the specific emotional content, the formations shared something structural. Not just in type, not just this is a fear formation, that is a grief formation. Deeper than type. The architecture of how the emotional content was organized inside the formation. The way the primary charge related to the secondary charges, the way the formation's center connected to its periphery. These architectural features were consistent across formations whose specific content had nothing in common. It was like looking at handwriting. Individual letters varied enormously from person to person, but the underlying stroke order, the relationship between upstrokes and downstrokes, the way a word's components connected, those had consistent features across all the hands she had read. She brought this to Luo Hanbai first, because he was the most rigorous critic she had available and the most likely to tell her she was pattern matching where no pattern existed. He listened to the full description. Then he sat quietly for a long time. How confident are you in the structural observation? I've been processing residue for 3 years, she said. I've developed reliable perception for the specific variation within types. What I'm describing is something below the type level, something that's present across types. I can read it clearly. I'm less confident in my interpretation of what it means. It could mean that human psychological architecture generates consistent structural patterns at the formation level regardless of content, he said, which would be a finding about the mechanism of formation rather than about any external cause. Yes, she said. That's one interpretation. She paused. The other interpretation is that the consistency is not in the psychological architecture generating the formation, but in the template the formation is drawing on. He looked at her steadily. External template. Yes. The origin event. The Hollow Sage's hypothesis is that the origin event seeded the chi field with a self-replicating template, she said. If that template is still present, every formation that draws on the field's chi would be organized around the same structural scaffold, regardless of the individual's specific content. The room was quiet. You need comparative data, he said. Not just your case files. A broader sample, from practitioners you didn't treat, from different regionals, different time periods if you can get historical records. Su Chaolon, she said. 30 years of case files. Chapter 93. Su Chaolon agreed immediately. When Shun described the structural comparison hypothesis, careful, precise, without overstating the preliminary observation, Su was quiet for approximately 20 seconds and then said, I have been looking at something similar in my 30-year records for the past 8 months. I did not have the language to describe it. She brought her case files to the capital. The records were extensive. Su's documentation was as meticulous as her own, organized by formation type, with detailed architectural notation that would support the structural comparison. They spent 4 days working through the 2 datasets side by side, with Luo Hanbai managing the quantitative comparison and Bao Chen providing historical cross-references. The structural pattern held across both practitioners' records. Fear formations organized around a specific charge distribution pattern. A central anxious node with secondary reinforcing patterns arranged at consistent angular intervals that appeared in cases from both practitioners' practice across 4 regionals and 3 decades. Grief formations had a different architecture but equally consistent organization. The structural features were not identical from case to case. There was variation within the pattern, but the pattern was there. More interesting, the pattern was absent in one specific category of cases. The suppression-trained practitioners, the ones whose formations had been compressed by willpower training before Shun encountered them, showed structural organization that was distorted relative to the baseline pattern. The suppression had altered the architecture, flattening and compressing the characteristic features. When she and Su compared suppression-altered formations against natural formations, the difference was clear. The suppression alters the structure, Su said, studying the comparison documents, which suggests the original structure is not generated by the suppression itself. It exists prior to any treatment or training, and the suppression distorts it. Yes, Shin said. The natural formation has the template's architecture. The suppression-altered formation has a different architecture because the suppression is imposing a different structural organization. Which means if the template were removed or altered, the formations that drew on the template would no longer have the scaffold to organize around, Shin said. They would either not form or form in a different pattern. She paused. That doesn't mean they wouldn't form. It means they would form differently. The implication was significant. If the cosmological template was driving heart-demon architecture, addressing the template at the source level might not eliminate heart-demon formation. It might change the nature of formation, make it more tractable, less complex, more manageable by conventional approaches. Not a cure for heart demons. A reduction in the severity of the problem at the root level. She wrote this distinction carefully in the research documentation. The framing mattered. She was not claiming the problem could be eliminated. She was claiming it could be reduced. Bowie Chen, reviewing the comparative framework. This is the most significant research finding you have produced. It is also the one that will be most contested. I know, she said, which is why we need to document the methodology thoroughly enough that the contested elements can be verified independently. She looked at the comparison documents. No claim should stand on my perception alone. Chapter 94. The verification problem was real. Her structural comparison rested on residue perception reading, which was by definition not independently verifiable by practitioners who did not share the perception capability. Luo Hanbai could observe her behavioral indicators during reading. Su Chaolan could compare her structural descriptions to her own subjective experience of the same formations. But neither could confirm the primary observation. Only a practitioner with heart mirror cultivation sensitivity at foundation reading tier or above could read residue structural architecture directly. Feng Lixio could. She presented the structural comparison to Feng Lixio with the methodological problem described explicitly. I need an independent read from someone with residue perception who has not been in the room during this analysis. I'm going to give you unidentified case files and ask you to describe the structural architecture of the formations. I will not tell you what I found until after you report. Feng Lixio's expression was the specific focused stillness she used when she understood the significance of what she was being asked to do. How many files? 30, Shen said. 15 from my records, 15 from Su Chaolan's. Mixed types, mixed regionals, mixed time periods. The independent assessment took 3 days. Feng Lixio read each formation's structural architecture through the case documentation. Not the same as a direct chi field reading, but possible with sufficient case documentation and strong natural perception, and produced her own structural descriptions without consultation. When they compared Feng Lixio's descriptions to the existing comparative analysis, the match rate was high enough to be significant. Not perfect. Feng Lixio's perception was strong, but she was still developing the vocabulary for architectural features that Shun had built over 3 years of systematic case work. But the core structural elements she identified matched Shun's descriptions in 24 of 30 cases, with partial match in 4 and divergence in 2. Luo Hanbai ran the statistical assessment. The match rate significantly exceeded random chance. The structural pattern was real enough to be perceived by independent observers. She added Feng Lixio's independent assessment to the research documentation as the verification component. The methodology was not perfect. They needed more independent observers, at higher tiers, with longer perception practice. But the foundation was there. When Russian, reviewing the methodology document, added a single note in his annotated margin, *, the independent verification protocol is the right approach. The finding will require multiple independent replications before it can be treated as established. Start now, not after the full theoretical framework is complete. *, she took his advice. She began recruiting additional perceptive practitioners for the verification study, prioritizing certified graduates of the training program who had not been in the room during the original analysis. The research was expanding faster than her current infrastructure could manage. She needed to be careful about the next 3 months. She was not entirely careful. Chapter 95. The crisis came on a Tuesday, which seemed wrong. Crises should happen during significant moments. This one happened while she was reviewing case files before a scheduled session, sitting at her desk in the morning light, when the accumulated weight became too much. She became aware of it as a dissociation from her hands. She was looking at the case file in front of her, and she could not feel whether she was holding it or not. That was the first sign. Then the quality of her perception shifted. The residue content she could normally read in the room's ambient chi became static, as if the signal had turned to noise. She sat very still and ran a self-assessment. The residue load was beyond her current processing capacity. Not dramatically beyond. She was not in acute crisis. But the 3 weeks since returning from the field had been. The structural comparison analysis, which required extended periods of deep perception focus. The verification study coordination. The second training cohort's first 2 modules. The regular case queue, which she had not reduced. The joint research progress reviews with Wen Russian and Su Chaolan. And her own daily processing protocol, which she had been completing but at the lower end of the adequate range rather than the higher end. She had been doing everything at the minimum. Nothing had gone wrong with any individual component. The aggregate was too much. She set the case file down carefully and went to find Luo Hanbai. She found him in the coordination room. reviewing Feng Lixiu's training documentation, and she said, I need you to run the afternoon sessions. I have to do a full processing protocol. He looked at her. He ran the assessment, the behavioral indicators he monitored, the chi field check, and said, How long have you been at capacity? Approximately 4 days, she said. I should have caught it sooner. Qian's log. I reviewed it this morning, she said. The markers were there. I classified them as within acceptable range and continued. He was quiet for a moment. You classified them as acceptable because you had work to do. Yes, she said. This was accurate. Her fatal flaw manifested. She had seen the indicators and decided the case work was more important. I was wrong. He did not say, I told you so. He never did, which was one of the things she valued most about him. He said, the afternoon sessions are handled. What do you need? 3 days minimum, she said. A full processing reset, not just the daily protocol. And I need to reduce the case queue by 30% until the structural comparison verification is complete. I'll handle the queue reduction, he said. You handle the processing. She spent 3 days in the cultivation room, working through the accumulated material in a way she could only do with extended, uninterrupted time. The structural comparison analysis had brought her into contact with more residue complexity than any other research project. Reading patterns across hundreds of formations simultaneously required her to hold a larger portion of the field in active perception than her normal case work, and the holding had accumulated without her tracking it as accumulation. On the 3rd day, near the end of the session, she processed the fragment from Elder Gu's clearing, the one she had been carrying for 3 years, the ancient residue from the unknown practitioner. And for the first time, with the full extension of her current perception capability and 3 days of unobstructed processing time, she could read it completely. Every detail of it. When she came out of the cultivation room, she sat with what she had seen for a long time before she said anything to anyone. Then she went to find Bao Yichen. Chapter 96, she told Bao Yichen first because he had the historical framework to understand what she had found. The ancient fragment, she said, setting the documentation she had produced on his desk. The one from Elder Gu's clearing 3 years ago. The one I filed under unexplained, revisit later. He looked at the documentation. His reading pace was the same as always, complete attention, full page before turning. When he finished, he was quiet for a long time. The documentation described what the fragment had shown her when she finally had the perception capacity to read it fully. The practitioner in the residue, the one she had been seeing in incomplete impressions for 3 years, was older than she had initially estimated. Not 30 years older. She was reading the residue quality now more accurately. He was of the period she had been researching. He was a practitioner from 800 years ago, which placed him not as a bystander, but as a contemporary of the origin event itself. The fragment was memory residue, the emotional imprint of his direct experience of the event. Not the event as theory, not the aftermath as grieving bystanders. The event itself, experienced in real time by someone who had been present. He was in the cultivation field when it happened, she said. He felt the chi release. The formation of the template in real time. She pointed to the documentation's central section. The emotional content of the fragment is primarily awe, not fear. He was not afraid of what happened. He was astonished by the scale of it. Bao Yichen looked at that section carefully. Oh, not grief. Not grief, she confirmed. Which distinguishes him from the practitioners in the ruined hall, the community that was grieving afterward. He was not in the hall. He was in the field when the template formed. Which means the residue fragment was not from someone who died in the event, Bao said. He survived it. The residue passed through practitioner after practitioner over 800 years and eventually reached Elder Gu's clearing. Yes, she had worked this out during the processing session. 800 years of practitioner lineages, each passing the fragment without knowing it was there, until it reached Elder Gu's formation, where it sat until I cleared the formation and absorbed the residue. She paused. The fragment is a direct record of the origin event from someone who witnessed it. It is not complete. Emotional residue does not contain analytical detail, but it contains something the historical records don't, which is, he was not surprised, she said. The practitioner who caused the event. The fragment shows the witness's perception of the other practitioner in the moment of the release. And what the witness perceived was someone who was not losing control. Someone who was choosing to let go because holding it any longer was impossible. She held Bao Yichen's gaze. The template was not an accident. It was a choice to release rather than collapse with the full chi content held. The room was very quiet. He knew what he was releasing, Bao Yichen said. I believe so, she said. Whether he knew what it would become over 800 years, I cannot read that from the fragment. But the release itself was a decision, not a failure of control. Chapter 97, she brought the full picture to the research team in a session that took most of a day. The research team, as it currently existed, Luo Hanbai, Bao Yiqin, Su Chaolan, who had become a de facto senior research partner over the course of the structural comparison work, and Jian Lui, who had been conducting correspondence research on formation architecture from his home region and had been exchanging findings with her through the research channel for 2 months. He attended through the cultivation community's long-distance presence method, which produced a chi-stable communication connection that allowed him to participate without traveling. She presented the complete framework in sequence. First, the structural comparison findings, with Feng Lixiu's independent verification data. The evidence that all heart demon formations, across time and regional origin, shared a deep architectural template below the level of their specific emotional content. Second, the Hollow Sage's documentation from the sealed archive, his identification of the same structural consistency 200 years ago, and his theoretical framework, a template seeded into the regional chi field by a catastrophic origin event 800 years prior. Third, the realm walking readings from the ruined hall, the emotional confirmation that the origin event had been witnessed and that the witness community understood its significance immediately. Fourth, the ancient residue fragment, now fully read, the direct experiential record from within the event itself. Fifth, the synthesis. 800 years ago, a practitioner at Heaven Comprehension Tier had been attempting to perceive the full scope of the regional chi ecology, not out of recklessness, but because understanding the system at cosmological scale was a genuine research question that practitioners at that tier naturally encountered. He had attempted to hold more chi content and perception than the individual mind could sustain, and when the attempt failed, rather than collapse with the content held and cause catastrophic chi damage to the surrounding region, he had made a choice: release. The release of that much perceptive chi content at once had seeded the field with a structural scaffold, a template for organizing emotional chi content that had been compounding in complexity ever since. Every heart demon formed in the 800 years since had been organizing its architecture around that scaffold. The formations were not becoming more sophisticated because human psychology was becoming more complex. They were becoming more sophisticated because the template was becoming more complex as it accumulated and compounded. Su Chaolan said, "The trajectory you described, increasing formation complexity over time, does the historical evidence support it?" Bao Yiqin's historical research shows a measurable increase in the severity and complexity of documented tribulation failures over the past 800 years, Shin said. The increase is gradual enough that conventional scholarship has attributed it to population growth and cultivation intensity. The rate is consistent with the template compounding hypothesis. Jian Lui's voice, through the long-distance connection, was precise. "What is the rate of compounding?" "Slow," she said. "Decades per generation." The practitioners in the ruined hall 800 years ago did not have dramatically more complex heart demons than the practitioners who preceded them by 50 years. The compounding is generational. Each generation of formations draws on a slightly more complex template than the generation before. She paused. At the current rate, the manifestations will reach a complexity level beyond what any current heart mirror practitioner can manage within 3 to 4 generations. Jian was quiet for a moment. 3 to 4 generations. "If my rate estimate is accurate," she said, "which it may not be. This is a projection from limited historical data." "What would change the projection?" Luo Hanbai said. "Addressing the template at the source level," she said. "Restructuring or neutralizing the scaffold itself. Not clearing individual formations. Those will continue to form. Changing the template that all formations draw on. Is that possible?" She had been sitting with this question for 2 weeks. "The Hollow Sage believed it was," she said. "He worked out the theoretical framework for how. He was not able to attempt it alone. Neither could the network he tried to imagine." She looked at the people in the room and through the connection. He needed a distributed effort, multiple domain shaping and above practitioners working in coordinated sections, with someone who can perceive the full cosmological picture coordinating the whole. She paused. He had one practitioner with cosmological perception. He had no network. "You have a network," Luo Hanbai said. "A small one," she said. "Not yet sufficient, but growing." Chapter 98, she sent the research framework to Dao Shuming the following day. Not as a regulatory communication, as a research disclosure. He had been operating under the Continental Authority's oversight responsibility for her methodology, which meant he received all significant research findings. She sent it with a note. *, "This is the most significant finding we have produced. It requires continental-level attention. I am not requesting emergency response. I am requesting that this be on record before we present it publicly. *. His response came in 3 days. I've read the framework 3 times. I want a meeting before the public presentation. The political implications of this framing are significant, and I would like to discuss how to manage them. She agreed to the meeting, which was not the same as agreeing to let political implications shape the research framing. She told him this in the confirmation message. He wrote back, I know. The meeting is about what I need to understand before I'm asked to make decisions. The meeting was 2 hours. He asked rigorous questions. She answered them with the same precision she used in the research documentation, never more certain than the evidence warranted, never less confident than the evidence allowed. When he finished his questions, he was quiet for several minutes. You are telling me, he said carefully, that the heart demon problem as it exists across the continental cultivation system has an external cause, a structural scaffold generated by a single historical event, and that this cause has been compounding in complexity for 800 years. Yes, she said, with appropriate confidence intervals, and that addressing the root cause would require a coordinated multi-practitioner effort at domain-shaping tier or above. Yes, with someone at heaven comprehension coordinating the full-scale perception. You are not at heaven comprehension tier, he said. No, she said. Nia Rian is. She is the only practitioner in the regional at that tier. He absorbed this. Is Nia Rian aware of this framework? Not yet, she said. I wanted to present to the oversight authority before widening the discussion. He looked at the research framework document on the desk between them. She had become familiar with what his expression looked like when he was revising his understanding of something he had been certain about. It looked like a careful stillness that was doing significant work. 4 years ago, he said, when you first came to my attention, my concern was that your method would produce cultivators too psychologically comfortable to face genuine adversity. Yes, she said. I was looking at an individual level problem, he said. You were working on something much larger. I did not know what I was working on until recently, she said honestly. I was building the methodology because the methodology was what the patients in front of me needed. The larger problem became visible only as the accumulated evidence built. He nodded. He did not apologize for his earlier position. He rarely apologized, which she had come to understand as a marker of precision rather than arrogance. He acknowledged position changes explicitly and moved on. What do you need from the Continental Authority? Time to build the network, she said, and a formal research status that allows the coordinated effort to be organized under recognized institutional auspices rather than as an informal multi-practitioner collaboration. How much time? 2 to 3 years, she said, to train enough practitioners at the sufficient tier levels. He wrote something in his formal notes. I'll submit the research framework as a continental level finding and request formal research status for the network project. He looked at her. The political implications I mentioned, the presentation framing matters. If this is framed as 800-year systemic failure of the cultivation system to identify its own root problem, the institutional response will be defensive. If it's framed as newly perceivable evidence of a historical event with current implications, the institutional response will be engaged. She appreciated the precision of the distinction. The second framing is accurate, she said. The first is also accurate, but not more so. Then use the second framing, he said, and let the first framing emerge from the record over time. Chapter 99, the public presentation, was scheduled for 4 weeks out. Between the meeting with Dao Shuming and the presentation, she used the time to complete 2 research tasks that she had been deferring: a final verification run of the structural comparison methodology and a historical review of every record in the Continental Cultivation Authority's archives that referenced either increasing formation complexity or unusual tribulation conditions. Bao Chen ran the historical review. The results were consistent with the hypothesis. A clear pattern of increasing complexity in documented tribulation challenges over the past 800 years, with a rate of increase consistent with a slowly compounding external template. The verification run was conducted by 4 practitioners with heart mirror cultivation sensitivity: Fang Lixiu, 2 graduates of the first training cohort, and Su Chaolan, whose conventional formation training gave her a different perceptive reference, but genuine residue sensitivity at her tier. The 4 practitioners independently assessed the structural architecture of 100 case files, drawn from the research team's combined records, without knowing Shun's original findings. 3 of the 4 produced results consistent with the structural comparison. The 4th produced partial consistency, consistent on the primary architectural features, divergent on secondary features that the practitioner attributed to perception limitations at their current tier. Jian Lui reviewed the verification methodology and said, "This is the strongest independent evidence you have produced. The divergence in the 4th assessment is appropriate. It accurately reflects the difference in perception tier. If all four had produced identical results, that would be more suspicious than the divergence. She added his note to the research documentation. The night before the presentation, Luo Hanbai found her in the cultivation room, not processing, just sitting with the window open and the evening air coming through the room. He sat beside her without asking. She said, "In my previous life, when I was nearing the completion of a significant research project, the feeling was always the same. Not satisfaction. Responsibility. The moment the research is public, it belongs to the field, and you can no longer control what people do with it. The framework is solid," he said. "The framework is solid and incomplete," she said. "The origin event is documented. The structural comparison is verified. The template compounding hypothesis has sufficient historical support. But the solution framework, the distributed network attempt, the practical mechanics of actually restructuring the template, that is theoretical. We have the Hollow Sage's design principles and nothing else." She looked at the open window. "When I present tomorrow, I will be presenting a problem I know how to describe and a solution I am still building." "That is an honest scientific position," he said. "Yes," she said. "It is also uncomfortable. I have found," he said, "that you tend to be more uncomfortable with incomplete understanding than with genuine difficulty. You can work on a hard problem. It's harder for you to say, 'I don't know the answer yet,' in front of people who are counting on an answer." She considered this for a moment. He was right. "Are you analyzing me?" "Yes," he said, without apology. "You do it to everyone else." It seemed fair. She looked at him. In the 2 years they had been working together, the 2 years of scientific skepticism and rigorous challenge and gradually built trust, she had been studying him, and he had been, at whatever his characteristic pace, studying her. It was the most honest form of attention she knew how to receive. "Thank you," she said. He said, "For the observation or for staying?" "Both," she said. Chapter 100. The presentation was at the Continental Cultivation Authority's regional conference facility, in a hall that held 400 practitioners. She had not expected 400 practitioners. The formal invitation list was 37, senior researchers, tier practitioners, Dao Shuming's oversight staff, and the core contacts from the joint research partnerships. The remaining 363 were practitioners who had seen the conference announcement, identified the research topic as significant, and attended without formal invitation. The hall's management staff had opened the overflow galleries rather than turn people away. She stood at the presentation position and looked at 400 people who were waiting to hear what she had found. Qian Mingzhu was at the documentation station with 2 assistants, recording the presentation for the formal Continental Archive. Baoi Qin was in the front row with the historical reference documents he might need to cite. Luo Hanbai was at the edge of the hall, watching the room rather than the presentation. She began with the structural comparison, because it was the most independently verifiable element, and the one that did not require accepting any theoretical framework to assess. She presented the methodology, the data, the verification study, the results. She acknowledged the limitations, the perception requirement for primary observation, the tier dependency in the verification, the need for additional independent observers at higher tiers. She presented the Hollow Sage's documentation, which was the historical foundation for the theoretical framework. She noted that the documentation had been sealed in an archive for 2 centuries and was accessible only through residue perception reading, and that the documentation's existence had been verifiable only after access was obtained through the standard archival process. She presented the realm walking historical site residue, the origin event account from the ruined hall, the ancient fragment, its origins, and its content. She presented the synthesis. The room was very quiet by the time she reached the synthesis. When she finished, there was a period of silence that lasted approximately 30 seconds, the longest silence she had experienced in a formal presentation. Then the questions began. The questions were the best she had encountered. Not hostile, rigorous. Practitioners who had understood the methodology well enough to identify the specific points of uncertainty and ask about those points precisely. She answered each one as precisely as it was asked, acknowledging the unresolved questions honestly and stating explicitly when the answer was, "I don't know yet," rather than constructing a more confident response than the evidence supported. Jian Lui, who had traveled to attend in person rather than through the long-distance connection, asked the question that closed the formal session. "You have described the problem's origin, its mechanism, and its trajectory. You have described the theoretical requirements for addressing the root cause. When do you propose to attempt the practical implementation?" She had thought about how to answer this question. "When the network is sufficient," she said. "Not before. The Hollow Sage's documentation makes clear that attempting this before the network is ready replicates the conditions of the original failure. I am building toward it, not rushing toward it." She looked at the room. The template has been compounding for 800 years. It will not compound past a critical threshold in the next 3 to 5 years. We have time to do this correctly. 3 to 5 years, Jin said. Is that a confident projection? It is a projection with the appropriate uncertainty, she said. The honest answer is, enough time, if we do not waste it. Afterward, when the hall had mostly emptied and she was gathering her documentation, Luo Hanbai came to her position and said, Nia Rian wants to speak with you. The heaven comprehension practitioner was standing near the hall in trance with the specific stillness Shun had come to associate with her, the settled bearing of someone who had advanced to the highest tier in the regional and was still deciding what to do with it. Nia Rian looked at her and said, I assume I am the heaven comprehension tier coordinator in the network you have not yet named out loud. She said, Are you willing? Nia Rian said, I have been waiting 23 years for my cultivation to mean something beyond my own advancement. This is the thing it was for. She paused. Tell me what you need me to do. Shin said, Let me tell you what I know and what I don't know yet, and then we will work out what comes next. Nia Rian sat down. She opened her notebook. It was going to be a long conversation. Chapter 101. The inner team had expanded. What had been Shun, Qin Mingzhu, Luo Hanbai, and Bao Yiqin in a consulting capacity now included Su Chaolan as a senior research partner, Jian Lui as a methodology collaborator, and, after the conference, Nia Rian, who attended the first inner team meeting with the same settled attention she brought to everything and said very little until she had heard everything that was being said. The meeting's purpose: translate the public research framework into a working plan. The presentation had described the problem and the theoretical solution. The meeting was about what the theoretical solution actually required. She laid out the network requirements from the Hollow Sage's documentation. Multiple practitioners at domain shaping tier or above, working in coordinated sections of the regional chi field, processing their assigned portions of the template simultaneously. Someone at heaven comprehension perceiving the full-scale picture and coordinating the sections. Someone at her tier, soul resonance, moving toward the next advancement, managing the residue flow as the distributed processing released accumulated content into the ambient field. The coordination problem, Jian Lui said, is the sequencing. The sections of the template are not independent. If we process one section while adjacent sections are still fully active, the process section can be refilled from the adjacent active content before it stabilizes. The sequencing must account for the interconnection. Yes, she said. The Hollow Sage's framework addresses this. He described a wavefront approach, where process sections maintain a boundary condition until enough adjacent sections are processed to hold the cleared state collectively. It requires coordination at intervals of approximately 2 hours throughout the attempt. Luo Hanbai, who had been reviewing the technical documentation, the coordination assumes the network practitioners can maintain stable chi output for 36 hours or more. That's at the upper limit of what domain shaping practitioners can sustain. He built in rest provisions, she said. The wavefront approach allows for rotating rest periods if the network is large enough to maintain coverage while sections recover. She pulled the relevant section of the Hollow Sage's documentation. The minimum viable network is 12 practitioners at domain shaping tier or above. We currently have, including the people in this room, 9. Silence. 9, Su Chaolan said. How long to reach 12? If the training program continues at the current rate and the second cohort produces the expected results, 18 months, she said. Jian Lui said. Can the attempt be staged with 9 if the sections are smaller? Theoretically, she said. But smaller sections mean the coverage is incomplete, and incomplete coverage means the process sections can be contaminated from the uncovered areas during the attempt. She looked at the room. We can begin planning the Stage 1 assessment with 9. We cannot run the full coordinated attempt with 9. Nia Rian, who had been quiet until now, said, The complexity of the template's manifestations has been increasing. Everyone looked at her. I can perceive this, she said, at heaven comprehension tier. The tribulation manifestations I have been encountering in my own cultivation over the past 3 years are more sophisticated than the ones I encountered at Sovereign View tier. The change is not dramatic year to year, but it is directional. Confirming the compounding rate, Bao Yiqin said. Yes, Nia Rian said. Which means the 18-month timeline is relevant. 18 months from now, the template will be measurably more complex than it is today. The more complex the template, the more difficult the coordinated processing attempt. She looked at Shun. We should not wait longer than we need to. Chapter 102. The autonomous manifestation question came from Jian Lui 2 days after the inner team meeting. He had been reviewing the full research documentation, not the public presentation summary, but the complete body of research, including the Hollow Sage's archive documentation and the realm walking readings, and he had sent a message asking for a meeting. She had blocked the afternoon. He arrived with a specific question ready, which was how he always operated. The template is compounding in complexity, he said. The manifestations in tribulation space are becoming more sophisticated. At a certain complexity threshold, the manifestations would have sufficient cognitive structure to model their environment accurately. He paused. If the manifestations can model their environment accurately, they can model the conditions that produce tribulation space, and potentially reproduce those conditions without a practitioner entering tribulation. She had been thinking about this for 2 weeks. She had not said it to anyone because she was not certain of the mechanism. Autonomous manifestation outside tribulation space, she said. Yes. He looked at her. Has this happened? I have one case in the research record that might qualify, she said. It's from Su Chaolan's files, 14 years old. A practitioner who reported a manifestation encounter outside of tribulation. She classified it as psychological disturbance and managed it with conventional methods. The practitioner subsequently died, not in a tribulation failure, but from what the medical documentation describes as chi field destabilization of unknown origin. He was very still. What is your interpretation of that case? I wasn't able to reach a firm interpretation, she said, because the historical records don't have enough detail about the specific manifestation the practitioner reported. But the template compounding rate and the timing. The case was 14 years ago, and my rate estimate puts the first autonomous manifestation threshold roughly 30 years ago. It's within the possible window. There may be more cases, he said. Cases classified as psychological disturbance or unexplained chi destabilization, where the actual mechanism was autonomous manifestation. Possibly, she said. We would need to review the regional medical records with that specific interpretation in mind. She paused. I was not looking for this when I was reviewing the records. I was looking for template compounding evidence. The autonomous manifestation cases would have been invisible to my search. He said, I want to run the search. She said, yes, do it. Chapter 103 Su Chaolan's 14-year-old case became the center of a 3-week investigation. Jian Lui ran the medical records review with the systematic precision she had come to expect from him. He defined the search criteria carefully. Cases involving reports of manifestation encounters outside of tribulation space. Cases with unexplained chi destabilization that were not attributed to direct combat or cultivation technique failure, and cases involving practitioners with documented high-complexity heart demon formations in the years preceding the incident. He searched across 4 regionals' records for 30 years of data. He found 8 cases that met the criteria. Of the 8, 3 had documentation sufficient to assess. The other 5 had records too sparse to draw conclusions. She reviewed the 3 documented cases with Su Chaolan, whose conventional tribulation expertise gave her a different lens for the medical documentation. What emerged was a pattern she had not seen before because she had not known to look for it. In all 3 cases, the affected practitioners had been in the early stages of what their records described as advanced heart demon formation. Formations that were more complex than typical for their tier, with structural features that the conventional assessors had not been able to characterize. From her own structural comparison perspective, she could now classify those features. They were formations at the high end of the template complexity range, the kind the Hollow Sage's documentation predicted would emerge as the template compounded over generations. The 3 practitioners had been carrying formations complex enough that, when tribulation pressure was absent, the formation's internal structure had generated something like a localized processing environment. Not full tribulation space. She did not believe the mechanism extended that far, but a partial activation, a kind of psychological pressure field that produced manifestation-like cognitive experiences in the practitioner without the formal tribulation structure. It's not that the template produced a manifestation, she told Su Chaolan, reviewing the 3rd case. It's that the formation became complex enough that the practitioner's own chi field was generating partial tribulation conditions internally. The manifestation the practitioner reported was real. It was generated by their own formation, not by an external source. Su Chaolan was quiet. Which means the manifestation wasn't autonomous, she said. It was self-generated by the formation. The formation had enough complexity to produce what the practitioner experienced as an external entity. The distinction between the formation is intelligent enough to seem like an entity, and the formation is generating autonomous action is important, Shin agreed. The first is explicable by current mechanism. The second would require something we don't have evidence for. She paused. But the formation complexity threshold for generating internal partial tribulation conditions is lower than I expected. The 3 cases are from 12 to 20 years ago, and the practitioner's formation complexity, while above average, was not extreme by current standards. The template has been compounding, Su Chaolon said. Yes, what was high complexity 12 years ago is approximately median complexity today. She set the case file down. The practitioners who are forming at high complexity today are forming at a level that 12 years ago would have produced the partial autonomous manifestation conditions. Su was very still. How many of your current cases are at that level? She ran the number. 14, she said, of which I have 7 currently in active clearing, 4 in follow-up, and 3 on the wait list. She paused. None of them have reported autonomous manifestation experiences, but none of them were specifically asked. Chapter 104. She sent a follow-up assessment to all 14 identified cases with a new question added to the self-report instrument. Had they experienced heart demon manifestation-like experiences outside of formal tribulation conditions? 5 of the 14 reported that they had. 4 had classified the experiences as vivid nightmares or intrusive thoughts and had not connected them to heart demon formation. 1 had reported the experiences to a conventional cultivation advisor and been told it was cultivation pressure, a general category that conventional practice used for experiences it could not more specifically classify. None of the 5 had received any treatment for the autonomous manifestation experiences. All 5 were continuing their cultivation work. She presented the new findings to Dao Shuming in an emergency meeting, not a research disclosure this time, but an active concern. 5 practitioners with formation complexity high enough to generate internal partial tribulation conditions were currently in the system with no specific support for that condition. He absorbed this without visible change in expression. She had come to understand that the absence of visible response was not indifference, but the specific stillness of someone processing information rapidly. What does treatment for these cases require? He said. Priority clearing with the high complexity protocol, she said. The same technique I used for the Nye case. Transformation rather than removal, because the formations are too structurally integrated for direct clearing. And modified intake to assess for the partial autonomous manifestation experience before beginning treatment, because knowing its present changes the approach. How soon? I'm scheduling them now, she said. The 5 who reported the experiences go to the front of the queue. The 9 who didn't report, I don't know if they're not experiencing it or if they didn't recognize it. Follow-up in-person assessments for all 9 within 2 weeks. He wrote the formal notation for the Continental Authority's record. I want this documented as a new case category in the methodology framework, he said. Not as an emergency, as a recognized condition with a defined treatment pathway. The emergency framing will generate the wrong institutional response. Agreed, she said. The condition is serious, not acute. The practitioners are not in immediate crisis. The treatment is established. What does this finding add to the public research record? It's a confirmation of the mechanism, she said. The template complexity is high enough in current practitioner populations to produce partial autonomous manifestation conditions, which means the timeline for full autonomous manifestation, external to practitioner, is shorter than my original projection suggested. She paused. I need to revise the projection. The Emergency Continental Assembly, he said. Yes, she said. When you're ready. He submitted the request for assembly that afternoon. 3 days later, the Continental Cultivation Authority confirmed the emergency assembly timeline, 6 weeks. Chapter 105. The emergency assembly produced the response she had predicted. Of the 47 senior cultivation authority representatives attending, approximately a third reviewed the evidence and accepted the framework, the structural comparison, the autonomous manifestation cases, the projected timeline, and immediately began discussing response options. Another third accepted the framework but argued that the timeline was speculative and that emergency response was premature. The remaining third questioned the methodology on the grounds that heart mirror cultivation perception was not independently verifiable by conventional practitioners. She answered the methodology objection by presenting Feng Lixiu's independent verification data, then presenting Su Chaolon's independent assessment, then presenting the 4 verification practitioners' results. The objection did not fully resolve. The concern about non-independent perception capability was legitimate and would require more time to address systematically. But the presentation of multiple independent observers reduced it from a blocking objection to a noted limitation. The timeline disagreement was harder. The practitioners who argued that 3 to 5 years provided sufficient time to develop a response without emergency action were not wrong in their premise. The emergency framing was about urgency of preparation, not about immediate crisis. She made this explicit. She was not claiming an emergency in the sense of imminent catastrophe. She was claiming that preparation for a coordinated multi-practitioner attempt required a timeline that made waiting risky, and that the preparation timeline overlapped significantly with the projected template complexity increase. When Russian presented independently his 30 years of tribulation outcome data, showing the gradual complexity increase in documented formation types, corroborating the compounding rate projection, Jian-Louis presented the autonomous manifestation analysis. The combination of three independently derived data streams, presented by practitioners with different methodological traditions, produced more movement among the skeptical representatives than any single presentation would have. By the end of the assembly, there was not consensus. She had not expected consensus, but there was sufficient institutional support to authorize the formal network project, provide continental authority recognition for the coordinated attempt, and begin the process of identifying domain shaping and above practitioners willing to participate. She was reviewing the authorization document afterward, in the corridor outside the assembly hall, when Nie Ruyan came to stand beside her. "There is something I have not told you," Nie Ruyan said. She put the document down. "At Heaven Comprehension Tier," Nie said, "the perception is different from what you described at Realm Walking Tier. I can perceive the template directly, not as historical residue or structural comparison. I can see the pattern in the active chi field." She paused. "I have been reading it since my advancement, and I have been reading something else. Tell me." "The Hollow Archive," Nie Ruyan said. "When you described the archive in the research presentation, the Hollow Sage's documentation, his decision to stop, the fact that he finished his work there, you concluded he was gone." She looked at Shin steadily. "He is not gone. The archive is not just where he kept his records. It is where he is." The corridor was very quiet. "He is in a suspended state," Nie Ruyan said. "His chi field is present. I can read it at this tier, even at distance. He is still alive. He stopped working because he was full, not because he died. And he has been there, unable to process and unable to move, for 3 centuries. She paused. "You cleared me of a 23-year formation. You understand what I owe you for that." Her gaze was direct. "I know who can help with the network problem, but someone needs to help him first." Shin sat with this for a full minute. Then she said, "I need to go back to the archive." Chapter 106. The Hollow Archive looked the same as it had on her first visit. The same cold. The northern climate had preserved the qualities she remembered, the dry chill that kept the scrolls intact and the ambient chi stable. The same quality of settled historical residue in the walls, the layered emotional content of 3 centuries of cultivation work. The scroll cases still line the walls. Bao Chen's earlier annotations were filed in her documentation case. What was different was her perception. At Realm Walking Tier, she could read the archive's residue content with a resolution she had not had on the first visit. And what she read now, extending her full perception through the hall, was not the settled absence she had described after her first visit. There was something in the deepest section of the archive's chi fabric, not the walls, not the residue imprinted on surfaces, but the living chi structure underlying everything. That was not settled at all. It was compressed, held in a specific suspension that she recognized from her work with Fang Jinlan's case. The quality of a chi architecture under sustained internal pressure, the pattern of something holding itself together through effort rather than through stability. She walked to the deepest section of the archive hall, where the scroll cases ended and the wall was simply stone, and she extended her perception fully. The chi field there was enormous. She had not perceived it before because she had not had the resolution, and because she had been reading the archive's surface-level residue rather than the deeper structural content. But now, with Realm Walking perception at full extension, she could read the structure beneath. He was there, exactly as Nie Ruyan had described, alive, in a suspended state, his chi field present and enormous and organized around the specific architecture of someone who had been holding a weight too large to release safely for 3 centuries. She said, "I came back." The chi field shifted, not dramatically, but with the specific quality of a response. And then, from somewhere in the archive's structural substrate, a voice said, "I knew someone would." Chapter 107. It took 30 minutes for him to be able to speak in sustained sentences. The 3 centuries of suspension had reduced the connection between his chi field and his physical presence to something minimal, enough to maintain the state, not enough for ordinary interaction. She worked carefully, gradually strengthening the communication pathway, not attempting to process anything yet, just making contact stable. When he could speak fully, the first thing he said was, "The archive. You found the archive." "I found it on my first visit," she said. "I read the documentation. All of it." A long pause. "The scrolls. The residue encoded ones," she said. "The theoretical framework. The origin event analysis. The network solution." She paused. I thought you were gone. I stopped working, he said. That is different from being gone. I have been waiting for someone who could read the scrolls. Another pause. You read them? Yes. You are building the network. We are building it, she said. We have 9 practitioners at domain shaping or above. We need 12 for the minimum viable attempt. We have 18 months to the optimal window based on the template compounding rate. He was quiet for a long time. The weight in his chi field was immense. She could read it now with full resolution, and what she found was 3 centuries of accumulated residue organized into the most complex chi structure she had ever encountered. Not heart demon formations in the conventional sense. They were processed, cleared, gone. What remained was the residue from the clearing, the trace content left behind by thousands of sessions, absorbed into his chi network without ever being processed further. He had been the clearing practitioner for an entire era, and everything he had taken in was still there. He had been full for a very long time. You said I'm not full yet, she said. In the fragment from Elder Gu's clearing, the ancient residue. That was you. You were there, at the origin event. I read you. I was young, he said. Foundation reading tier. I witnessed the origin event and absorbed the residue from the aftermath. That fragment traveled in the regional chi field for 800 years before finding its way to someone who could read it. A pause. I did not expect it to travel so far. Tell me about the origin event, she said. Not from the documentation, from what you saw. He did. Chapter 108, she did not begin the processing work for 3 weeks. The 3 weeks were preparation, documenting the communication protocols, designing the staged release approach, coordinating with Luo Hanbai, who was managing the practice at the capital, and, most importantly, understanding the full scope of what she was attempting before she began. What the Hollow Sage held was not a single large formation. It was 800 years of accumulated residue from 3 centuries of clearing work, organized into a vast layered structure that had been in suspension so long that it had its own internal organization. Processing it was not like clearing a formation. It was like trying to drain a lake that had been sealed for 3 centuries. The water was still water, but the structure it had organized into during 300 years of stillness was not the same as when it had been flowing. She developed the approach in consultation with the Hollow Sage himself, who had the advantage of knowing his own chi architecture better than anyone else could. He had been living inside the suspension for 3 centuries. He knew where the weight was densest, where the residue had compressed into the most calcified states, where the oldest material was distributed. The approach he suggested and that she refined. Work from the most recent accumulated layers toward the oldest, processing in sections, releasing each section's residue into the ambient field in controlled amounts that the surrounding chi could absorb without destabilization. Luo Hanbai flew north with Feng Lixio to be present. She had not asked them to come. They had simply appeared, for days into the preparation period, with documentation materials and the portable version of the monitoring equipment and Qian Mingzhu's handwritten note. Asterisk, the protocol requires co-practitioner presence for domain shaping and above cases. You set that rule. Q.M. Asterisk, she did not argue. The work began on the 22nd day. Working with the Hollow Sage's accumulated residue produced something she had not anticipated. As she processed each layer, releasing the cleared residue into the ambient field in controlled amounts, the practitioners in the Hollow Archive's vicinity were absorbing some of it. Not dangerously, not without the monitoring framework in place, but detectably. The residue had been held for so long that it was extraordinarily potent. She and Feng Lixio were monitoring the ambient field readings continuously and adjusting the release rate accordingly. On the 34th day, she reached a layer from 200 years ago, the period when the Hollow Sage had first understood the full scope of the origin event problem and had been working to document the solution for whoever came after. The residue from this period was different from the older layers. It was not grief or fear or shame from individual practitioners' clearings. It was the Hollow Sage's own sustained intentionality. The specific emotional quality of a practitioner doing work he knew he could not complete alone, documenting it as thoroughly as possible so the documentation would survive him. She recognized the quality because she had produced it herself. The careful methodological documentation she had built into everything she did, the publication of the adverse outcomes, the training program designed to continue without her. He had been doing the same thing, at the scale of his era and his method. On the 38th day, she entered the processing period that covered the Hollow Sage's final active years. Seed 2 payoff. In the 38th day's session, the accumulated residue from the Hollow Sage's last clearing period was in the section she was working. The sheer volume of it, dozens of cases from his final months of active work, all held in the same layer, released simultaneously in the controlled staging, required her to manage a clearing volume she had never before attempted in a single session. More than 20 practitioners' worth of residue, moving through the ambient field at once. She held it. Not easily. Her processing capacity had been expanding steadily through months of systematic management, and Luo Hanbai was providing structural stability support throughout. But she held it and managed it, and the release was clean. When the session ended, she sat in the archive hall with the afterimage of what she had held still present in her perception. She had just achieved what the ancient library manual described: the simultaneous processing of dozens of practitioners' residue content, managed through a single coordinating practitioner's perception. The heart mirrors sovereign capability. The thing 3 senior elders had labeled legendary exaggeration, functionally impossible. She thought it was not impossible. It was just very hard. Chapter 109. As the deeper layers cleared, the hollow sage's own heart demons emerged. This was not what she had expected. She had been processing accumulated residue from the practitioners he had cleared, their emotional content, absorbed into his chi field, and held there for centuries. She had not expected that beneath the accumulated weight of other people's experience, his own original psychological architecture would be preserved intact. But that was what she found. His own formations, the ones he had formed before he began his life's work, had been buried under the accumulated residue for 3 centuries, preserved in their original configuration by the weight pressing down on them from above. When the weight finally cleared enough, they surfaced. They were not complex. She had grown accustomed to formations with decades of reinforcement, formations that had spread and integrated and become load-bearing. His were the formations of a young practitioner, clean in their structure, specific in their content, shaped by the early years of someone who had chosen a difficult path without fully understanding what it would cost him. A fear of inadequacy. The core conviction, which had been present since his earliest cultivation years, that he was not skilled enough to do what needed to be done, that every practitioner he couldn't help was evidence of a limitation he could not overcome. It was what had driven him to keep taking cases when he was already full, not ignorance of the danger, but the fear that stopping would mean accepting that he had failed the practitioners he could not reach. She processed it carefully. A grief about specific practitioners he had not been able to help. Cases from his earliest work, whose outcomes had not been what he had tried to achieve, whose formations had resisted his technique in the period before he had fully developed his method. He had been carrying their names for 800 years. She processed the grief as she would have processed anyone's, finding the specific quality of it, helping him encounter what he had been refusing to encounter, allowing the grief to be what it was rather than what he had been using it for. On the 3rd day of processing his own formations, he wept. She said nothing. This was part of what she understood about the work. Some experiences didn't benefit from commentary. Some moments simply needed to be witnessed. She was present. That was enough. Afterward, he was very quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I had forgotten what it felt like to feel something that was actually mine." "Yes," she said. "I imagine. 300 years is a long time to carry other people's weight and not your own." "The weight was yours too," she said. "You chose to carry it. The grief about the cases you couldn't help, that's yours. The fear of inadequacy, that's yours. They were buried, but they belong to you. The difference between feeling someone else's grief and feeling my own," he said slowly, "is that I can do something about mine." He paused. "Is that a general principle of your work?" "Yes," she said. "That's the central principle." Chapter 110. The work in the archive ran for 4 months. She managed it in sessions, returning to the capital at intervals to manage her own caseload, and the training program and the network project's administrative demands. Fong Lixiu ran the sessions she could not attend. Luo Hanbai managed the stability monitoring. The Hollow Sage, whom she had taken to addressing as Senior Jiang, his name had been in the archive's founding records, and she had asked, and he had used it, was improving at a rate that surprised her. Not to the practitioner he had been before the accumulation. That was not possible, and she was honest with him about it. 800 years of residue absorption had left structural changes in his chi architecture that could not be entirely reversed. Some of the pathways had reorganized around the accumulated weight in ways that were not harmful, but were permanent. He would be a different practitioner than the one who had sealed the archive. But he was improving. On the 62nd day, he moved independently within the archive for the first time. A small movement, nothing dramatic, but his own physical agency returning as his chi field cleared enough to support it. On the 88th day, he ran his first cultivation session in 3 centuries, a careful, limited practice, working with only the chi his own architecture could generate, nothing absorbed. He had, she noted in the case file, almost no residue after the session. He had cleared his own processing so thoroughly through their work together that his baseline state was cleaner than most practitioners she had treated. In the 3rd month, he asked her the question she had been expecting. The technique you use, he said. It is not what I used. My method was processing only. Yours processes and contains. You manage what you absorb rather than allowing it to accumulate. He looked at her. How did you develop the containment method? The residue management protocol emerged from necessity, she said. The first significant accumulation crisis happened when my case manager, Qian caught what I couldn't see in myself. After that, I built the monitoring and the protocol. She paused. But the principle of containment, that was from understanding what you were doing wrong. Not as a criticism of you, she added carefully. You were working in isolation, without anyone who understood the mechanism well enough to help you see the accumulation building. I had people who could see it. I worked alone, he said. Yes, she said. That was the central structural problem. The method requires support systems, monitoring, co-practitioners, mandatory processing intervals. Not because the practitioner is weak, because the accumulation is silent from the inside. You cannot reliably perceive it in yourself. He was quiet. I knew it was accumulating, he said. I did not know how to process it. I did not have the technique. The containment technique developed from the residue management protocol, she said. It was not something I designed in advance. It evolved from understanding what the daily protocol required in practice. How to process absorbed residue without releasing it blindly into the ambient field, how to hold it long enough to understand its structure and then release it in controlled amounts. I was releasing it blindly, he said. Every case I cleared added to what I was holding, and I was releasing it. He stopped. No, I was not releasing it. That was the problem. I was holding it because I did not know how to release it safely. Yes, she said. The technique for safe release was the missing piece. You had the perception, the case methodology, the theoretical framework for the origin event solution. But without the containment technique, every case you processed added to what you were holding, and there was no way out of it. Senior Zhang looked at his hands, the hands he had been able to see again, to feel again, for the past month. Can you teach me the containment technique? He said. Yes, she said. That's why I came back. Chapter 111 Senior Zhang's perception technique was unlike anything she had developed on her own. She had built her practice from the bottom up, beginning with the immediate emotional state of a single practitioner at spirit sensing tier, expanding through foundation reading to the chi scar history, advancing through soul resonance to group fields, and realm walking to historical residue. Each tier had extended her range and resolution along the same axis. She could read more, read farther back in time, read more practitioners simultaneously. But the axis itself had not changed. What Senior Zhang taught her was a different axis entirely. He called it the cosmological red. The technique required holding a specific internal state, not the focused attention she used for individual case work, but an intentional defocusing, a relaxation of the directed perception into a distributed awareness that extended without localization. It was, he said, like the difference between looking at a single point and allowing the full field of vision to register simultaneously. The individual formation perceives itself as the whole, he said. Your existing perception perceives the individual formation clearly. The cosmological red perceives the field in which all formations exist. The formations are still there. You have not lost the individual resolution. But the field is also visible. She practiced for 3 days before the technique began to function. The first coherent cosmological red was not dramatic. She was sitting in the archive hall in the early morning, with the light coming through the narrow northern windows and the scroll cases lining the walls, and Senior Zhang in his position at the back of the hall, where the stone met the concentrated chi field, and the perception shift happened as quietly as her realm walking advancement had. An expansion without a specific moment, a sudden availability of a scale of information she had not had access to before. She could see the template, not as a shape, not as a visible pattern in any ordinary sense. As a distributed presence in the chi field, organized the way a river's current was organized, felt rather than seen, consistent in its direction and structure, flowing through every practitioner's cultivation space, without most practitioners being aware that there was anything there to perceive. It was everywhere. She sat with this for a long time. She had understood intellectually that the template was distributed across the regional chi field. Feeling it was different. It was like understanding that water exists everywhere on the surface of a planet, and then looking at the ocean for the first time. I can see it, she said. Yes, Senior Zhang said. That is what I needed you to see. Chapter 112 She advanced to domain shaping tier on the journey back to the capital. This one she felt coming, not dramatically, but with the specific sense of a pressure that had been building over months finally finding its release. For months of archive work, the cosmological red technique, the management of Senior Zhang's extraordinary case, the training program's expansion, the network project's administrative demands. She had been holding more of the cultivation world's weight than she ever had before, and the weight had been reshaping her chi architecture gradually, and the reshaping had finally produced something new. She was sitting in the transit rest facility, 3 hours from the capital, when the advancement completed. Domain shaping tier. New capability. She could create custom psychological processing spaces, environments built from chi that were calibrated to a specific practitioner's psychological architecture, enclosed fields that accelerated processing of resistant or complex formations by creating conditions specifically suited to the patient's structure. It was the opposite of group sessions, which created shared spaces for multiple practitioners to process together. This was individual calibrated space. The implications for complex cases were significant. She ran through the case files in her memory. Fang Jinlan, whose identity-fused formation had required months of careful staged work. Cases that had stalled because the formation was resistant to the standard processing environment. Domain shaping would allow her to build the environment the formation needed rather than asking the formation to yield to an environment that was not designed for it. But the application she had been building toward was different. At domain shaping tier, she could apply the space creation capability not to an individual practitioner's chi field, but to the ambient chi of a region. She could create a processing environment for a section of the template itself, a calibrated space in which the template structure could be worked on, section by section, by practitioners who could perceive it and had the domain shaping capability to engage with it. She had been building toward this capability since the Hollow Sage's theoretical framework had described the requirement. He had not had domain shaping. His method had been perception and guided processing, without the space creation element. She did. The scale required to affect the entire regional template still exceeded what she could achieve alone. The template was too large and too distributed for one practitioner's domain shaping field to encompass. But the scale required to affect a section of it, a section large enough to create a meaningful reduction in the template's compounding rate, was within range. If the network was large enough to cover enough sections simultaneously, she spent the remainder of the journey calculating. By the time she reached the capital, she had a revised network size estimate. 12 practitioners at domain shaping or above, plus Nia Rian at heaven comprehension for the cosmological coordination, plus herself managing the residue flow with the containment technique. They were currently at 9 domain shaping and above practitioners in the network, 12 in the timeline she had projected. The gap was 3 practitioners, 18 months. She arrived at the capital, briefed Qian Mingzhu and Luo Hanbai simultaneously, and immediately sent the revised network requirement to the inner team. Chapter 113, The Network Recruitment Challenge, was not finding willing practitioners. After the emergency assembly, the Continental Cultivation Authority's formal research status had given the network project the institutional credibility to recruit openly. The challenge was finding practitioners who were at the right tier and had the combination of chi architectural stability and perception sensitivity that made the coordinated processing attempt viable. Domain shaping tier was not common. There were perhaps 40 practitioners at that level or above in the 4 regionals she was working with, and many of them had chi architectures that were not suited to the specific kind of collaborative processing the attempt required. She assessed each candidate. Not all of them worked. 3 candidates at domain shaping tier failed the preliminary assessment because their chi architectures had been built around suppression management, Jian Lui's style of training. And while they were genuine domain shaping practitioners, their collaborative processing sensitivity was insufficient for the coordinated work. She referred all 3 to the hybrid protocol training. 2 candidates withdrew after understanding the full scope of the attempt, a 36-hour coordinated processing session, active management of released residue at scale, real-time coordination with a cosmological perception coordinator. Both had legitimate concerns about the risk level. She did not argue with either withdrawal. The attempt required willing participation, not conscripted participation. The practitioners who joined were the ones who understood what was being attempted and chose it anyway. Jian Lui was the first to formally commit. He had been part of the planning since the inner team's formation after the conference, but his formal commitment, in writing, with the specific documentation language the Continental Research status required, was the first external practitioner to join. His note was characteristically direct. The network attempt is the correct response to the identified problem. I have the chi architectural stability required and the collaborative processing capability developed through the hybrid protocol work. I am in. Su Chaolon joined 4 days later. I have 30 years of case experience and a domain shaping architecture built for collaborative work. Yes. Senior Zhang's participation was the most complex decision in the recruitment process. He was a domain shaping practitioner whose chi architecture was, for months into his recovery from the 3-century suspension, genuinely impressive. But his recovery was not complete, and asking him to participate in a 36-hour processing attempt while still partially recuperating was a significant medical risk. She put it to him directly. I want you in the network, but only if your architecture can sustain the load. What does your self-assessment say? He spent a week assessing himself, not to perform, but to genuinely evaluate. When he came back, he said, I can participate in a limited capacity, not a full section. A supportive role, providing structural stability to adjacent sections without bearing primary processing load. My architecture is stable enough for that. He paused. I know what this attempt is trying to do. I designed the theoretical framework for it 200 years ago. I would like to be present when it happens. She said yes. Chapter 114. The network assembly meeting happened 3 weeks before the scheduled attempt. She had chosen the first full moon of the 3rd month. The chi field on full moon nights was measurably more receptive for large-scale chi work, which was not mysticism, but documented observation in the continental cultivation research literature. The date also gave the network practitioners maximum preparation time. The full network in person for the first time. Nia Rian at Heaven Comprehension Tier, silver-haired and entirely still. Senior Jiang Weiming, the Hollow Sage, looking surprisingly like someone who had been alive for 800 years. Old and new at once. The specific quality of a person who had been dormant for 3 centuries and was still re-finding himself in motion. Su Chaolon, domain knowledge and 30 years of case certainty. Jian Lui, compact precision, the most structured chi architecture in the room. Luo Hanbai at Soul Resonance, managing the coordination logistics. Fang Lixio at Core Integration, the youngest and most naturally talented residue perception practitioner in the network, assigned to the real-time ambient field monitoring. And 4 additional domain-shaping practitioners recruited in the final 6 weeks. 12 practitioners in total, plus herself. And Nia Rian. She reviewed the section assignments. Which practitioner covered which portion of the template distribution, how the sections overlapped at their boundaries to prevent contamination gaps, the sequencing of the wavefront approach, the 2-hour coordination intervals, the communication signals. She had built detailed documentation for each practitioner's role. The review took 4 hours. At the end of it, when the others had broken into small group discussions of their specific section assignments, Luo Hanbai came to her position. What does this cost you? He said. She looked at him. The question was the one she had been hoping he wouldn't ask and had known he would. The coordinated attempt will produce significant residue in every participating practitioner, she said. The released template content, as the sections are processed, will create a residue wave in the ambient field. The containment practitioner, me, absorbs the surge and controlled amounts rather than letting it hit the network practitioners directly. She paused. The surge will be the largest volume of residue I have ever managed at once. By a significant margin. How significant? If I have estimated correctly, and I may not have, approximately 3 times the load of the 38th day in the archive. She met his eyes. That session took me 4 days to process afterward. I expect this will take longer. What is the risk if the estimate is wrong? The same risk as any case where I exceed my containment capacity, she said. I go into the same state Qian caught 2 years ago, but deeper. Extended clinical numbness. Inability to perceive my own states. Potentially inability to work until the residue processes out. And if it goes worse than that? She held his gaze. I don't think it will go worse than that. The Hollow Sage's documentation included the specific failure modes of the coordinated attempt, and all of them were about the processing capacity of the practitioners covering the template sections, not the containment practitioner. My role is the best understood element of the attempt. She paused. But if you are asking whether there is 0 risk, no, there is not 0 risk. He was quiet for a long time. I will be monitoring your indicators continuously throughout, he said. If I see the abort condition markers, I am stopping the session. I know, she said. That's why you're there. Chapter 115. 3 days before the attempt, she sat with Luo Hanbai in the cultivation room in the late evening. The courtyard outside was quiet. The rest of the network practitioners were in the adjacent compound rooms, each running their own preparation protocols. Nia Rian was in what Senior Jiang called the cosmological meditation, a perception extension that maintained her heaven comprehension level awareness of the template's current distribution, building the real-time map that she would coordinate from during the attempt. Luo Hanbai had brought tea, which he did sometimes without saying why. She had been reviewing the section assignment documentation for the 4th time, not because it needed reviewing, but because reviewing it was something to do with the anxiety that she classified accurately as appropriate and unhelpful simultaneously. She set it down. You said 3 times the archive load, he said. That's a different thing than the morning you sat in the cultivation room for 4 hours before I brought you the intake list, And you finally said you needed 3 days. Yes, she said. Considerably different. The archive was 4 days of recovery, he said. What is the timeline for 3 times the archive load? I don't know, she said honestly. I have the Hollow Sage's documentation, which describes the containment practitioner's post-attempt state as requiring extended recovery and reduced caseload. He estimated 2 to 3 months before full function returned. She paused. He did not have the containment technique. His estimate was based on a less efficient release method. So your estimate is less than 2 to 3 months, Luo said. Possibly, she said. Possibly not. The variables are difficult to isolate in advance. He was quiet. Outside, the first night insects were beginning, the small sounds of a late-season evening. The training program will be stable, she said. Fong Lishio can run it. The case Q will be managed through the certified practitioners. The joint research is documented enough that Bao Yiqin and Su Chaolon can continue it without me. I have structured the practice to not require my specific presence. She paused. I built it that way deliberately. For this. Not only for this, he said. No, she agreed. But knowing this was coming made me build it more carefully. He turned his cup in his hands. I keep thinking about the practitioner who caused the origin event 800 years ago. The one in the ancient residue fragment. You said his emotional state in the moment was awe, not fear. And that the release was a decision, not a loss of control. Yes, she said. He knew what he was releasing, Luo said. He knew what it would become. I don't know if he knew what it would become, she said. I don't think anyone could have known. He knew that releasing was better than holding until collapse. Do you know what this attempt will become? She thought about this carefully. I know what it is intended to do, she said. I know what the Hollow Sage's theoretical framework predicts as the outcome if the attempt succeeds. I know the monitoring data will tell us whether the template's compounding rate has changed in the months after. She looked at the cup in her own hands. What it will become, in the sense of what it means, what follows from it, I cannot know yet. That is what you are afraid of, he said. It was not a question. She sat with it. I'm afraid of the outcome being less than the attempt, she said. That we build the network, run the 36 hours, manage the residue, and the template continues compounding at the same rate because we misunderstood the mechanism. She paused. That is a future-oriented fear based on a low base rate. I've diagnosed it. Does the diagnosis help? It does not help with the fear, she said. It helps me not make decisions based on the fear. He said, that's just chemistry. She looked at him. He had borrowed the phrase, the one she had said to Senior Jiang, the one Senior Jiang had said back to her in the archive. She had borrowed it originally from something said to her in her previous life, in a context so different from this that the person who had said it would not have recognized the room she was sitting in. Yes, she said. That's just chemistry. He reached across and took her hand. She did not say anything. Neither did he. Outside, the insects continued, and the evening moved toward full night, and 3 days from now the attempt would begin. Chapter 116, when Russian arrived 2 days before the attempt. Not at the compound, at the outer gate, through the standard cultivation community visitor protocol, which was how he had arrived at her workroom more than a year ago when he came to see the adjacent formation finding. He used the appropriate channels. She had come to understand that this was a characteristic of his, operating through the correct structures even when he could have moved informally. He sat in the meeting room and set his hands on the table and said, I want to participate. She looked at him. He was 61 years old, and he had spent 25 years teaching that cultivation strength came through struggle. He had filed the first formal complaint against her methodology. He had been her most rigorous institutional opponent, then her most productive collaborator, and he had been, quietly, working at domain shaping tier in his conventional practice for longer than she had known him. Your chi architecture, she said. Stability under 36 hours of sustained collaborative processing. I've been running the stability assessments for 2 weeks, he said. The conventional methodology's domain shaping training is designed for high-pressure sustained cultivation work. My architecture was built for this kind of endurance. He paused. I have better structural stability than most of the practitioners currently in the network. She ran a quick chi field read. He was right. Why, she said. He understood what she was asking, not whether he could, but why he wanted to. 25 years, he said. I spent 25 years arguing that struggle was the correct teacher. I was partially correct, and I was partially wrong. I have corrected my position in the published research. I have co-authored the certification framework. I have contributed the methodology components I could contribute. He looked at her steadily. This is the thing I can contribute that I couldn't contribute 2 years ago. The attempt requires structural stability. I have it. I would like to be useful. She held the question for a moment. When Russian in the network was not a symbolic addition, his domain shaping architecture was, as he said, genuinely useful. His conventional cultivation training had built exactly the kind of structural endurance the 36-hour attempt required. Section 7, she said. The middle right quadrant of the northern distribution. It's the most structurally stable section to manage. Less residue, flow complexity. Your endurance will be the primary asset rather than your perception sensitivity. She paused. Are you comfortable with that placement? I want to be useful, he said. Where I'm most useful is where I should be. She sent the updated section assignments to the network that evening. 13 practitioners, plus Nia Ruyan, plus herself. Chapter 117. The day of the attempt arrived on the first full moon of the third month, as scheduled. The compound where the network had assembled, a large practice facility in the northern capital that Dao Shuming's office had secured through the Continental Research Status Authorization, was quiet in the morning. The practitioners were running their own preparation protocols, meditation, qi grounding, personal processing sessions to ensure each arrived with the clearest possible residue state. No accumulated material that the released template content could organize around. She had spent the previous night not sleeping, which was less a choice than a state. Her mind ran the sequence of the attempt, section by section, checking the sequencing, identifying the contingency responses for each failure mode she could anticipate. She had done everything she could do in preparation. Now she was waiting for the waiting to end. Senior Zhang found her at the cultivation room window in the pre-dawn light. He moved differently than he had when she first heard his voice in the archive. 3 months of recovery had restored enough of his physical agency that he walked, slowly but with intention. He was old in a way that was difficult to categorize. The quality of someone who had been alive for 800 years was not the same as the quality of someone who had been alive for 60. It was not more frail. It was more layered. He stood beside her at the window. The sky was still dark to the west. Are you afraid? He said. Yes, she said. I classified it 2 days ago. Future-oriented, catastrophizing, low base rate. That's just chemistry, he said. He said it the way she had said it to him in the archive. Not dismissively, but as an acknowledgement. I borrowed that from someone, she said. I know, he said. I heard you say it to the other practitioner. He was quiet for a moment. In 800 years, I have heard practitioners describe fear many different ways. The most useful descriptions are the ones that acknowledge it accurately without giving it authority over what comes next. He looked at the window. You have a good description. She thought of Luo Hanbai, 2 nights ago, taking her hand without saying anything. Of Qian Mingzhu's patient monitoring log, 49 pages of careful attention. Of Fang Lixiu asking the right questions in the training sessions. Of Nia Ruyan saying, I have been waiting 23 years for my cultivation to mean something beyond my own advancement. Of Wen Russian arriving 2 days before the attempt and saying, I want to be useful. She had built something that did not require her to be everything. This was the most important thing she had built. The attempt begins at midday, she said. I know, he said. I'll be ready. At midday, the network took their positions. Chapter 118. The first hour was calibration. Each practitioner brought their chi field into the full extension required for the attempt. The domain shaping space creation capability extended toward the assigned section of the template, held in readiness without beginning active processing. Nia Ruyan's heaven comprehension perception extended across the full distribution, building the real-time map of the template's current state that she would coordinate from. Shun held the ambient field monitoring, feeling the network's combined qi output like a weight she had not held before. 13 practitioners, each covering a section, the sections overlapping at their boundaries to prevent gaps. The combined field was the largest constructed qi environment she had ever participated in. It had a specific presence, not oppressive, but unmistakable, like standing in a room with many careful people who are all paying complete attention simultaneously. Nia Ruyan said, Ready. The attempt began. Processing the template sections was not like clearing an individual formation. The individual formation had a practitioner attached to it, a history, a specific emotional content, a reason for existing. The template sections had none of that. They were structural, pure qi scaffold, organizing every formation that drew on them without having the properties of a formation themselves. Working on them felt like architectural work rather than therapeutic work, adjusting the structure of a space rather than helping a person change their relationship to their experience. For the first 10 hours, the processing was controlled and consistent. Each section moved at the expected rate. The boundary conditions held. The process sections maintained their cleared state because the adjacent practitioners were simultaneously processing the adjacent sections, creating a wavefront that expanded across the template's distribution without leaving cleared sections open to contamination. The residue flow began at hour 3. As each section's structural content was processed, it released residue into the ambient field, not formation content. but the chi imprint of 800 years of template activity. She absorbed and managed it in the containment method, processing what she could in real time and holding the excess in the structured suspension. The absorption rate was high. Her estimate of 3 times the archive load was looking accurate. At hour 14, the wavefront had covered 40% of the template distribution. At hour 20, 62%. Luo Hanbai's monitoring indicators showed her residue load at the upper edge of the cautionary range. She was not at the abort threshold. She was approaching it. She adjusted the absorption rate, not reducing her containment function, but slowing the processing slightly to reduce accumulation. The wavefront adjusted accordingly. At hour 22, something changed. She felt it before she understood it. A specific quality in the ambient field, different from the processing residue she had been managing. Not released template content, something else. Something that was organizing around a focal point in the section she was monitoring. A manifestation. Chapter 119, she did not interrupt the network. The network practitioners were each managing their section's processing. 36 hours was not the time to disrupt the wavefront for anything that was not a catastrophic failure. She held the manifestation in her perception and continued monitoring the ambient field, watching what it did before she engaged. The manifestation was more coherent than any she had encountered in individual tribulation cases. The template section being processed in its vicinity was one of the oldest and most structurally complex. The section that had accumulated 800 years of compounding without any intervention. The residue being released from that section was more potent than the other section's releases. And the manifestation had organized around that potency with the specific sophistication of something that had been becoming more complex for a long time. It perceived her, not in the way a formation manifested during tribulation, the way a reflection in water reacts when you move. It turned toward her with the quality of attention, the specific cognitive property of a thing that recognizes another thing as distinct from the background. She said, "I can't hear you." The manifestation was quiet for a moment. Then, in the specific language that heart mirror perception translated emotional chi content into, "You are changing the structure. The template is our home." She understood what it was. She had been thinking about the autonomous manifestation cases for months. The practitioners whose formations had become complex enough to generate partial tribulation conditions. The most complex sections of the template, the ones that had been compounding the longest, had produced manifestations that were not dependent on a specific practitioner's psychology. They were the template's own generated entities, organized from 800 years of compounding complexity. "The template is causing harm," she said. "You are becoming more complex and more dangerous with each generation. We did not choose to become dangerous." "I know," she said. She meant it. The manifestation was not malicious. It was a product of a system. The same way the heart demons she cleared every day were products of the interaction between the template and individual practitioner's psychology. Neither did the practitioner who created your home. He was trying to help and made a mistake he could not fix. A pause. "Can you fix it?" She thought about this answer carefully. The manifestation was asking something she had been asking herself for months. "That is what I am doing right now," she said. "The network around you, the 14 practitioners whose chi output you can perceive, we are restructuring the template. Not destroying it. Restructuring it. Converting it from a compounding generator into a neutral pattern. What happens to us?" This was the question she had not prepared an answer for. She had prepared answers for the mechanism, for the risk, for the process, and the outcome metrics. She had not prepared an answer for what happens to the entities generated by a compounding template when the compounding stops. She sat with the question honestly. "I don't know exactly," she said. "Something simpler. Something that still serves the function you say you serve, helping practitioners encounter what they have been refusing to encounter, without requiring this level of structural reinforcement to exist. Without the template generating you as increasingly complex adversarial forces." She paused. "I cannot promise what you will become. I can tell you that what you are now is producing harm, and I am trying to reduce the harm." The manifestation was quiet for a long time. The network continued around them, the wavefront processing, the residue flowing, the boundary conditions holding. She kept her perception split, the ambient monitoring, the residue management, and this conversation simultaneously. Her residue load was above the cautionary threshold now. Not at abort. Above caution. The manifestation said, "What did the practitioner who created our home intend?" "He intended to understand," she said. "He reached too far and failed. What he released was not what he intended to release." "And what are you intending?" "To restructure," she said, "without releasing. To do what he tried to do alone, with a network, carefully." The manifestation was quiet for a moment longer. Then, "If the structure changes, we change. We cannot stop you from changing the structure." "No," she said. "You cannot. Then we withdraw, it said. Not because you have defeated us. Because we understand what you are doing, and we understand that we cannot prevent it. And understanding is, it paused. Understanding is what we are. What we exist to produce in practitioners. We cannot refuse it when it applies to ourselves. The manifestation withdrew. Not dramatically. It dissolved back into the ambient field with the specific quality of something that had been held in coherence by the template's structural scaffold and was releasing that coherence as the scaffold was restructured. The emotional chi content it had briefly organized dispersed into the processing flow. She held very still for a moment. Then she returned her full attention to the ambient monitoring. The wavefront was at 78%. Chapter 1:20. The attempt completed at hour 36. Not all at once. The final sections closed in sequence, the wavefront reaching the last distributed corners of the template's regional distribution and the section practitioners completing their processing and releasing their domain-shaping fields. The network maintained the wavefront's structural coherence through the completion. When the last section closed, Nie Ruyin ran the cosmological assessment. She was quiet for several minutes. Everyone was quiet. Then she said, "The compounding is interrupted, not eliminated." She had been precise about this in every presentation, in every planning document. The template could not be eliminated, only restructured. What she had attempted was conversion, changing the template from a structure that organized itself around a compounding scaffold into a neutral pattern that would gradually dissipate without the compounding mechanism. Nie Ruyin's cosmological read confirmed that the compounding mechanism was no longer active in the sections that had been processed. The template was present. It would persist in the chi field for decades or centuries as it slowly dissipated, but its structural property of compounding was gone. Every formation that formed from this point forward would organize around a neutral scaffold rather than a reinforcing one. The network practitioners dispersed over the next several hours, each running their own processing and monitoring. Senior Zhang left for the archive. Nie Ruyin remained for the coordinating debrief. Jian Lui stayed long enough to file his section documentation and then departed for his home region. When Russian sat with the assessment team for an hour and then said, simply, "Thank you for letting me be here." She processed for 5 days. Alone in the cultivation room, the door closed, the residue management protocol running at maximum capacity. Luo Hanbai sat outside for most of it. Not inside, not interfering, just present in the way he had been present in the transit rest facility and in the archive hall and in the evening before the attempt. She could feel the quality of his attention through the door, which was the sole resonance awareness she had not fully adjusted to using in personal contexts. It helped. On the 5th day, she emerged. Qian Mingzhu had tea ready. The second 3 weeks were about the monitoring data. The template restructuring produced a measurable chi field change that Nie Ruyin and she could read directly at their respective tiers. The change needed to be translated into conventional chi field metrics that the investigation panel could assess through standard methods. Jian Lui contributed the structural analysis framework. He had been developing conventional chi field measurement approaches that could approximate what heart mirror perception read directly. The investigation panel was announced 2 weeks before the first session. She reviewed the list and noticed 2 things. Dao Shuming was on the panel, which she had expected. 2 continental tier practitioners, cultivators at domain shaping or above who were based at the Continental Authority's central facility and did not have regional affiliations, were also on the panel, which she had not fully anticipated. They were not opponents. She had no specific information suggesting they would be hostile. But they were practitioners whose frameworks she did not know, who had not been present for any of the investigation's development, who would come to the evidence without any prior relationship with the research. That was appropriate. That was what an investigation should be. Bao Chen. The unknowns work in your favor in one respect. They have no prior position to defend. They also have no prior exposure to heart mirror cultivation perception as an evidence methodology, she said. The question of how to evaluate evidence that requires a perception capability most practitioners don't have will be central. It was central at the assembly, he said. You addressed it through independent verification. I addressed it partially, she said. The independent verification demonstrated that multiple perceptive observers reached consistent results. It did not demonstrate that the perception methodology was correct, only that multiple observers using it consistently agreed. For a formal continental investigation, the epistemological standard may be higher. What would address the higher standard? She thought about this. Outcomes that don't require perception to observe, she said. The template compounding rate change, measured through conventional chi field metrics over a long enough observation period. If the conventional metrics confirm what Nie Ruyin and I can read directly, the epistemological question becomes less central. She paused. That data will be available in 20 years. 20 years, Bao Yichen said. Yes, she said. The investigation will have to make its initial finding on the evidence available now. The 20-year data will either confirm or complicate that finding. That is how research works. Chapter 122. The first session convened in the Continental Cultivation Authority's Central Hall. The panel of 5 sat at a long table. Dao Shuming at the center, the 2 Continental tier practitioners on either side, and 2 regional senior cultivators with no affiliation to the current research. Bao Yichen sat at the documentation station. She stood at the presentation position with the full evidentiary framework organized in the sequence she and Bao had spent 3 weeks building. The first 4 hours covered the historical evidence, the origin event documentation from the Hollow Archive, the realm walking readings from the Ruined Hall, the ancient residue fragments content. She moved through each piece of evidence methodically, citing the source, describing the methodology for obtaining it, and acknowledging the limitations explicitly. When she reached the structural comparison data, the panel's questioning became more detailed. The Continental tier practitioner on the left, a practitioner named Elder Chung Yunfei, whom she had no prior information about beyond his research record, which showed a conventional Qi field theory specialization, asked the methodology question she had been anticipating. How did the investigation verify the accuracy of evidence obtained through heart-mirror cultivation perception? She walked him through the independent verification study, Feng Lixio's assessment, the 4 graduated practitioners' assessments, the cross-comparison with Su Chaolan's conventional formation documentation. She acknowledged what the verification did and did not demonstrate. She described the evidence tier, consistent multiple observer agreement, not independently confirmed through alternative methodology. Elder Chung made notes throughout. He did not indicate agreement or disagreement. Dao Shuming's questions were the most useful to her. He had seen the evidence develop over 3 years and understood the research well enough to ask the precise questions the other panel members were approaching indirectly. When he asked about the autonomous manifestation cases, the 3 historical cases Jian Lui had identified in the medical records, he asked specifically about the evidence for mechanism, not just for occurrence. The distinction mattered. Occurrence could be documented from records. Mechanism required interpretation. She explained the mechanism interpretation carefully. The partial tribulation conditions generated internally by high-complexity formations, distinct from full autonomous manifestation. She was precise about the distinction. She acknowledged that the mechanism interpretation was her own and had not been independently confirmed. The 4th-hour questioning reached the template compounding rate. The 2nd Continental tier practitioner, Elder Miao Wenqing, Sovereign View tier, whose specialization was in long-term cultivation ecology, asked, the projected 3 to 4 generation window before full autonomous manifestation. How confident are you in that projection? She had prepared for this question. The projection is derived from 2 data sources, she said. The Hollow Sage's historical documentation of the compounding rate, which he calculated from his own 200-year observation period, and Bao Yichen's historical evidence from cultivation medical records. The 2 sources are independently derived and produce compatible rate estimates. My confidence in the rate estimate is moderate. I would classify it as a best current estimate with significant uncertainty bounds. She paused. The network attempt's outcome has changed the projection's relevance. The compounding mechanism is currently interrupted. The 3 to 4 generation window was the projection if nothing changed. We changed something. Elder Miao Wenqing was quiet for a moment. Then, how do we know the template restructuring will hold? Chapter 123. She had been expecting this question for 6 weeks. Not because it was hostile, it was the right question, the necessary question, the question that the investigation should ask. She had been preparing an honest answer rather than a reassuring one. You don't know? She said. I don't know. I have the evidence of the Qi field measurement at the time of the attempt, Nie Rian's cosmological assessment, Jian Lui's conventional metric translation, the network's distributed observations. All of those confirm that the compounding mechanism was interrupted as of the attempt date. I have the evidence of the monitoring data collected in the 6 weeks since, which shows the conventional Qi metrics moving in a consistent direction with the assessment. She paused and held Elder Miao Wenqing's gaze. What I do not have is the long-term trajectory data, she said. The 20-year monitoring protocol that the network has adopted will track the Qi field metrics at 6-month intervals. At 20 years, if the metrics continue in the current direction, we can say with reasonable confidence that the restructuring has held. We cannot say that today. What if the trajectory resumes after a period of stability? Elder Qing asked. Then we run the intervention again, she said. With better technique, because we will have done it once and documented what worked and what needed adjustment. She looked at the panel. I am not claiming a permanent solution. I am claiming that we interrupted a compounding process that had been running for 800 years, that the interruption is confirmed by multiple measurement approaches, and that we have an ongoing monitoring protocol designed to detect if the process resumes." She paused. The original practitioner who caused the origin event had no intervention available. We have one now. Whether we need to use it again is information we will have in 20 years. The panel took a 3-day recess. She spent the 3 days on work that was overdue. The case queue had been in reduced operation during the investigation preparation period, and there were practitioners who had been waiting. She ran 2 sessions each day, the familiar rhythm of intake and processing and session notes and residue management. The work was a form of clarity. In the investigation hall, she was explaining what she had done and why. In the session room, she was simply doing it. On the 2nd day of the recess, Jian Lui's long-term referred case came in, a practitioner from his suppression-trained cohort who had been working through the hybrid protocol for 4 months and was ready for the final clearing stage. They ran the session jointly. She managing the emotional content processing, Jian providing structural stability support at the critical transition points. The hybrid protocol worked exactly as the design had predicted. The practitioner cleared the primary formation, held stable through the transition, and showed none of the destabilization that unmodified clearing would have produced in a 20-year suppression-built architecture. She wrote in the case file, * hybrid protocol successful. First confirmation of full protocol under field conditions. Both practitioners functional throughout. * She sent the documentation to Jian Lui with the note. This is what we built it for. His response, yes. Document it well. The investigation will want to see it. Chapter 124. The investigation's 2nd session covered the network attempt. She presented the 36-hour documentation in full, the section assignments, the wavefront sequencing, the coordination intervals, the monitoring data, the residue management metrics, and the autonomous manifestation encounter at hour 22. When she reached the manifestation dialogue, Elder Cheng Yunfei leaned forward. "You negotiated with the manifestation," he said. It was not quite a question. It was the specific tone of someone encountering a claim they had not expected and needed to classify before responding to it. "I opened a dialogue," she said. The manifestation engaged. It chose to withdraw. She held his gaze steadily. "I am aware that this is outside the normal framework for describing tribulation manifestation encounters. The conventional approach is to fight or suppress the manifestation. I asked it what it wanted and listened to the answer." "What did it want?" Elder Miao Wenqing asked. The question was genuine. She could read that from the quality of the inquiry. "To understand what was happening to its home," she said. "To know what we were doing and whether it had a choice. When I explained the mechanism and what the restructuring would mean, it said it would withdraw because understanding is what we exist to produce in practitioners. We cannot refuse it when it applies to ourselves." The hall was quiet. "You believe it had genuine agency," Elder Chung said. "The evidence is consistent with genuine agency," she said. "The manifestation demonstrated self-awareness, recognition of the situation, and the capacity to make a decision that was not simply reactive. Whether the underlying mechanism constitutes genuine agency in a philosophical sense, I cannot claim certainty about that. I can describe what I observed." Dao Shuming, who had been silent through this section, said, "What is the significance of the manifestation's voluntary withdrawal?" She appreciated the precision of the question. "2 things," she said. "First, it confirms that the manifestations at that complexity level have sufficient cognitive structure to be communicated with, which has implications for how practitioners encountering very high-complexity formations should approach them. Fighting or suppressing something that can understand a negotiated resolution is both less effective and less necessary than the conventional approach assumes." She paused. "Second, it suggests that the manifestation's purpose, the function they serve in the cultivation world's ecology, may not be adversarial in its origin. They exist to encounter practitioners with what the practitioners have been refusing to encounter. Understanding that function changes how we approach them." Elder Miao Wenqing wrote for several minutes. Then, "I would like to hear from additional witnesses who were present during the attempt." From the side gallery, where she had been seated quietly for the entirety of the session, Nierian stood. Beside her, moving slowly but with intention, Senior Jiang Weiming, the hollow sage, rose as well. 800 years old. Alive. Present. Chapter 125. Senior Jiang's testimony changed the room. It was not what he said specifically. It was the existence of his presence as evidence. An 800-year-old practitioner, standing in the Continental Investigation Hall, whose very presence in the world confirmed the mechanism she had described. He had been the most extreme case of heart demon practitioner accumulation in recorded cultivation history, and he was alive and recovered and here because of the treatment she had provided. He spoke for 1 hour. He described the origin event from direct witness, not from documentation, not from historical record, but from what he had seen at Foundation reading tier 800 years ago. His testimony was more specific than anything the archive's written records contained. He described the practitioner who had caused the event, not as careless or reckless, but as a genuine researcher who had attempted something at the edge of what heaven comprehension tier could sustain. He described the moment of the release, the specific quality of a practitioner choosing to release rather than collapse with the weight held. He described the 300 years he had spent working with the formations that the released template generated, understanding the mechanism gradually, developing the theoretical framework for addressing it. He described the 3 centuries in the archive, full, unable to process or release, holding everything he had absorbed until someone with the containment technique came and made it possible to begin the work of clearing. He said, "She did for me what I spent 8 centuries trying to do for others. The method she has developed, the containment technique, the residue management protocol, the understanding of what the practitioner who treats this material takes on. These are developments I did not achieve in 3 centuries. She developed them in under 3 years, under institutional opposition, under regulatory scrutiny, while also managing a full caseload." He looked at the panel. "I built the theoretical framework for the network attempt. She built everything else." The panel was quiet after he finished. Elder Miao Wenqing said, "You are the founding practitioner of the Hollow Archive." "Yes," Senior Jiang said. "The institutional histories describe you as having achieved immortality through emotional purification." "The institutional histories were misreading what they found," he said, without particular emphasis. "I did not purify. I accumulated until I was full and could no longer continue. The distinction matters." Elder Chung Yunfei said, "If the institutional histories were wrong about the mechanism in your case, what else may they have been wrong about regarding heart mirror cultivation?" It was not a hostile question. It was a genuine inquiry. Senior Jiang looked at Shun. She inclined her head slightly. "Your answer," he said. "The institutional histories of the pre-conventional period characterized heart mirror cultivation as theoretically unsound because it contradicted the dominant framework that heart demons were adversarial entities to be overcome. The institutional histories were not wrong to note the contradiction. They were wrong to treat the contradiction as evidence of theoretical unsoundness rather than as evidence that the dominant framework was incomplete." He paused. 300 years of case documentation in the Hollow Archive demonstrates that the method works. 800 years of compounding template effects demonstrate why the method matters at scales beyond the individual case. He looked at the panel. "She has done in 3 years what I failed to do in 3 centuries. Please give her the recognition the work requires." The panel went into final deliberation. She sat in the waiting room with Luo Hanbai and Qian Mingzhu's logistics notes, and the case file from the morning's session that she had not finished reviewing, and the quiet that existed in the space between the work being done and the institution catching up to it. Luo Hanbai, beside her, he said, "Please." "He spent 800 years hoping someone would find the archive," she said. "He has been waiting a long time for this to be seen." "So have you," he said. She thought about this. The 3 years of cases and adversarial reviews and institutional filings and late-night documentation work, and the morning in the cultivation room, when she had not been able to feel her own hands clearly enough to know if she was holding the case file. The joint publication with one Russian, the first 4 certified practitioners. Feng Lixiu, arriving with a self-designed observation framework and a question about the network she was building. "Longer than 3 years," she said. "In another life, in another form. I spent years doing this work and seeing it be misunderstood and having no tools to show why the misunderstanding mattered." She paused. "In this life, I have the tools." And the tools worked. He did not say anything. He was not someone who said things when not saying anything was the right response. He had learned this, or he had always known it. She had stopped being able to tell the difference. The panel returned. Chapter 126. The investigation's formal finding was 32 pages. She read it twice in the room where the panel delivered it. A formal reading, with all parties present. That was the Continental Cultivation Authority's procedural requirement for investigations of this significance. The finding confirmed the heart demon template's origin in the 800-year event, which was designated as a historical fact on the basis of the Hollow Archive documentation and the corroborating historical evidence from the realm walking residue readings. The finding confirmed the template's structural presence in the current chi field, measured through multiple methodological approaches. The finding confirmed the network attempt's outcome. The compounding mechanism was classified as interrupted and under monitoring for a 20-year period beginning from the attempt date. The finding designated Shen Weiqi's heart mirror cultivation methodology as a continental cultivation resource, the formal recognition category that made it available for regional integration across the authority's full jurisdiction. The Heart Mirror Cultivation Framework was added to the Continental Cultivation Authority's official practice catalog, alongside the conventional tribulation management methods, the alchemy traditions, and the formation schools. The final section of the finding acknowledged contributing researchers. The list was long: Bao Qin, Su Chaolon, Jian Lui, Nie Ruyan, Senior Jiang Weiming, Luo Hanbai in the methodology role, Fang Lixio in the training development role, and the last name in the contributing researchers section, when Russian, identified as methodological collaborator and co-author of the certification framework. She thought about the first formal complaint he had filed, 3 years ago, when Elder Gu's advancement had produced the first evidence that something unusual was happening in her workroom. He had filed the complaint because he believed what he argued. He had modified his position when the evidence required it. He had co-authored a framework he had once opposed. He was in the investigation's formal record as a collaborator. She did not think he had expected that when he filed the complaint. She did not think she had expected it either. After the formal reading, Dao Shuming found her in the corridor. He said, "The recognition is warranted." "Thank you," she said. "I want to acknowledge," he said, with the specific precision he used when saying something he had considered carefully, "that I was the principal obstacle to the recognition for the first 2 years. My concerns were legitimate. The position was not. The concerns were correct," she said. "The dependency risk is real. It applies to the practitioner, as the Hollow Sage's case confirmed. The residue management framework addresses it. Your concerns shaped the certification framework in ways that made it better." He looked at her. "You are being generous." "I am being accurate," she said. "An opponent who is genuinely concerned about the right things is more useful than an opponent who is wrong. You were never wrong about the risk. You were wrong about who the risk applied to." He was quiet for a moment. "I learned from that," he said, which was as close as he came to accepting the characterization. She went to find Senior Jiang, who was standing near the hall in trance with the specific quality of someone who had just witnessed something he had been hoping to witness for a very long time. He looked at her when she approached and said nothing. She said nothing. Sometimes the moment did not need words. Chapter 127. The formal recognition changed the operational scale immediately. Requests for training program expansion, from regional cultivators, from sect institutions, from independent practitioners across 5 regionals, arrived in the week following the finding. The Continental Authority's catalog listing created a different kind of visibility than the previous year's emergency assembly and research presentations. Those had been about whether the method was real and warranted recognition. The catalog listing was a statement that the recognition existed. Practitioners who had been uncertain now had an institutional confirmation to point to. She spent 3 days reviewing the expansion requests and developing a framework for prioritization. She was not going to attempt all 5 regionals simultaneously. The training program required enough experienced practitioners to maintain quality. She had learned this from the first cohort, which had produced better outcomes partly because she had been directly involved in the instruction. She needed Fang Lixio's capacity, and Jian Lui's structural module contributions, and Su Chaolon's cross-methodology expertise. None of them had infinite bandwidth. The expansion plan, 1 new regional per year, for 3 years. The first expansion regional was selected based on the concentration of practitioners on the wait list and the existing local practitioner base that could provide the co-practitioner monitoring infrastructure the high-tier cases required. Fang Lixio was appointed to lead the expansion, not assist, lead. She was the right choice. 25 years old, natural residue perception at a level that continued to improve, case experience across multiple contexts including the war zone field work, instructorship skills that had already been demonstrated with 2 training cohorts. The appointment was not symbolic. Fang Lixio would be building the expansion program with her own judgment, reporting to Shun's oversight function rather than running through Shun's direct management. "Do you want the position?" Shun asked, when she offered it. Fang Lixio's answer: "I want to ask one question first. What authority do I have over the program design in the expansion regional?" "Full authority within the certification framework requirements," Shun said. "The non-negotiable elements, personal clearing requirement, residue management protocol, co-practitioner monitoring for high-tier cases, are fixed. Everything else is your design decision." "Then yes," Fang Lixio said. "I want the position." Luo Hanbai became co-director of the overall training program, the administrative and methodology oversight role that had been evolving from his original position as scientific skeptic through collaborator, through stability monitor, towards something that required a formal title. He accepted it with the same directness he brought to everything. "Yes. I've been doing most of this already." "I know," she said. The title is a recognition of what you've been doing. I didn't do it for recognition, he said. No, she said. That's why you're getting it. Chapter 128 Jian Lui's formal application for the training program arrived 1 week after the formal recognition. The application package was 17 pages long. It included documentation of 6 practitioners he had been working with using the hybrid protocol, all of whom had given consent to have their case files submitted as evidence of the methodology's efficacy. A proposed curriculum module for practitioner resistance to psychological processing, approaches for cultivators whose training has built structural resistance to the clearing process, and a personal statement that was 3 sentences. I spent 3 years as an active methodological critic of heart mirror cultivation. I spent the subsequent period developing a hybrid protocol with the principal practitioner. I am applying because the training program produces better practitioners than either method alone. She reviewed the application over 2 days. His curriculum module was better than she would have written. It addressed the practitioner resistance cases from the structural chi architecture side, which was his expertise, and integrated with her psychological processing approach at the specific interface points where the 2 methods needed to coordinate. It was the cross-training integration he had proposed at the end of the competition period, now fully developed into a teachable curriculum. She accepted the application. She sent back 2 suggested modifications to the curriculum module, both minor, and his response came within 12 hours. 1 accepted, 1 disputed with a specific technical rationale that she read 3 times and then agreed with. The first joint training session happened the following month. She taught the intake methodology. He taught the structural chi architecture assessment. In the demonstration session, a live case, with trainee observers, a practitioner who had agreed to serve as a demonstration patient. They ran the clearing together. Her perception managing the emotional content and the processing arc. His chi architecture stability support at the transition points where the formation's structural function was shifting. The integration, which had existed as a theoretical design for a year, was now visible in practice. One of the trainees in the observation gallery was a practitioner she had not met before the session. A domain-shaping cultivator from the Eastern Regional who had been on the wait list for the training program for 7 months. He had the specific posture of someone who had come to observe and had decided in advance what he would see. A practitioner from a non-traditional method collaborating with a combat training specialist, which he expected to be either inspirational or awkward. He watched the full session. When it was over, when the demonstration patient had left and the formal discussion period had begun, this practitioner raised his hand and said, I have been skeptical of heart mirror cultivation since the first regional presentation. Not opposed, skeptical. I want to say, in this room, that what I watched today changed my skepticism into something else. He did not specify what the something else was. She did not ask. It had a name. The specific state that exists when a person has been watching something carefully and then understood that they were wrong about its nature. She had been watching for that state in practitioners for 3 years. It looked like attention that had stopped defending itself. Chapter 129, the training program's 4th cohort, produced something she had not planned for. In the 3rd module, the restraint and non-intervention assessment, a practitioner named Gao Lini sat in the evaluation session and, when asked to describe a case scenario where non-intervention was the correct response, gave an answer that was technically correct, but that she read as generated from intellectual compliance rather than genuine conviction. She stopped the session. Not harshly. She asked the group to take a break and asked Gao Lini to stay. The answer you gave was correct, she said. What was the actual thought you had before the correct answer? Gao Lini looked at her. That the practitioner in the scenario was clearly suffering, and I could clearly perceive it, and not intervening felt like abandonment. Yes, she said. That is the actual difficulty with the non-intervention decision. You can perceive suffering you could address, and you choose not to address it. Does it have a name? In the field I was trained in before, she said, we called it performance orientation. Optimizing for how it looks rather than what it does. She looked at Gao Lini directly. You noticed it yourself? That is the more important thing. She did not recertify Gao Lini that day. She scheduled a follow-up evaluation in 3 weeks and let the practitioner work with the understanding they had just reached. 3 weeks later, Gao Lini passed the evaluation with the specific quality of someone who was answering from conviction rather than compliance. She noted this in the cohort record, not as a problem, as a development. The 4th cohort had its first practitioner who had gone through the restraint module honestly rather than correctly. That distinction, she had learned, was the difference between a practitioner who would be effective over a career and a practitioner who would be effective until the first case that exceeded what the protocol specified. The work was always more complex than what the training produced. She tried to make the training as honest about this as possible. Chapter 130, she advanced to Sovereign View tier on a morning when nothing particular was happening. No significant case. No research milestone. No institutional event. She was running the practice's standard morning intake review with Qian Mingzhu, going through the previous day's session documentation, and the advancement completed as quietly as a weight being set down. Sovereign View Tier. New capability. Reading an entire sect's collective psychological health simultaneously. The aggregate emotional chi state of a cultivation institution. The structural patterns of how heart demons were forming and clustering within the group. The first application was immediate. She turned the capability on her own practice. What she saw was encouraging and specific. The certified practitioners in the training program's regional chapter, 41 at current count, showed a collective chi pattern that she could only describe as psychologically healthy in aggregate. The residue management protocol was working. The personal clearing requirement for trainees meant that the practitioner population had addressed their own primary formations before treating others. The mandatory processing intervals meant that accumulation was being caught and addressed rather than compounding. She documented this formally. First, institutional scale sovereign view assessment. Result consistent with expected outcome of consistent residue management protocol implementation. She sent the documentation to Dao Shuming and to the Certification Framework Committee as evidence that the framework provisions were producing measurable group-level outcomes. Then she turned the capability outward. The Continental Cultivation Authority's central administrative body, 318 registered practitioners and administrative staff, was the next most natural object of the assessment. They were the institution she had been in ongoing contact with for 3 years. She had worked with Dao Shuming specifically for that entire period. It was appropriate to have a sense of the institutional health she had been working within. What she found was not a crisis. It was a pattern. The specific pattern of chronic institutional stress, not acute, not emergency level, but sustained. The shared psychological weight of managing a system that frequently encountered practitioners who needed help it was not designed to provide. The collective emotional residue of years of oversight decisions that had been made with incomplete information and the institutional awareness that the decisions might be wrong. A grief, distributed through the collective chi field, about practitioners the system had been unable to reach. She sat with this for a long time. Then she called Qian Mingzhu. Cancel the morning's administrative meetings, she said. I need to draft a letter to Dao Shuming. Qian looked at her. What kind of letter? She thought about how to say it accurately. A consultation request, she said. I've done an institutional health assessment of the Continental Authority's administrative body. I'd like to discuss the finding with him before deciding whether to propose an intervention. Qian wrote the note. She went to the desk and began drafting. The letter's opening line. Asterisk, I have developed a new assessment capability and have used it to read the collective psychological health of an institution you lead. The finding is not an emergency. I would like to discuss it with you directly before proceeding, because I believe the appropriate next step requires your consent. Asterisk, she read this back. It was accurate. It was also the most unusual consultation request she had ever sent. She sent it anyway. Chapter 131 Dao Shuming's response to the institutional assessment arrived in 2 hours. The message was shorter than most of his formal communications. Asterisk, I have read the letter 3 times. I believe I understand what you found. I would like to see the full assessment documentation and then discuss it in person. If what you observed is what I think you observed, I have been watching it for 4 years without the framework to name it. D.S. Asterisk, she sent the full sovereign view assessment documentation, the collective chi pattern, the specific emotional content she had read in the institutional field, the structural organization of the shared weight. She was precise in the documentation, distinguishing what she had observed from what she was interpreting, maintaining the same methodological standards she applied to all case documentation. His response to the documentation, asterisk, yes. This is accurate. I have been watching the practitioners in this institution carry something that the system was not designed to address, and I have been watching it accumulate. I don't know how long it has been building. Asterisk, a pause in the message's composition that she could infer from the timestamp. Asterisk, at least since my tenure began. Probably longer. Asterisk, the meeting happened 3 days later. He sat across from her in his office, which was organized with the same systematic precision he brought to everything, and said, what would a group session require from the practitioners involved? Consent, she said. Full understanding of what the session involves. Not a presentation of the method's outcomes, but a genuine explanation of what they would be processing. The right to decline without institutional consequence. And a commitment from institutional leadership that the outcomes, whatever internal changes the processing produces, will not be used for evaluative purposes. He said, the third condition. It is the most important one, she said. If practitioners in an institutional context believe that emotional disclosure during a processing session could affect their standing, they will not engage with the session honestly. The session would be procedurally performed rather than genuinely experienced. She looked at him directly. I understand this condition creates significant constraints for institutional leadership. That is why I am stating it clearly before you decide. He was quiet for a long time. The practitioners who sit in this authority's oversight roles make decisions that affect tens of thousands of cultivators, he said. The weight of those decisions, carried for years without processing, affects the quality of the decisions. Improving the quality of the decisions improves outcomes for the practitioners they serve. He met her eyes. The third condition is appropriate. I accept it. Who will be in the room? She said. 31 senior authority practitioners, he said. Not the full institutional body, the decision-making cohort. The practitioners whose accumulated weight is most directly affecting institutional function. She said, 1 week. To prepare the consent and explanation documentation. He said, 1 week. Chapter 132. The group session with the Continental Cultivation Authority ran for 2 days. Not because the processing required 2 days. Individual formations at this scale rarely did. Because what emerged was not individual distress. She had expected individual formations. Each practitioner's own accumulated weight, the personal grief and fear and shame that accumulated in anyone doing difficult institutional work for long enough. She was prepared for individual formations. She had the group session methodology, the ambient field monitoring, the coordination framework. What she found, when she extended the sovereign view assessment and then moved into the full group processing state, was not individual formations. It was a single collective formation, distributed across 31 practitioners, that none of them owned alone. The collective formations content, the shared psychological weight of knowing that the system you manage is failing practitioners it was built to serve. Not a secret, not hidden from any of the 31, but unspoken. The specific quality of information that everyone in a room knows and no one has explicitly acknowledged. The institutional distress of a collective that has been managing an inadequate system by working around its inadequacies rather than by naming them. She had never encountered this scale of collective formation before. She had read the theoretical possibility in the sovereign view capability description she had written years ago. Experiencing it was different. She said, before we begin the processing, I need to name what I am reading in this room. Not to assign responsibility or to judge, to make the shared experience visible so it can be engaged with rather than managed around. The room was quiet. She named it. The specific quality of the weight. The shared knowledge. The way it had organized in the collective chi field. She named it with the same clinical flatness she used for individual formations. Accurate, without drama, without evaluation. One of the 31 practitioners said, I have been carrying that for 11 years. Another said, 7. The youngest in the room, 3 years in the oversight role, said, since the first week. She processed for 2 days. Not individual formations, the collective one, distributed, requiring a different approach than any individual session. The sovereign view capability she had developed for reading institutional chi became, in this session, a tool for processing it. She had not anticipated this application when she advanced to the tier. The capability had grown beyond its initial description. On the second day, the collective formation's central content began to dissolve. What happened after was not her doing. 3 of the 31 practitioners, processing together in the shared space, recognized simultaneously that they had the institutional authority to change a specific policy that had been generating the weight they were carrying, a policy that required them to deny treatment access to practitioners below a certain cultivation tier, which they had all experienced as wrong and had all managed rather than challenged. They drafted the policy revision in the session space. They proposed it in the authority's formal channel the following morning. It passed. 2 more policy revisions followed in the subsequent weeks, both proposed by practitioners who had been in the session. Both passed. 3 structural policy changes, emerging from the practitioner's own processing of the weight they had been carrying. Dao Shuming, at the 1-month review meeting. I spent 4 years regulating you. I should have asked for a session 3 years ago, she said. You gave me the time I needed to develop the method. Earlier would have been a different session. Would it have worked? She thought about it honestly. At core integration tier, the institutional scale read wasn't possible then. At soul resonance, I could have run individual sessions with the 31. But the collective formation, the thing that actually needed to be processed, wouldn't have been accessible. She paused. The timing was what it needed to be. Chapter 133. The longitudinal study's 3-year follow-up completed at the 4-year mark of the practice's operation. She had completed the 6-month assessment herself, 2 years into the study. Fong Lixio had run the 18-month assessments under her supervision. The 3-year assessments had been distributed across 5 certified practitioners, a genuine test of whether the methodology could be implemented consistently across different practitioners rather than being dependent on her specific perception. The results: all clearings holding across the full 3-year period. Zero regression in the 68 practitioners who had completed the 3-year follow-up window. Average cultivation advancement rate in the cleared cohort was 2.5 times the pre-clearing baseline over 3 years. The residue management protocol's adoption by the treating practitioners showed in the follow-up data. No practitioner who had been treated by a certified practitioner who completed the personal clearing requirement and maintained the residue management protocol had experienced secondary adverse outcomes. Dao Shuming had specified, 3 years ago in the session after observing Elder Tan's clearing, that he would not make decisions in advance of the 3-year data. He had said, "I will wait for the 30-month mark." He presented the 3-year data himself. The Continental Cultivation Authority's annual methodology review assembly, 200 senior practitioners from across the authority's regional structure, convened for the standard review of registered practice methodologies. Dao Shuming presented the longitudinal study data as part of the Heart Mirror Cultivation Methodology Review. He presented it completely: the methodology, the 3-year outcomes, the limitations, the adverse outcome documentation and protocol corrections, and the current status of the 20-year monitoring project for the template restructuring. When Russian was in the audience, she watched him throughout the presentation. He was in the front section, which was the position he used for sessions he intended to engage with fully. He had his documentation materials, and he was taking notes. When Dao Shuming presented the fear-based blockage resilience data, the finding from the comparative study that had shown Wen's method outperforming hers in specific cases, Wen did not react visibly. He made a note. When the presentation ended, the assembly opened for questions. 23 questions followed. When Russian did not raise his hand, he did not contest a single data point. She sat in the audience and watched him not contesting the data, and she thought about the morning 3 years ago when he had arrived at her workroom with the adjacent formation report in his hand and asked questions about the mechanism because he wanted to understand, not to use. After the assembly, he crossed the room and said, "The fear resilience data is more robust at 3 years than I expected. Your method's outcomes in that category are genuine," she said. The joint research confirmed it. "Yes," he said. "I am glad it's in the record." Chapter 134. His letter arrived 10 days after the assembly. It was handwritten, a choice she associated with communications he had considered carefully, as opposed to the formal correspondence he sent through the standard channels. It said, "I want to publish a revised version of the cultivation essay I wrote in the first year of your practice, the one that argued that psychological clearing produces advancement without genuine strength. I have been waiting for the 3-year data before attempting this. The data is now available. I believe I should correct the record. Would you read a draft before I submit it?" She wrote back, "Yes." The draft arrived 3 weeks later. It was not what she had expected. She had expected careful qualification. A practitioner walking back a position while maintaining as much of the original framework as possible, which was how most position corrections worked in the cultivation research literature. He had done something different. He had rewritten the argument from its foundation. The original essay's central claim, that cultivators who bypassed heart demons through comfortable conversation had not developed the strength to face what came after, was present in the revised version as a question rather than a claim. Under what conditions does overcoming heart demons through willpower build resilience that bypass clearing does not? The revised essay answered this question with the same rigor as the original, using the 3-year longitudinal data and the joint research findings. The answer: in fear-based blockages, and specifically in practitioners whose formation had served an adaptive function in high-pressure environments, the willpower method produced a specific quality of subsequent resilience. In grief-based and shame-based blockages, no difference was detectable. He had not softened the original argument. He had replaced it with an accurate one. The last paragraph of the revised essay said, "I taught for 25 years that struggle was the correct teacher. In the cases where this was right, it was right for specific reasons that I did not understand clearly when I began. In the cases where it was wrong, the error was not in valuing strength, but in assuming that strength had only one origin. I taught all cases as if they were the same. They are not." He had not apologized for the original essay. He had published the correction. She read the draft twice and wrote back, "I would not change anything in this essay. Please publish it." He submitted it to the Continental Cultivation Research Journal the following week. It was accepted without revision and published in the same issue as the final 3-year longitudinal study report. She saw the paired publication on the research calendar and noted that this was not something she had orchestrated. It had happened because both pieces were ready at the same time. But the pairing was clean. the methodological evidence and the methodological reflection, from the practitioner who had developed the method and the practitioner who had most rigorously challenged it, published together as the record of what had been learned. She filed the issue in the Practices Research Archive. Chapter 135, the 20-year monitoring protocol's first annual data set, was available at 12 months. She ran the analysis with Jian Lui, who had developed the conventional Qi field measurement approach that translated Nie Rian's cosmological red into standardized metrics. The 12-month data, the average complexity of tribulation manifestations in the regional, measured through the standardized protocol, showed a small, but statistically significant decrease compared to the pre-attempt baseline. Small. The confidence interval was wide. 1 year of data from a 20-year study was, as she told the monitoring committee when she presented it, a directional signal, not a confirmation. But the direction was confirmed. She presented it with full confidence interval disclosure and the explicit note, * 1 year of signal from a 20-year study. The direction is consistent with the restructuring hypothesis. The magnitude of the change is smaller than the model predicted, which may reflect measurement imprecision, slower dissipation than modeled, or both. Continue monitoring at 6-month intervals. Annual reports to the Continental Authority. * The monitoring committee accepted the report and filed it. Senior Jiang, who attended the monitoring committee meetings in a capacity that had gradually formalized from informal consulting advisor to historical continuity advisor, reviewed the report after the meeting and said, "The direction is correct." "Yes," she said. "The speed is slower than I would have predicted." "The slow speed is reassuring," she said. "A fast change would suggest instability in the restructuring. A slow, consistent movement is what a stable structural change looks like." He considered this. "I was impatient," he said. 800 years of watching a problem compound produces a specific relationship with speed. "Understandable," she said. He was quiet for a moment. "I would like to request a final meeting," he said. She looked at him. Final, in his usage, could mean many things. The last meeting in a sequence, a formal closing of a chapter. She did not read alarm into it. "When?" she said. "When you have an afternoon," he said. "It is not urgent. I have something I have been thinking about since the archive work, and I would like to discuss it with you when the schedule allows." "Next week," she said. "Tuesday afternoon." He nodded. He went back to his monitoring report review, making the same careful annotations he brought to everything. She went back to the case queue. Tuesday afternoon was 4 days away. There were 43 cases in active treatment, the 5th cohort's first module scheduled, the expansion regional's certification framework review, and Qian Mingzhu's monitoring log to check against the current week's session load. The work did not stop. It accumulated meaning as it went. Chapter 136 Tuesday afternoon was quiet. Senior Zhang arrived at the practice workroom exactly on time, which she had come to expect from him. A practitioner who had been suspended in stillness for 3 centuries had a specific relationship with punctuality. He moved through the workroom with the careful deliberateness of someone who was still re-finding the relationship between intention and motion, and he sat in the chair across from her with his hands folded in the same position he had used in the archive. He was different from the practitioner she had heard in that archive hall 8 months ago. Not dramatically different. He was still recognizably Senior Jiang Weiming, still the specific quality of someone ancient. But there was more of him present. The specific quality of a person who has had space returned to them. "I have a question," he said. "I could not have asked it when you found me." "Ask," she said. "When you spoke to the manifestation," he said. "During the network attempt. At hour 22, when it appeared and addressed you." He looked at her steadily. Every practitioner who had encountered a manifestation at that complexity level, in my 3 centuries of practice, in Jian Lui's combat training, in the Cultivation Authority's documented history, every practitioner fought, fled, or suppressed. "You opened a dialogue." He paused. "How did you know to ask it what it wanted?" She sat with the question. It was the kind of question that seemed simple but required a careful answer, because the simple answer was both accurate and incomplete. "In my previous life," she said, "I was a psychologist. The foundational training of that discipline is this: before you do anything, you listen. Before you intervene, you understand. The most powerful thing you can offer someone in distress is not a solution. It is the experience of being genuinely heard." She paused. "When the manifestation appeared, I was in the middle of a 36-hour coordinated processing session. I was managing residue flow and monitoring 12 practitioners simultaneously. In that context, encountering something that was expressing distress about what we were doing, my training's first response was to listen, not as a tactic, as the actual first response." Senior Jiang was quiet for a long time. "In 800 years," he said slowly, "I encountered autonomous manifestations on 3 occasions. Each time, I treated them as what the cultivation literature said they were. Expressions of the heart, demon template, adversarial by nature. I fought them or deflected them. He looked at his hands. They were not adversarial. They were distressed. I misread what they were because I brought the wrong framework. Yes, she said. The framework you were given was wrong. The framework I built independently was also wrong, he said. I developed the method independently. I developed the theoretical framework for the origin event independently. But I did not question the foundational premise that manifestations were enemies. He was quiet. You came from a different tradition. You questioned the premise. My previous life's training questioned the premise, she said. I brought the habit of questioning into this life. He looked at her with the specific quality of an 800-year-old practitioner seeing something he should have seen long ago and understanding why he hadn't. That is not just habit, he said. That is the thing that changed everything. Not the method, not the theory. The foundational question, what is the manifestation expressing, rather than how do I defeat it? Yes, she said. That's the question. Every practitioner who comes after us, he said, will begin from that question, because it is now documented, published, in the formal research record. He looked at her. You put it there. She did not respond immediately. Then, you put the theory there. I put the practice there. The next generation has both. He was quiet. Then he said, I have been thinking about returning to active cultivation work. Not the same work I was doing before the archive. Something smaller. A few cases per year, under the residue management protocol, with a co-practitioner monitor. He met her eyes. For the first time in 800 years, I think I can. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. What changed? You cleared the weight that was preventing me, he said. And you gave me the containment technique so the weight does not accumulate again. He paused. I have a great deal of knowledge about this work. It has been sealed in an archive for 3 centuries. I would like to use it. She said, yes. Begin when you're ready. He said, I am ready. Chapter 137. The 100th certified practitioner was certified on a morning in early spring. Not a significant morning by any external measure. The spring was proceeding normally. The practice's case queue was full. Fong Lixiu had the certification session scheduled between 2 regular intake assessments in the day's ordinary flow of work. The 100th certification was not a celebration. It was a continuation. Fong Lixiu ran the final assessment. She had been running final assessments for 2 years now, for every cohort except the first. Her method had developed its own specific character. She asked different questions than Shen asked. She used different observational categories. She was more direct about the specific failure modes she was watching for. The trainees reported that her assessment was more demanding than what they had expected. They also reported, consistently, that the process left them more confident rather than less, because Fong Lixiu's rigor came from the specific quality of someone who knew exactly what the work required and was checking whether you were ready for it. The 100th practitioner, a 30-year-old from the Southern Regional Foundation reading tier, with the specific natural perception profile that Fong Lixiu had identified in the application review as promising, passed the assessment in the morning's first session. Fong Lixiu gave the certification confirmation with the same professional directness she used for every certification. You are certified. You know the standards. Go practice. Luo Hanbai was observing. He had been observing certification sessions occasionally for the past year, in his co-director capacity, not to evaluate, but to understand how the program was developing independent of Shun's direct presence. He reviewed her assessments afterward and made notes that went into the program's development record. When the certified practitioner left, and the room was emptying, Luo Hanbai crossed to where she was standing and took her hand. Not tentatively, not as a question. He took her hand and held it, standing beside her in the room where the 100th heart mirror cultivation practitioner had just been certified, in front of the 5 people who remained in the room. Qian Mingzhu at the documentation station, 2 trainees still gathering their materials. Fong Lixiu, making her post-session notes. She did not move away. She held his hand. The room continued around them with the ordinary momentum of people finishing their work. They had been not doing this for 3 years, which was a long time to not do something. He had clearly decided the time for not doing it was finished. She recognized, decided the same thing approximately 6 months ago, and simply not acted on the decision because the work was always there and there was always something to do and the not doing was comfortable in the way that familiar things were comfortable. One of the trainees, finishing the session, glanced at them and looked back at his materials without visible reaction. This was, she observed, probably the correct response. She said, quietly, I thought about your comment. Which one? He said. That you were glad to be on my side. He looked at her. And, I'm glad you're here, she said. I don't say that enough. No, he said. You don't. I'm saying it now, she said. Yes, he said. You are. Chapter 138. The formal closing meeting with Dao Shuming was not scheduled. He requested it. I have something to say that should be in the record, he told her, when she confirmed the meeting. It is not urgent. It is a formal statement I should have made earlier and didn't, and I want to make it now before more time passes. She went. He sat across from her in the same office he had used for every meeting since she first came to his attention 4 years ago. The office had not changed. Same systematic organization, same formal record stack, same window with the view of the authorities' courtyard. He had not changed in any visible way that she could measure, but she could read his chi field with sovereign view sensitivity now, and what she read was different from what she would have read 4 years ago. The weight she had processed in the collective session was reduced, the institutional distress more manageable. The specific pattern of a practitioner who had been carrying more than was healthy for a long time and had begun to find a way to put some of it down. He said, I have been watching your practice for 7 years. I will continue to watch it for the next 20, per the monitoring agreement. I expect the data to hold. She said, so do I. He said, if the data changes trajectory, if the template restructuring begins to reverse, or if the longitudinal study shows unexpected regression, I will tell you before I take any formal action. Not as a courtesy, as a research partner's obligation. Thank you, she said. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I believe I owe you a more complete acknowledgement than I have given. He met her eyes. I was the principal institutional obstacle to this work for the first 2 years. My concerns were legitimate in their substance. My application of them was not proportionate to the evidence at each stage. I held positions longer than the evidence warranted because the institutional cost of revising them felt significant. He paused. You conducted yourself, throughout that period, with more professional generosity than I had earned. I am acknowledging that formally. She looked at him. He was not someone who made statements of this kind lightly. The regulatory process was the correct process, she said. The scrutiny produced a better methodology. The certification framework is stronger because you were demanding about the residue management provisions. The adverse outcome documentation practices exist partly because I knew you would read them. She paused. That is also just oversight, but it is the kind that matters. He made a small sound that was as close to a laugh as she had heard from him. That is just protocol, he said. She recognized the phrase immediately. She had said it to him once, early in their relationship, when he had thanked her for something, and she had redirected the thanks into procedural language. He had kept it and was using it back at her now, for years later, with the specific quality of someone who understood what it meant and why it was both true and insufficient. She laughed. It was not a long laugh, a brief, genuine one. He looked satisfied in the restrained way that restrained satisfaction looked on him. The 20th year's data, he said. I expect to see it. So do I, she said. Chapter 139. The final cohort of Part 1 was 12 practitioners from 5 regionals. She did not lead the instruction. She attended the sessions in an oversight capacity, present to observe, available for consultation, reviewing the documentation that Qian Mingzhu's systems produced automatically. The instruction was distributed. Fang Lixiu led the foundational perception module. Jian Lui led the suppression transition module, which had expanded from its original design into a comprehensive framework for practitioners coming from any high suppression tradition. Su Chaolan developed and delivered the cross-methodology curriculum integration, a module that was not in the original training program design, and that she had proposed herself, building from 2 years of joint research into a formal teachable sequence. The Hollow Sage gave one lecture. She had not asked him to. He had requested the opportunity through Qian Mingzhu's scheduling system, the same way any external speaker would request access to the training program. When she saw the request, she confirmed it without changing anything about its format. He stood at the front of the session room, slowly, with the care he brought to all physical movement since the recovery, and spoke for 2 hours about what happened when you never stopped taking cases without taking care of yourself. He was specific and he was accurate, and he used his own case as the central example, without softening what had happened or what it had cost. At the end, one of the cohort's younger trainees asked, "How do you know when you are approaching the limit?" Senior Jiang said, "You do not know reliably when you are approaching it, which is why you need someone who is watching from outside. You must build the monitoring system before you need it. You cannot build it after." The trainee, "What if you don't have someone to watch?" Senior Jiang, "Then you build the watching system into the practice structure itself. Documentation standards that make the pattern visible. Regular review with peers who have the permission to tell you what they observe. Mandatory processing intervals that force you to stop even when you do not believe you need to." He paused. "The practitioner who taught me the containment technique built all of these things. They exist. You are in a program that requires them. You do not need to build them from nothing as I did." He looked at the room. Use what has been built. At the end of the final cohort certification assessment, Fang Lixiu said the same words she said at every close. The standard practitioner statement, unchanged since the first cohort, unchanged through the instruction changes and the program expansion and the 12 practitioners now certified from 5 regionals. The cohort dispersed. The 5th regional expansion was starting in 6 months. Senior Jiang was beginning his first active cases since the archive recovery. Nie Rian was consulting on the investigation's 2nd phase. Jian Lui's suppression transition module was being adapted for external distribution to cultivation institutions that used high suppression training methodologies. The work had expanded beyond what she had planned. That was consistent with how it worked. Chapter 140. On a morning in late spring, she sat in the intake room and looked at the walls. The room had been expanded twice. It was larger than the workroom she had started in, with better light and more documentation space and the secondary observation position that the co-practitioner monitoring requirement had made necessary. The walls held what the years had accumulated. The provisional methodology certificate from the regional authority, framed in the standard institutional format. The continental recognition certificate, larger, beside it. The first joint publication with one Russian, in its published journal form. The 20-year monitoring agreement, Dao Shuming's signature at the bottom alongside hers. And, newest, a single-frame document from Senior Jiang Weiming. The Hollow Archive's founding record, reproduced and signed, with a handwritten note at the bottom that said, "The work continues, nothing else." Qian Mingzhu was managing the morning's case intake through the coordination system she had built over 4 years, structured, documented, monitored, and, most importantly, capable of running without her standing behind it at every step. Fang Lixiu was in the expansion regional, leading the 6th cohort's first module. Luo Hanbai was in the coordination room reviewing the annual training program outcomes report. The 117 certified practitioners were distributed across 4 regionals and 1 expansion regional, doing the work. She had 2 questions in her current research notebook that she had not yet answered. The first, the 20-year monitoring study, whose trajectory was confirmed in one direction with 19 years still to run, and whose final results would belong to practitioners not yet trained. She was not certain she would see the 20-year data herself. That was appropriate. Research was not owned by the person who started it. The second, the autonomous manifestations, the ones that had spoken to her during the network attempt and then withdrawn. She had not encountered another autonomous manifestation since. The template restructuring had reduced the complexity scaffold that had generated them. But reduced was not eliminated, and she did not know what the manifestations had become after the restructuring. She had been watching the historical residue at regular intervals for the past year. She had not detected a new pattern. She did not have the answer. She opened her research notebook to the current page. Both questions were listed there, circled, as they had been for a year. She had not been waiting to answer them. She had been accumulating the data that would eventually produce the answers. That was different from waiting. Qian Mingzhu appeared in the doorway. The afternoon intake is ready to begin. First patient has been waiting. She looked at the framed documents. She looked at the notebook. She looked at Qian Mingzhu. She closed the notebook. She tilted her head. 3 seconds. Send them in, she said. The door opened. The patient was a practitioner who had been carrying a heart demon for 2 years that conventional cultivation had not cleared. They were frightened. They had run out of other options. She looked at them the way she looked at everyone who sat across from her in this room, with the genuine attention that was the first and most important thing she had to offer. Not a technique, not a protocol. Attention, she said. Tell me what you are actually afraid of. And the patient, who had been afraid to name it for 2 years, began to speak. The work continued. It always had. If this story moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Your comment might be the one that helps someone else discover this story, and every comment tells us which part of the journey stayed with you. Subscribe and ring the bell so you're here when the next story begins. Until then, fellow cultivators, the question is always the same, and the listening is always where it starts.